Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. Yeah. And feel the Stomp the flame out. Oh, angel sound echoes in the darkest hour. You can hunt me and you can have me, but you have no power. It's coming over the horizon like the blinding sun. Oh, let there be silence for the ones we drew our courage from. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Don't let your faith dim. There is a light the darkness can never kill. Holding the line, bound by the rough thread of hope. Yeah, we've got blood in the fight, and we won't stop till you're empty of both. Oh, this is our century. All together, and we won't let go. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a light the darkness can never kill. This is salvation. I can see mercy on the hill. Your faith in there is a Oh, there is a light the darkness can never kill.
Welcome one and all to the first day of the EMEA Regional Finals for Space Guards. Across these next couple of weekends, we're going to be seeing 64 players competing firstly for their space in the TFT Pro circuit next season, secondly to become regional champion, and thirdly, but definitely not least, to be able to compete at the Tactician's Crown coming in just a couple of weeks' time to compete on the most prestigious stage available to TFT. Of course, now we are in the regional play-in stage. Today, 16 players will contest and only 8 will leave to join the rest of the competition tomorrow. It's a lot to take in, but fortunately I've got some big brains on hand to help me out with that. Makes, Kenobi, it's very hot, but how are you guys doing?
I mean, you already mentioned it. Certainly very warm today, but I'm hoping our players can keep their cool and entertain us.
Nice one, awesome. I'm doing fine. Hopefully it will last for the entire day, but if something terrible happens, I'll just switch it over to Professor Pengu to take my place.
Professor Pengu is very well informed, or so I hear. But makes, perhaps for anyone who isn't as well informed as Professor Pengu, could you just kind of catch everyone up on how we got to this point here at Regional Finals?
Oh, absolutely. So this set started in April, right? It's been a little while since it released. Since then, many competition levels have taken place. The trials, the pro circuit has been ongoing, and we of course had our snapshots. Right now, we're in the play-in stage. That's going to be happening today. From tomorrow onward, we're going to be doing week 1 of regional finals, next weekend, week 2 of regional finals, and right after that, on July 10 to 12th, we're going to be happening, of course, our Tactician's Crown, which we're all very excited for.
So, Kenobi, we've got the kind of the broad idea of the season itself, but I want to kind of to dive in a little bit into more depth here. With those 64 players we've already mentioned, how did everybody get to this event? Not just the play-ins, but the event as a whole.
Yeah, so if you're curious to know how the players qualified to the regional finals, all the answers are right here on screen. There are different ways to qualify for each segment of the regional finals, and we know it can get a little hard to follow, so here's a quick recap. The main goal of every player from week 1 is getting to that week 2, because that will mean earning a spot in the next set's TPC, the pro circuit, the tier 1, the big goal to stabilize a career as a pro player. And then once they're in week 2, what they will want to do is get one of the final 5 spots for Tactician's Crown that will be earned at the end of the tournament.
No, absolutely. It's astonishing stuff, and we'll need to keep very close track of everyone that's in there. It's so interesting that it's effectively a 2-stage tournament for a lot of these players, looking forward to their future. But I do want to, just before we go any further, just to zoom us out to that Tactician Crown we mentioned before, just because it's such a spectacular event. That is the ultimate destination, at least hopefully, for as you've mentioned, the 5 extra players will qualify from this event, as well as our pre-existing order qualified players. Let's take a moment out just to check out what the Tactician's Crown is all about. All right, so with the crown firmly locked in our minds as the final destination our players are really pushing for, let's talk a little bit about, just cleaning up some last parts of the season before we move in specifically to regionals. So, Kenobi, as you already mentioned, we've had the TFT Pro circuit coming in. Of course, players were already able to secure some spots through to the main event at Tactician's Crown, even before regional finals happens.
Yeah, so first TPC Cup was won by Zico on a masterful display of dominance on the Stargazer with an artifact that has been since disabled, the Horizon Focus. And then it went on to somebody else on second cup. I think Makes, you're going to talk about this one.
Yep, that's right. So second cup was won by Jedusor. That was, of course, the one that we played against the America. So in case there was any doubt in everybody's mind who's on top between EMEA and America, just settling that once and for all this set. Thank you very much.
Yes, we appreciate Darthner for showing us his mercy this time around. And of course, Tartman taking the third spot, meaning that all French players managing to get through to there. And of course, Pepperglad coming in and getting the best average overall. So those are the 4 players who are already secured in for crown. You said Kenobi, there's 5 more to go, but let's start to focus in a little bit on some of the other items of business before we get things fully underway. Makes normally we know everything and everybody who's going to be playing in the event before it happens, but we have had a bit of a change this time around.
We had, and if there's a lesson in here, it's never think it's over until it's actually over, because we did have a roster swap as Allegory wasn't able to play. The waitlist came in, and on the top of that waitlist was waiting Zaza. Now, Zaza might have not learned this lesson just yet, but hopefully he has now, because he tweeted, "I got into regional finals from waitlist. Hope all the Valorant games prepared me well." Zaza, here's a quick note. TFT is not the same game as Valorant, so we're full of hope, but we're also a bit concerned.
That would be fantastic to see someone really sink or swim, particularly to come in on such short notice. But let's talk a little bit more about some of the other players. If we look at the overall field here, Kenobi, we've definitely got some returning names, some ones particularly who haven't been at the regional stage for quite a long time.
Yeah, that's very true. We've got some players like the French Edron Fam and Hypno coming and getting another shot at getting a huge regional result, but we're also getting some other players that have had a long time taken a long time to come back to the higher stage of the EMEA region, right, Counter?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Stygsaw is one which we want to highlight, particularly amongst there's several other players in a similar kind of spot as well. Stygsaw particularly coming back for the first time after 3 years is an astonishing amount, to be able to return to that level of form, Max.
Yeah, and he's not the only player that's making a little bit of a return, right? If you look at a lot of these names and you haven't followed TFT eSport for like 10 sets, you'd be like, oh, nothing changed. It has. We haven't seen those names in quite some time. Another player I'm really excited to see back in the play-in stage for now, but hopefully going to be able to make it into week 1, week 2 is Shredden from Poland. Very, very excited to see that player back in top shape and hopefully ready to win some of those matches.
Yeah, it will be fascinating to see how things develop as we go through. Of course, we'll be keeping everyone updated. As was mentioned before, at least even from the play-in stage, we'll already be seeing eliminations coming in immediately after day 1. But Kenobi, I want to take a second out before we get deeper into our play-ins players, just to talk about the recent minors and majors that have been happening.
That's right. For the first time ever in EMEA, we have had a major. It was held in Paris in the eSpot with a huge focus on the community, with more than 90 PCs used for casual play as well as casual tournaments. There was also a Riftbound discovery area, a 2x KO play zone, and an artist alley where the incredible artists of the TFT community could display what they could do. And it was a huge success. There were more than 300 attendees. And there was also a couple of finals taking place with a clash of titans in the 2v2v2v2 scene, coming from all the minors in the different countries, as well as the 4v4 challenge that played there. And well, in the 2v2, Losher and Loris earned their victory and a spot for the TFT Vegas Open with the incredible custom wood-carved trophies made by none other than Xperion, a player from the TPC that we will see playing in week 2.
So I actually I responded to Xperion on Twitter and I was like, I hope you got some time to practice, because these look like they took a lot of time to make. They look so gorgeous. You're going to see them in this video here as well. And his answer did not spark a lot of confidence. I'm hoping it was a joke, I'm choosing to select that it was a joke. Don't say it, Kenobi. Don't let me.
Might have
No.
No, all right. Won't tell.
I am choosing to not hear and to not see those comments. So we're going to be seeing him in week 2, of course. But it looked like it was so much fun at the major.
Oh, absolutely. Well, let's try and bring in some of the players who actually were able to show off at the major. As you guys already mentioned, the duos event there, the 4v4 event as well. Makes, who have you got up first?
Well, we have to talk about Guyasko, right? We mentioned Lusher and Loros taking that first place, but the second place went to Spain. And I feel like that stands for something bigger that we really have been seeing in the past sets, where the Spanish group is just getting more and more of that success and those high finishes. Also, shortly, want to use this moment to say sorry to Sappho for accidentally cursing him on TPC3. That was not intentional, but don't worry, I learned my lesson. I'm not going to do it again.
Yeah, another time, another curse from Makes. Truly, when will you learn? I'm gonna be shouting out one of the newer players to arrive onto the scene. He actually won a Tacticians Cup back in the day, but wasn't able to transform that into major performances on the EMEA scene, and that's Être Infâme. And he placed first in the 4v4 alongside Toon, Doki, and Yobidashi. And some of the, Toon and Yobidashi are also performing at a high level, and they're part of one of the newer study groups in the EMEA scene that's been performing better and better recently.
And a player which I want to bring in as well is Brising. He managed to get a second place in the French minor, which was the prelude to the French major, ahead of a lot of extremely good French players. Ended up coming in third in the duos and third in the 4v4 at the same event. So, definitely a player to be watching. Not a lot of history behind him necessarily, but doing some really, really good stuff so far. Of course, another player we do want to bring in, of course, with his extensive story, very extensive story, is Relic Makes.
That's right, because Relic has already had a really deep run in TFT, and he is the first person to qualify for not 1 but 2 global championships in different Riot title after he has been to Worlds in 2018. And he's now, I believe, also the first player that has played in 2 pan-regional circuits as he moved from the Americas over to EMEA. He's half Venezuelan, half Portuguese, and he's going to be competing this weekend as well. With that in mind, though, we do want to take a moment and send some love to him and his family, who of course have experienced the earthquakes recently in Venezuela. So we could get some hearts and chat. We know that he got in touch with his family, and no one thankfully has been hurt, but of course it is still something that has shook them up quite a lot. So just something that we as a community want to come together for.
Oh, absolutely. Well, we've still got a few more players we want to bring it front and center before we get into our first games here today. I think we're kind of saving some of the best for last here, Kenobi, because we've had some honestly astonishing names entering the play-in stage of the competition. Particularly, I want to draw a highlight to, of course, Kevin Parker, who longtime fans, of course, will remember from his second at the Vegas Open. But we've also got players who've played at the very top level in the previous set.
Yeah, Revan is it's so funny to see him in play-ins after what happened in the previous set. He did not make it to week 2 of regionals, so he should have been out of TPC, but then he went to Worlds because he had won the TPC Cup and made final lobby at Worlds with some incredible performance, and so that got him his spot back in TPC, and this set went atrociously for him in TPC, and so now he's back in the play-ins with the opportunity to write another Cinderella story, a sequel, if you will. So it's going to be super exciting to watch and see if he can make it happen.
Absolutely right. But of course, that's not the only player that has been there and has had runs that worked out. Dasik, basically one of the greatest of EMEA. He has been there for all of EMEA's history, and he is once again trying to get to that high level. Has been to 5 Tacticians crowned, has been to 5 regional final lobbies, as well as 10 regional finals since the inauguration of TFT Esports, in the sense that you all know it, that is only 1 regionals that he missed thus far. So he is certainly a player to watch. And And just a little fun fact for everybody, he really likes it when you call him Senpai, because he's been doing a lot of coaching. He's been doing a lot of tier lists. So he's EMEA Senpai, as we like to call him, really.
And certainly, I did read some of the interviews that Impetuous Panda was doing with the players before this season even started. Dasic in particular stood out to me as being a player who pretty much laid out from the beginning of the season that he was going to go forward and win the regional title. So to do that from the play-in stage is quite an incredible achievement. But let's see if he can make it happen. Maybe before we go any further, of course, the format we've got in place for today is different and also unique to not just the play-in stage, but also this particular play-in stage. So just so everyone understands what is going to be happening today and where we should be focusing most of our attention, could you lay it out for us?
Right, so to remind you, we've got 16 players and there will be 7 games in total. However, after the first 5 games, the 4 bottom players will be cut and the 4 top players will be directly advancing to the week 1 starting tomorrow. And the remaining 8 players will play 2 more games and the top 4 of them will also advance while the bottom 4 will be cut. Remember, it's going to be 50% of the players advancing and 50% being cut at the end of the day. That's the gist of what you need to keep in mind.
Yeah, and of course it is a hot day in Europe, right? Most of EMEA is struggling with the heat, so we're really hoping those players can stay hydrated. They got their fans on, they have AC if they have AC, and we're really hoping they can get through this day. It's not going to be an easy one, but of course, if you want to beat the best, you have to show up in a really, really big way, and that is exactly what they need to do today.
Again, just to recap, and of course, we'll be reminding you guys as the day goes forward. 16 players come into this one, 8 players leave, but it's really game 5 where we get that big cutoff, because even while theoretically, it's the top 50% that are going forward, because it's been cut from the very top players, it's not just about necessarily grabbing every top 4 that you can get your arms on. But before we get things truly kicked off here today, do want to make a quick reminder that if you want to become a TFT legend yourself, why not head across to CompeteTFT.com. You can grab yourself a compete card and shoot a shot at one of the most accessible esports on the planet. As we already mentioned, we've got players coming in who are, who we haven't necessarily seen very much from at all. So it very much could be you in the future.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be you. You, right now, watching. You could be the one that plays the next regional finals if you get that miracle run. So all it takes is a shot, really.
All it takes is indeed a shot. Surround yourself with some great TFT players that can help you move along. That's something that's been really important in the past few years. That's what has made the most difference at the top level, having a great study group. And we've been able to see the rise of the different study groups. And the most recent one that has kind of shook the scene has been the Spanish community, with Dalesom kind of spearheading that and not only getting stellar results, but also pulling everybody up from the Spanish scene with him as well.
And I love as well, with Revan in our playing stage yet to come, he's been the front runner for the Spanish scene, of course, to break through the ceiling that's been there. I think it would be an incredible legacy for him to leave, even if he doesn't necessarily go through and get to another championship or another crown himself, that he's still proven it can be done. And hopefully there'll be plenty more Spanish players coming in and showing us exactly what they're capable of. I believe we will be having our next lobby, or first lobby, come up shortly, but just to get this out of the way while we've got a chance, Mix, could you run us through some of the other ways people could be watching today's event?
Absolutely. So we do have co-streamers, as we always do. If you want to hang out with some of your favorite people, if you want to listen to this broadcast in another language, or if we are just not covering the lobby that you really want to see right now, check out our co-streamers. They're also all linked in our score sheet, which you can access through chat as well. We have Spanish, we have French, we have Turkish, we have German, we have Russian, we have Italian, we have Polish, we have all of those languages ready for you guys to go, and of course all of those different POVs and communities that are eager to share their love for TFT with y'all. But of course, you're more than welcome to also stay with us.
All right, Well, guys, it looks like we're almost ready for that first game to get underway. Of course, we'll be joining Impetuous Panda and Barry Bannon for that one, and switching things up as the day goes on. But hopefully we'll be able to see a few of the players who are in that lobby in just a second, because, of course, we mentioned already the Spanish side of things. I believe, and I'll just double check this one, that we've got a couple of Spanish players in this first lobby, which is always a interesting situation from a viewer's point of view, because you get to see more of the players you love, but you also know that it's fairly unlikely that both of them are going to be able to come in and do exceptionally well.
Yep, there it is. That is our lobby that we are going to be watching. Of course, we mentioned Reven, we mentioned Guyosko, we talked about Spain as a region that is coming closer. Stinky and Kevin, it feels like they're taking a book out of Soju's place right now. A page out of Soju's book.
I wanted to point out, we have a side game obviously being played by the player, which is make your camera angles look as ridiculous as possible. We're getting some nice chin action from Brizing. We're getting some excellent forehead visibility on KP and Stinky Abuser, as you mentioned. The others are going for a more standard play for now, but you never know what might happen next.
Well, of course, for Brizing, we were seeing that, yes, absolutely, the rubbing of the chin indicates the thoughtfulness. For Kevin Parker, I think having a direct look into his brain, along with Stinky Abuser, is the most important thing. But we'll be getting things kicked off in just a second. As I said, the 7 games, so a long day, a very hot day for our players to go through. Particularly, I'm sure our players will be really raring to be able to lock down some early points just to take the pressure off for the rest of the day.
I mean, that would be nice, right? But the nature of TFT is somebody wins and somebody loses. So even if you are taking an 8th as a first place, that doesn't mean it's over yet. That just means you need to lock in, you need to get ready, and all of these players have enough competitive pedigree to be able to do just that. And I'm really excited to see if there's maybe any surprises that are coming for us today, as we are waiting to see how the set has been treating them. Of course, the TPCs have been happening, but it's always a little bit differently when regionals come into play.
Yeah, and with the entire set having had to the time to mature, is going to be so interesting to see if any of the players have some hidden techs, something super niche. We could see in the APAC play-ins just earlier today some crazy stuff like the 3-star replicator MF, which has been very elusive the entire set, but has managed to actually win lobby. So I'm super excited to see if they have any aces in the hole, hidden assets ready to pull out to surprise everybody and secure their place for tomorrow.
Alright guys, we're being told that our game is almost ready to begin. So absolutely, we'll be keeping our eyes very closely on here, particularly for any players who do manage to bring out anything surprising. Again, makes the most important thing here is, as you said, while it is recoverable from a first game loss, there will be, for half the players in the play-in stage, no more opportunities once this day is done. Their tournament will be just over, and it could even still be big names, like Reven, who don't make it through despite their incredible pedigree so far.
I can't believe Shredden just walked off. We were getting ready to go into game. Sir, get back in your seat. He listens and he follows. We should be ready to go any moment. We haven't talked as much about the meta yet, but I just quickly want to go over it. This particular patch, 17.6, has been so interesting because it's very wide. We're going to be able to see 1-cost, 2-cost reroll. We're going to be able to see some 3-cost reroll. We're going to be seeing some fast 8, fast 7 games, and we are into game. And with that, let's hear from our lovely casters, Impetuous Panda and Barry Baden.
Welcome one and all to the Set 17 Space Gods EMEA Regional Finals. Barry, it's been a long and arduous qualification path for all of these players. We've had all kinds of patches throughout this set, but finally we made it to the promised land. It is a truly balanced patch that I think is going to be so cool to see in action in a competitive setting in terms of the variety that is going to be offered across today and the entire regional weekend. Are you excited, Barry, finally for a patch like this one?
I'm excited. It feels like the TPC patches, there was always something that was a bit of an outlier, whether it was Corky Riven and TPC 2 or Space Groove coming in last time round. And it finally feels like even if you've not played the game for the last month, everything that at some point was good is now good again. So you might not be familiar with this current patch, but if you played previous ones, the overperformance have been dragged down. The niche spots, some of the reroll lines, they've certainly stepped up as well. And it does finally feel like we don't always get this towards regionals and towards Tactician's Crown. We've had some suboptimal patches, let's say, but finally, Panda, it feels like this should be a regionals where the most true flexible players can shine.
That's right. I think all cost buckets as well are well represented. There's reroll options, one cost reroll even with things like TF coming back with the Stargazer reroll we saw very early on. Even 4-cost comps that we haven't seen since pretty much PBE patch or the very first patch of the set, like Carrier Ace Solar back as well. So I think it's going to be a great offer of different comps and different strategies that we have not seen yet in this set. I'm looking forward to not just this weekend, but next weekend as well, of course. And the TAC patch will be likely very similar to this one.
Yeah, it does feel like that'll be the case where we'll get a bit of a taster for it here. These are a mix of players that came through trials, our lowest performing TPC players, so they do kind of have a point to prove. So it doesn't, what we see today might not necessarily be what we see throughout the rest of regionals, as some of our higher performers do come in. But I do think a lot of these players have been scrimming together consistently. They all have a general good idea. They all want to be holding those anima units. That does seem to be the one thing that early on is going to be something that's hotly contested. But in this first game, Panda, we have cheaper levels coming in and also prismatic. So the likes of level up here for breezing, already someone that's aiming towards that fast 9.
We do have 2 comeback stories as well. I wonder if that will eventually play into Yi, one of the comps that really has done well with comeback story, especially if you're able to have another combat prismatic, for example, and you're uncontested, you can hit that 4-cost comp. It can be incredibly strong. Exalted Adventure, Meepsy, Gnar, and Gwen. Gnar, of course, was nerfed this last patch. That would have been a completely bonker combination in 17.5. Still very, very strong. I think overall the printer Gnar, we saw some reductions on the gold as well, which I think was necessary. And we'll see how it ends up panning out with Exalted Adventure. It does seem like a very good game set up already.
Yeah, it feels like Exalted Adventure. I know Kenobi's a big believer in that it'll be almost an instant click. Direction's so important. There's the opportunity for something like that that's just very clear how you can play it. And so many of these reroll lines, there's very few misses on a lot of the 2 costs. The likelihood that you get 3 that you're unable to carry at least one of them, extremely low. So do you think we'll see a lot more of that as it goes on, if it is presented? But coming in here, I think we want to look at what compositions players will be angling for those win-out compositions. I do feel like AP may be more difficult to play right now, Panda, but definitely has a higher cap.
Yeah, it's just hard to get to that point, right? To the fast 9 boards,
yeah.
Especially with reroll being more of a consistent, type of comp you can play in all games now. I think it's just you're going to feel a lot of that pressure in stage 2 and stage 3. Whereas there were some patches this set where it was all fast 8, so it was kind of like hands off the wheel for stage 2 and stage 3. No one's really pushing the pressure that much, and you have the time to high roll a win streak against very weak boards and then just skip stage 4 and go straight to level 9 on stage 5. I think it's going to be harder on this patch.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Looking at the players we have in this lobby, a little bit of bias coming through from yourself, I assume, as the day goes on. We do have our 2 Spanish representatives here, but player I want to look at, Revan, we really don't know which version of Revan often turns up. His highs have been incredible. We saw the miracle run last time around to get himself back into TPC, but then we've seen this set a really underwhelming performance, and it feels like there's always a question mark of which version of Revan we'll see. But we know that his fans are always going to be cheering for him. There's going to be a big swell of support in the chat. So I'm sure he's going to take that on and really try push forward.
And I think for a big tournament like this with so much at stake, that the entire play day is for all of our players, I think Revan does have the benefits of working with a lot of very good players who are very engaged and very well. Like that even if he was maybe a little bit behind after TC and coming into this weekend, I think caught up. And he's a player who made top 8 net background last set, similarly with Basic, we'll see later on, hopefully today. These are 2 players who have just so much experience on the biggest possible stage of TFT, and that's going to really help you settle your nerves on a play like this, where you know that in the 5 games, a very big part of how your competitive experience will be in set 18 is decided here in terms of
We do get into our first God selection round for the players here. The big change this set, if you are just tuning in for the very first time at regionals, you're thinking, oh, where's Carousel? If maybe you haven't been paying attention, you might think, oh, these players are all the same. I've seen these before, but the game vastly different as it comes to this time round. But we do see, with it being cheaper levels, likes of Soraka being presented there, extra XP coming through, Fast 9 already something players will be leaning towards. But you touched on some of the experience we have from players, the likes of Revan and Dasik, the likes of Kevin Parker as well. Stinky, Makes even mentioned it. It feels like we've got some of the same players we've seen 2-3 years ago, many sets back. A lot of them are returning here, and it does feel like it's a bit of a veteran showcase in the play-ins. They're not all going to progress through, but all of these players, or most of these players, have so much experience.
That's right. I think it's a lot of players who did really well around set 11, set 12 before TPC actually started up, and they are kind of found the flow again in this set. Players like Shredden, players like Stinky Abuser, for example, who really popped off around set 10, set 11, and then hasn't really been performing at the highest level ever since TPC started. I think these are players who we have expected to maybe see competing in TPC at some point throughout the last few sets, but haven't just found a way to make it through from tier 2 to tier 1. And they have the opportunity now. This is, it's a very hard thing to make it from tier 2 to tier 1 with the way the circuits are set up right now. And the fact that you've made it to this point where you are just a few days away, a few tournament days away from actually making it is, I think, stressful for some of these competitors who are trying to make a full-time living out of competing in TFT.
Yeah, I mean, the opportunities it can present to you if you do get to that second week and qualify for TPC. As you've said, though, we've had 2 Tacticians trials to come through. Potentially for some of these players, they've got to get all the way through 7 games of play-ins today and then two additional days. So it's such a tough road. But for some of these players, though, I think they're just happy to have made it this far. I know we'll be seeing, as the weekend goes on, Blast at Moon, one of our trials winners, was very much... After 2 games, was like, that's it, my season's over. He had a bad start to the competitive season, and he wrote himself off after 2 games, and suddenly turns it around, wins that whole Tacticians trials, and suddenly you have this chance to make TPC. So the jump that players can make from semi-professional all the way up to consistent tournament access is massive.
Seeing the end of stage 2 here, Giosko trying to hold on to this win streak, does get it with a Primordian setup as well. Very close to some extra econ as well the moment he can fit in the 3 Primordian. Giosko, an interesting game plan in terms of forward and strength into a 5 win streak doesn't usually happen. Yeah. I think it's not a bad thing at all because you're able to just save some HP early and then sack just much later in stage 3 and stage 4. There is some weirdness in terms of trying to time the cash outs because if you time in the wrong way and you're losing too much HP in stage 4, for example, and then you have to stabilize in like 1 or 2 rounds, and it sometimes is difficult depending on what you cash out.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the earlier you can do it, you then have a little bit more freedom. It's not as stressful to figure out your board. But as you've said, if it's a turn you were already planning to potentially go 9, or it's a turn you're looking to switch out a lot of your board already, it's an extra step you have to do. And we've seen players often need, even at the highest level, 2 full rounds to do these transitions. So as you've said, we'll have to keep an eye on that. But a lot of players will be in a similar position. They'll be angling for these just early boards that can get them up towards level 8, level 9, and then be making these big transitions. And whether or not they'll need 1 or 2 extra lives to do so could be important.
We're seeing a lot of different Stargazer, Lulu here.
Yeah.
The option for Kevin Parker. We saw the red buff slam for Brizzing, so most likely that will be a Xayah angle. Overall, I think Stargazer and Mountain specifically, it really does depend on what players have the opener for it. If a lot of players have the opener for it, they tend to opt into it, so it can be dicey in terms of how contested you'll be later on. But there are a few different variations that you can play in the end with the Stargazer emblems, enabling different carries that are not from the Stargazer comp itself.
Yeah, it does feel like it's quite a flexible line. Players will load in, they'll check what the Stargazer is. Some of them really, you're just going to instantly push away. The likes of Fountain, Huntress, not too interested in. But as you've said, when it's Mountain, we will see a lot of players leaning towards it. And in this particular game, already is the case. But Glasgow, finally getting that loss, did push to level 6, but in a really comfortable position. As you've said, stage 3 would be a nice time for him to potentially start bleeding anyway, because it's something he has to keep an eye on.
Has a fairly strong board, so we did see a immediate reroll on
No restart vision.
No misclicks. Then he gets recombot behind it, so the content silver augments have been offered, but he has chosen to keep it nice and safe. Boxing lessons will be the decision instead. And I think Yosko right now does not really mind getting into a bit of a loss streak throughout the most of the stage 3.
Yeah, certainly doesn't. We see KP here just going for that ascension. A little bit of combat power seems to be the case across the board. Players not seeing any of the content clicks coming through. Not in the first day of play-ins. Certainly isn't going to be the case, as players are just going for a little bit more combat strength here from the silver augments. But Shredded now, the only player on this big win streak. As a player that you've said, so much experience, but definitely feels like so much to prove. Returning here to almost to the highest stage, definitely want to try crack that full qualification to regionals tomorrow.
And Shredded is one of those players who I think really benefits from this being a 4v4 set. I think there are a few competitors who are just going to be performing much better individually because they are so much more locked in and so much more invested in the set because of 4v4. Shredded, of course, with a few Polish players like Aki, like Kezman, did really well in EWC in 2025. They were the Cinderella story, I would say, at a global level, not just from EMEA. That didn't quite make it all the way in this set, but just the fact that they prepped together, that they kind of locked in for so long, screaming and talking about the game, I think it really elevates their individual games as well.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this particular set, also with the introduction of minors and majors, so even more opportunities to get some high quality practice in. The existence of the 4v4 just meaning people are scrimming longer, the players that sometimes dip out when they haven't made it to this stage, they still have something to focus on. So as you've said, the practice across the board for, I think, any player that's already in study groups and already established is going to be a lot higher this set. Whereas if you are a newer player, it does make it a little bit more difficult. You might not have those connections, you might not be in these study groups just yet. And for those players, a little bit more of an unknown, like Dormammu in this particular game, got to show up and show everybody that, hey, next time round, I'm going to be here again. This is someone you want to be practicing alongside, because when he looks across the field, he knows a lot of these players have got so much experience.
Again, Revan, already a Corki pair on level 6, so despite Corki not being the S-tier comp that it once was across a few different patches this set, it's still definitely quite playable, kind of the B tier-ish, I would say. And especially if you have 2 Corkis already on 6, and everyone else seems to be contesting Zaya on the 80 lines for the 4 costs. I think Revan will be quite happy to play a comp that he probably knows very well as well. I think that's one of the benefits for Revan, the fact that he's kind of catching up to the meta. If he can play some of the comps he's been playing throughout most of the TPC tournaments this set, he'll be quite happy.
Yeah, it feels like Corki's the one that didn't dip out completely at any point. Some of the other compositions have had their moments and then fell away entirely for a different tournament. But Corki's always been there, as you've said, now just in a really stable position. But throughout the entire set, everybody's played so much of this. It was the most played comp across EMEA, across every tournament. So it feels like it's been there, these players know it, it's reliable. And as you've said, if you get gifted it in a sense like this, hard to say no.
It's a timebreaker as well, 5 free rerolls already, so Revan just in a pretty happy position. Obviously has lost a little bit of life on a 5 loss streak now. Won't get too low by the time the stage 3 is over. Does want to go for that full loss streak most likely, and then gonna have a big roll down. Relic on the other side is sitting on a NAR 3, Meepsy 3,
already?
level 6, 50 gold. Can you explain to me what has happened here, Barry?
Well, we thought, okay, getting 2 of the Meeple units for your Exalted, that means you can print them. Didn't even need to get there, just spawn them in beforehand. As you've said, gets those duplicates coming through, but clearly hasn't even dug deep as well, Panda, sitting at 50 gold, so already a high roll getting these 2 options, but having everything so early, it's going to be so strong now, and the possibility to be able to level up off the back of it, didn't spend that all those resources. I'm not quite sure how this has happened, to be honest.
Very, very strong spot here for Relic. I think I have to imagine it's almost a guaranteed top 4 from just how far ahead he is of the game in terms of his tempo, in terms of how stable I think NAR 3 is as a carry, despite the nerfs recently. Wow, really, really strong game from Relic to start things off. A player who I think hasn't quite had his moment to shine yet since his transfer to EMEA. I think he's obviously had big highs, winning the Latam championship all the way back. I think it was in set 10, set 11 around that era of TFT, but hasn't really had success since transfer over to EMEA since competing in Portugal.
Yeah, we've been struggling at the global stage in EMEA, so we had to take somebody that's performed well in a crown for another region, bring them over here, say, okay, teach us your ways. And as you've said, as of yet, hasn't had that performance, but does definitely have the chance to do it here. But Shredding keeps that 5 streak going. Another player in such a strong position. Just having this Leona being printed, giving himself so much front line, and should be having a pretty easy route towards getting to level 8, flexing around a lot of these AP4 costs, and then looking towards the level 9 board.
Most likely will play into Nami, it seems like to me, with the Bastion +1, with the bench she's holding. Nami, of course, did get a slight buff right at the very end before the patch released, so non-reroll Space Groove is very much back on the menu, and quite strong comp to kind of angle from a spot like that one.
Yeah, we've also seen potentially he'll use it as a placeholder, then lean into the Bard Sona ASOL, this level 9 board that is still the highest cap version. But checking in here with KP, one of our Stargazer players, trying to get this Lulu online, but only just getting the 2-star coming through here. Still has a decent amount of gold to work with, but when he looks around the lobby and realizes how strong some people's positions are, it does put his game on a little bit of a time.
More importantly, has a lot of HP to work with, right? I think the really scary Lulu spots are when you're in this position econ-wise or copy-wise, and you're also 40 HP, because then you really feel like you just don't have time to read your econ, and the game kind of explodes on you, basically. But in this case, Kevin, I think we'll have at least 3 rounds here to try and get some extra econ and try and hit on 4-5.
The player that does not have that much time, Stinky, spent all of his gold here, has not been able to put together a win at all at any point during the game, and isn't really looking in such a strong position. We look at some of these other spots, it's not like he's going to be able to easily pick up a few rounds here now that he has rolled deep, and coming up against one of our players with already in such a strong position, Stinky definitely not the start to the day he would have liked, and looks like a really difficult spot to turn around.
Is this Bisaya, by the way? Morello, Kraken, Deathblade. I have my doubts.
When you run an 11 loss, I think anything is Biss. Just get some slams coming through. But
desperation Biss.
Yeah, desperation Biss has certainly came through, but it's just really is looking like a rough spot here. If he can maybe hit some 2-stars right now, then he could hopefully stabilize. But even then, I think he's going to fall off pretty quickly when players are getting towards level 9.
And Dormammu, of course, also rolling for the Xayah. Revan should be rolling for the Corki. We're seeing... Actually, no, Revan has decided to pivot into Yi with the comeback story. Does make sense. Despite having the Corki pair, just wants to go for the higher cap comp overall. I assume this means that maybe there isn't any other Yi player. I wonder if Gyosko is maybe considering it as well with his Fortune Strength.
Yeah, possibly, because we've seen Kindred really step forward more so in that comp to be even more important than previously. So getting the 2-star coming through. However, did have that Pandora's, so for a couple of rounds is a little bit vulnerable. We saw very few slams as an option, so we'll be having to see exactly what he can deliver. But as you've said, 2 players on this line can tend to support 2. In the past, we've seen it be 3 or 4-way contested. That isn't going to be the case. 2 feels like the absolute maximum now.
It is kind of risky though. Gyosko, of course, forged in strength, and he's still 68 HP. Hasn't cashed out the artifacts yet. It is going to require a lot of APM. He does have 2 forgers to try and find ideal fits for a mostly AD-centric comp. You don't really have any AP outs in this line, so it is a little bit more risky for Gyosko. But with 2 reforgers, I think he should be able to hit some decent artifacts.
Well, 2 Yi players just have no items. Everything's on the bench, just all components, but as you've said, hopefully Gyosko can pull something out the bag with his Reforger after he does cash out. Freezing here.
As well. Maybe not the best items on the Xayah just yet with the Gunblade for Slam, but he does have Focus Fire, so some extra base AD is going to be really important for Xayah with her attack speed, as well as Second Wind on a very beefy board, as we're seeing here. It's just Xayah and a ton of, meat shields basically in the front line.
Yeah, she's got to do a lot of heavy lifting, as you said, only 2 items and a lot of damage coming through as it is. Coming up against Relic here, who we know is in such a strong spot. And Breezing also down a Prismatic right now, just only level A off the back of level up. when it is cheaper levels anyway, so he's not really getting much of an advantage from the time being, and is nowhere near being able to push on. He's dug all the way, and Relic, as we touched on already, sitting in a really, really comfortable spot, and even getting the lucky gloves coming through for this round.
Relic did lose the last fight. I have to imagine it is to Shredden, who's on a 12-win streak still, because it seems like the gap between these two players to the rest of the lobby is going to be pretty big, despite the stage 4 roll downs already for the 4-cost players. And Relic is essentially kind of a 4-cost player. He's already level 8 as well.
Yeah, 2 players now that are facing down the barrel of elimination. Stinky, we knew the spot was rough, but Revan also now just 4 HP, so already some players that we touched on at the start of the day would really want to start strong and put down a bit of a marker. And players that tend to be quite swingy and have put together either big win streaks or a lot of 7s or 8s in a row, someone like Revan, so definitely not what he wants to see in this first game.
Revan did only get 1 BF sword from the item. Actually, he has Pandora, so I'm actually surprised. Maybe that's why he pivoted from Corki into Yi. He hasn't hit the Yi 2 yet. He doesn't have so much roll to do so now. I wonder if he was in a better spot to just play for Corki, having a Corki pair already. And I guess a slight contest from Relic holding, copies of Corki and Rammus, but not really.
Yeah, he's still... As well, we saw as well the Pandoras a few rounds ago. He had very little slams, so these couple of rounds he has been quite a bit weaker. He's only just managed to get a few items coming through. So I think in this stage of the game he couldn't really afford to have 5 or 6 components on the bench for 1 or 2 rounds, and that was the case. But coming up against Stinky Abuser, one of our first eliminations will be coming through this round.
Surprisingly not slamming BT here, despite the do-or-die nature of this round. The 2 Desperation Abyss players facing off on 4-5. 1 player will be eliminated and will be tasked with coming back mentally from a very early exit in this game 1. It looks like it will be Stinky in the end, so Revan perfectly calculated with his item not being slammed, and Stinky has a lot of mental homework to do, Barry, coming into game 2, considering, the high-stake nature of a play-in day like this one.
He had... At no point really in the game did he really look like he had anything going for him. Not able to pick up any early wins, was on the back of that 10 loss. And then playing Zaya when we're seeing a lot of Stargazers throughout the game anyway, makes it, you've 10 lost into a contested line, so you really have to 2-star everything in that one big turn that he had the roll down. As you've said, Desperation Abyss was just slamming things coming through. But I think ultimately a 10 loss into a three-way contested line is never going to go too well for you. And we do see our other players were able to stabilize somewhat and save some econ as well. Dormammu here, a player we haven't touched on too much, one of our lesser-known players in this particular lobby. Definitely managed to assess his board well in stage 4 and stabilize quite nicely.
Really want to go 9 as well with the Ari boon coming up soon as well. I think overall players will be a little bit greedier in a lobby like this one. And the middens should work decently on the Zaya here just for the base attack speed. Shredden, I imagine, also just with all the extra HP he has been able to save throughout stage 2 and 3, will be trying to push 9 as well for that fast 9 AP ward we talked about early on. It's hard to get to, but if Shredden makes it, he will most likely be the victor in this game 1.
Yeah, Shredden, a lot of lives to work with, so can take his time getting there. Econ's looking pretty good. I think Dormammu as well. Someone like Stinky's on the verge of dying, so rolling any more this stage wasn't necessary, and also put together a 5-win regardless, so just looking for his items.
I mean, he's hit everything, right? He has a Morgana 2, has his Zaya 2. Only really missing the Tom Kent and the Nunu, but these aren't really the item carriers for now at the very least.
Just having a think here of what items he does want. He's clearly considering this, but he's not 100% sold. There's not an insta pick coming through. So. Does opt for it in the end, and we'll see exactly what items he does choose to make. Maybe the Mittens Biss no longer will be the case. Still going on for now, so we'll see how long that does last on there. But as you've said, does mean she can go interrupted. She's going to be able to free fire throughout these fights without getting slowed down at any point, which is, we've seen it in the past with the likes of QSS and Titans being slammed on some of these corner carries, so can deliver the same type of utility.
Revan has hit Yi 2, but we're also seeing Lulu 3 and Pantheon 3 now online for Kevin, who is still very, very healthy. Up against Dormammu, going to be a first big test in terms of how this Lulu is going to fare against these 4-cost 80 comps with the Radiant JG in particular. Should be very strong, especially once that Ascension kicks in. We'll see if the front line holds on for long enough.
Yeah, KP coming in here with this Lulu is raining down and doing a lot of damage for the time being. As you've said though, the front line just barely surviving here, so KP picking up a win, Breezing dropping down, so Revan not out just yet and putting together a little bit of a 2-win streak, trying to claw back every position he can, but still in a difficult spot. He knows his cap really in this game is not particularly high, he's just trying to claim back every position he can.
He did speedrun full value comeback story though. That's the one thing that's maybe saving
That's
him
true.
here. But he also picked up Pandora's on 4-2, which is not really a great spot to be in overall in a game of TFT of this level in particular. This is his mirror matchup against Giosko, but MC might come through. They are in their player pools, and it will be the case. Giosko up against Revan, Spain versus Spain, Yi versus Yi. Revan just trying to stay alive. Run more round.
One more round hopefully here, and he's coming up against a player who hasn't committed a lot of his resources yet, so it is a pretty good time to fight Giosko. And we know Revan really has been do or die in this particular game. He's in a pretty strong position though, and a big wrap getting straight through, and an easy win in fact for Revan. Giosko now has a big round to try stabilize off the back of that. But Revan looks like, as you've said, off the back of the comeback story, if anybody can do the miracle runs, we've seen him do it before, and living on a knife's edge, not a problem for him.
And finally, the cash out comes through for Giosko. It doesn't even matter what artifacts he gets. I mean, he's already looking so strong with all the upgrades he's getting here. Just missing the Fiora too. Looking at the artifacts, Flicker Blade looks great on the Kindred. You know, generic tank. Sniper's Focus is also, I think, you know, okay. You can gamble, of course, if you want. A few extra rerolls here on the Aegis.
Yeah, it was a good matchup for Revan coming through there. A bit of a Spain handshake just before the cash out comes through. And as you've said, Giosko now getting 3 pretty decent options coming through. We can use all of them. It's not like he's got a dead one. Had the Reforgers to work with, and now should be in a pretty strong position. Does have 3 items on top of this Belveth for the time being though, so we'll hopefully be able to find a better holder for that than that.
Looks like it will be a loss here with Giosko, but at the very least will be staying alive at 17 HP. We talked about the danger of catching out Forge and Strength late.
Yeah.
You're going to have a very dicey turn where you're not taking 9 HP for a loss. You're taking, you know, almost your whole life. Luckily, killed off enough units there to stay alive.
Does get one of the upgrades coming through, but still, there's a lot of players in this lobby that are looking pretty scary. So for Giosko, even though he's got that cash out, as you've said, no guarantee at all. But we're checking in here with Dormammu, who was one of our players that stabilized on the Xayah board pretty early, was able to hit most of the upgrades, and able to get towards level 9. And he does now have the Jhin online, pairing the shop if he's able to win this round here. A lot of players are so close, Panda, to just really capping their boards, but as of now, a lot of big pairs that haven't been hit.
Really good positioning from the Blitz. You're going to block the path for Yi to sneak onto that Jhin, onto that Xayah. We'll see if that'll be the case, or if the Yi does end up wrapping one of the things out of the main tank, that the Morgana just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. If maybe Xayah and Jhin get back onto the Yi and burst him down before he can sneak in, that looks like it will be the case here. A big fight win potentially. Fiora is still alive though.
And Kindred as well.
And it's
doing
over.
So much
Dormammu
work.
goes down. The comeback story, not quite enough for Dormammu here. It's only now Kevin left alive from the Stargazer players.
No, not quite. And we saw the Kindred 2 hit was really big. 2 artifacts on top of that. As you said, Fiora as well, finally getting the artifacts instead of the Belveth we'd seen previously. And just off the back of that 1 extra round, able to stabilize so much. But Relic here, we knew he was locked in for this top 4 when he 3-starred both his Exalteds for free. However, as you've said, the Nana nerf coming through, playing this Meeple line, he doesn't really have much other damage dealers. Normally you do like to get the likes of Jhin alongside it, but Jin's so contested in this particular lobby, hasn't been able to do so, and he's relying completely on Na, which in the past maybe would have worked, but not working out too well in this one.
Really good positioning, last second swap from the Meepsy right into the Yi, leaving his right side completely exposed, but there are no real threats on that right side, so couldn't have asked for better positioning. Is this going to be strong enough to defeat Yosko? The Fiora does get taken down quite early as well. It's all looking like the best possible situation for Relic to win this fight here against Yosko.
Yeah, maximum sniper value as well coming in. Gets on top of that Kindred. Glasgow does drop down, so one of our players we thought early on, putting together that win streak, having a cash out coming down the line as one of our potential lobby winners, falling down into 4th place, which just shows how high cap some of these boards are getting. Relic in most scenarios would have been more than comfortable into the top 2 or top 3, considering how early he hit, but as I said, Kevin Parker on a big 5 win streak now, sitting pretty at the top. Ever since he's got this Lulu and this Milio online, has not looked back.
He's only going to scale more and more, right, as he prints more emblems, as he reaches that 7, that 8 Stargazer, as he reaches levels as well. He's still level 7 compared to everyone else. He's going to have a much easier time continue to cap out the board more easily, where Relic is already level 9, for example. So Kevin is looking really strong. I mean, Radiant items on Lulu have been strong all sets. That really hasn't changed once you have the right setup for it. And this definitely was the right setup from Kevin in terms of how much HP he preserved in stage 2 and 3 as well. And just the mountain. It's one of those constellations where if you make scaling game, you will be very strong.
And Shredding here, another player that printed the Leona early, was very healthy and just used that to push all the way on to level 10. So he's trying to put things together, but as you see, Kevin Parker only set at level 7, as you've said, but the players in the lobby already making it to 10. So remarkable how strong this mountain is, just giving him so much power still. But Relic here has the opportunity to try clinch a spot in the top 2 coming up against this Shredding board, but does this now have enough?
It is double combat as well for Shredding, despite being level 10. It's not like he picked triple econ and he has kind of a fake board. Despite that, it is Various Boon for Shredding instead of the Ari, so a little bit unfortunate that those were his god picks, and looks like Relic just has enough power to take down this board from Shredding. Still missing a lot of upgrades from Shredding. Still Morgana 1, Chen 1, Bard 1, so there are still avenues to improve the board.
And KP also lost on the other side, so his Ghost losing out to, I think it was to Relic as well, so it's a bit of a test for Relic's board of how strong it actually is. He's really stepped up here and delivered on that, but Shredding, as you said, had a lot of work to do, had a lot of leftover units from going to level 10, so he can definitely swap things around. KP finally making it up to level 8 himself, but not really added too much here.
I think also Shredding maybe punished a tiny bit in terms of the itemization on the Sona. The fact that he skipped level 8s and skipped Nami altogether because of his tempo. The double Nashor's JG is not really good on Sona or on Bard, I would say, from my experience this set, compared to Nami, for example, or Lulu, of course. So it seems like suffering from success for Shredding. He just had too strong of a setup, pushed to 9, and now maybe is not going to be able to contend against these other boards.
Feels like some things never change. There's always somebody who's just slamming whatever they can, tempo, and then they get to the late game and they're like, oh, I don't have this and everybody else does. But that is just how it goes. But he does have the advantage of being level 10. He's getting a lot of value, so he does have the big upgrades he can hit, and that even without best in slot on every unit, could still see him cap out high enough.
No Bard pair is kind of tragic. If he had kind of the Bard pair to hope for those few rolls you get every turn, that could be it. But we're seeing the Bard here from Relic as well. It has evened out. It was a win from Shredding against Kevin. Kevin now on a 2 loss streak, so maybe there's still a lot of drama left to unfold the rest of the rounds here.
Yeah, Relic coming up against the Ghost as well, so a possibility that we still don't have any eliminations, even though it felt like we were approaching the end of the game. These 3 players are clinging on. As we said, the TG very good for Bard in this particular fight as well. And Relic should be okay to stay alive here, but we'll see on the other side if Kevin Parker or Shredding picks up the win, which of them is going to be strong enough to contest with Relic.
Decisive win here for Relic, and looks like once again it will be Shredding taking down.
It's close.
Not taking him down, but taking him down a notch at the very least. It was very close. You're right. 1 mil Murillo cast could have maybe decided that fight. I wonder if Kevin has a chance to go 9. No, he's 0 gold.
Yeah, not much more that Kevin can do really to make himself stronger. Where Shredding still, as you said, doesn't have the Bard pair yet, but potentially down the line can get the Blitz upgrade as well. So There's a few upgrades he can do for this board, and already just edging out KP there. It feels like Kevin Parker, not much more he can do to make this board any stronger.
The vow for the Nunu is going to be pretty big as well. Trying to get one or maybe just two more impactful casts in these late game fights.
Some pretty good TGs again on top of Relic, so getting a little bit of health coming through here just to add a little bit more power to this board.
Nar will be on Leona right away with that stone plate, so we'll slow down the DPS coming out from Relic's main carry. Well, maybe not too much because Leona has been taken down already. Huge amount of birds coming out from that triple backline carry setup from Relic here with the Nar, the Bard, and the Jhin. And Relic, I mean, he hit so far ahead of pace, you had to imagine he would play for a top 4, but it looks like it might just be a win, considering the few extra carries he's been able to add to the comp as well. It's not just the Nar now, it's also the Bard and the Jhin.
The double of them
will be a big Game 1 victory for Relic, starting things off exactly as I imagined he would have liked to in a pivotal day like this one, Barry, where there's going to be so much at stake for not just these 8 players, but all 16 players trying to keep their Tier 1 dreams alive.
Yeah, it feels like, as you've said, that game was almost handed to him a little bit, where he hit everything so quickly early on. But then he did have a spell during the middle of the game where a lot of the units he wanted to add at level 9 and level 10 had been taken. So he had to edge out a few results, just get there. But once he got to that Bard, once he got to that Jhin, a little bit extra support, and it was just too much for the rest of the boards to deal with.
Overall, with the encounter, not too much reroll in this game, but I think we will still have a lot to see across the rest of the 7 games we're going to have in store for you guys in this play-in day of the regional finals here at EMEA. Overall, not the best showing for the Spanish players as well, but fingers crossed they can come back in the game 2 and clutch things up. I'm also curious to see what we'll be seeing over in the results from the other lobby as well, with players like Basic, for example, and how they're doing.
Yeah, with the likes of Day6, so much experience, and we'll have to see how he's all got on and how the over lobby has went down. So Counterfeit, Kenobi, and Makes, take us away.
All right, thank you guys so much. What an incredible way to get a start off here. Of course, guys, it is a mountain our players will have to climb here in the play-in stage. So what better way than to have half the lobby decide they're going to take one route through?
Come on, Peter. You can do better than that. But yes, of course, that Mountain Stargazer being the name of this first game here. Once you see it, you just know that path is unlocked. So many emblems to be printed, and 4 of our players deciding to go down that route. Really, the victor that came out of this one has to be Kevin Parker saying, I'm not going to play along the Xayah version. I'm going to pick up that Lulu instead. Lulu recently buffed, wasn't really an option for too many of the Stargazer versions prior to this patch, but now with the Mountain definitely showing up in a big way, and of course that Radiant helping a ton as well, Kenobi.
Yeah, and you gotta feel like that he was punished a little bit by the contest because he was not able to play around that 3-star Jax, had to play around the 3-star Pantheon, and could not get the Maokai as well to help him out, so that's probably why he fell just a little bit short of getting better than 3rd. But when you're 4-way contested, 3rd is already a pretty huge win. The other players not as successful, going 8th, 5th, and 7th, respectively. It makes a ton of sense. When everybody is contesting, then no one gets a clear shot at hitting all the units. Everybody missed on some of the stages for the composition.
I mean, as you're saying in the green room, even just something like having the Jax available to have as a 3-star reliable frontline early on, it's going to be very, very difficult to come by. But let's talk about some of the other bits and pieces that came in here. Of course, we can't go too much further without acknowledging Shredden did an incredible job in that game in seizing the early momentum and really running with it in a very high-powered lobby.
Yeah, I really like the way he was just playing around, getting that Leona earlier on with that additional Bastion emblem and identifying that you really can play. Basically, in the end, it ended up being more of a P.B.A. board than anything else, but he did consider for a long time to play around that Disco instead, so I really liked it. Stargroove, sorry.
Yeah, the early stage 2 was, you're living in the past, Makes. Disco was... pretty good, but
sorry.
it's over.
Disco's dead, baby.
We're space grooving now, Makes. Get on the same page. And with the stage 2 was kind of weird because Giosko and Shredin both had scaling options. Giosko with the 14 strengths still went on a 5-win streak, and Shredin was using the Arbiter to print Leona 3 and still ended up winning the entire early game, both of them. So that was pretty interesting, and one of them converted it into a very big placement, and unfortunately for Giosko, he fell just a little bit short, still managed to get a top 4 there. But the Master Yi and Kindred line looks to be one of the new contested lines for this tournament, right, Peter?
Oh, for sure. It's so fascinating to see such a narrow field being played in this first lobby. Again, remembering that these players will be playing against each other again in the game yet to come. So we're seeing our players already starting to stake things out. But hopefully for the future game to come next, we won't be seeing more situations like that one where we just had, very uncomplimentary routes being taken by so many players.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I also hope we're not going to see another 4-way contest. That's usually not where you want to be in this competition. And of course, depending on how the Stargazer shakes off, it is going to be something that players are interested in. Once again, we are going to be getting ready for our next game. Lobby 2 is the one we're going to be hopping in, and you can see players are starting to kind of just lock in as the Dasik just runs away. Hypno is pacing back and forth here, trying to get his mind into the competition, and we are of course also curious on this one and what they are doing.
Honestly, my headcanon for Hypno is that he's trying to find the place where the air is driest to get into good conditions. But he went, he got a first place in the first game, so he must be feeling good about it. Trying not to let it get to your head is also one of the important things when you get such a good start. Staying level-headed and cold-blooded enough to do it again is super, super important. But also, I want to point out, Saza starting with the second place despite his reduced practice time. It's a pretty good sign for him.
It was a farce. We were trying to lead them astray, Kenobi. Don't expose us.
Well, Mates, we know from previous experience, of course, was Sasa the first ever player to win 2 Golden Spatula Cups. He was, as much as Hypno is trying to get into the right headspace, he was also reliant on rituals, burning candles to try and keep his luck in good form. So perhaps we'll be seeing similar stuff from him today, trying to maintain focus under some very difficult circumstances.
Yeah, I think so as well. I also think Zaza is a very interesting player. He is very similar to Elia in the way that he likes to just meme about, but when it comes to actually doing the thing, he often talks himself down more than up. And so whenever he has those high successes, it almost feels like he didn't think he had it in him, where we do have a lot of players that go into it and they say, like, I'm going to win it, and they do. So it's just a very interesting player profile that we have in Zaza.
That is very true, and looks like his practice just paid off really well there. And the thing with a shorter amount of practice is, I'm using his own words because I was watching him practice a little bit in the past couple of days. With less time to practice, he had to completely cut out some game plans that he wouldn't have time to really understand and get an accurate read on. And so means he's just going to be playing very few lines, but hopefully for him, pushed to a good enough level that he's going to be able to win with them. And it's a good start. So let's see if it holds for him. And we're now into game. Peter, take it away.
Well, yeah, absolutely, Barry and Petrus Panda. Let's see what's going on in the other lobby.
We got our first taste, Barry, of the scores for these players, how they started off their tournament as well, and gonna be curious to see how someone like Dasik in particular bounces back. I think Dasik has to be a little bit shocked to be in this position, right? Coming from 6th place, attack round, coming from one of his best sets ever, and just really rising in terms of EMEA talent. I think one of the peaks of his career, to now finding himself, like we saw with the Coco last set, for example, in the play-in stage.
Sometimes you've got to take this vacation back down. You've got to humble yourself. You can think, okay, every decision I've made has got me to the latter stages of a crown, so therefore I'm correct. But sometimes a set arrives that doesn't quite click for you. And you have to learn the hard way and grind yourself back to that position. But the likes of Dasik have been around for so long that this won't shake him. He's been in similar positions before. I think there was that spell where everybody knew how good he was, but he hadn't yet delivered on that competitive stage and hadn't had the tournament results. And he overcame that and really put down this marker as one of the best in EMEA, so he won't be shaken by this. But the player we're checking in with at the beginning of the game, the original king of any, I feel like, Zulanak, back in the when we had the Golden Spatula Cups, time and time again, he would be there. The sole representative from Romania, often in the final day, one of the sole representatives from coming through from Nordic East server. So a player that also, Panda, we've seen haven't seen too much of for quite a while, but we know that he can compete at the highest level.
Yeah, I think these are, like I mentioned before in game one, these are all players who had a really good peak around set 10, set 11 before TPC happened, before kind of the big structural changes to the circuit, and they haven't quite been in the spotlight since then. So it's some ways, it's a very interesting play-in stage with all of these, not super OG names, but kind of like semi-OG names showing up. Would be really cool to see some of these players rise back up into tier 1 and do well, not just today, but across this entire weekend. Fingers crossed. And Zulanak is definitely one of those players.
And one of our most interesting picks coming through, we have the Gragas hero augment coming in. So we hadn't seen a hero augment in the first game. I was wondering which ones would step forward. This is definitely one that is favoured. We've seen it can be rerolled alongside the Pantheon. We've seen the variants with Pike and Jinx, and it can deliver so well. And I think this is fun. I like the hero augments that completely change the units. Some of them, they feel okay, but this Gragas one, turning him into this big AP bomb, so fun.
This is a pickup despite the nerfs that have come through across, I think, multiple patches now on Gragas Hero, where it was just so I think so fun, but also just so strong, really at any elo when it first got released, or the patch after got released, and then it's been slowly toned down a tiny bit. Definitely still playable. I think Stegzor is not throwing the game by picking it here, but I do think it favored a lot from kind of the surprise factor of the first patch it came out, where people just didn't know exactly how to position against it in particular.
Yeah, often when a big factor in hero augments is, do you have a slam instantly? That is quite often the case, and he didn't actually have anything that he straight away wanted to come through with, so it's a little bit interesting. But as we look around the lobby, we see the likes of Warpath, some strong boards being put together elsewhere by Hypno here as well, using his duplicators early. So maybe Stagzor is content with knowing that there's a lot of strong boards. He can play for the lost streak. We see even Natu coming through there. So a lot of players, Panda, trying to force this 5-win.
From Basic with the Warpath, I wonder if this is some 4v4 residue. I know especially a lot of 4v4 teams, because of how the format works, they just really favored Warpath. It was maybe the most important augment in their success in 4v4 this set. And Basic taking a pretty ballsy move picking it up here. It's an augment that we've talked about. If everything goes well, fantastic. You're locked in for top 4, maybe you win the game. Just how much it can snowball you, but the moment you fall behind even a tiny bit in tempo, you lose that your win streak, you start losing your tempo in stage 3 in particular, your game might be over. It might be in 8th place, and Basic is currently sitting on 4 points, so he really needs a big game here.
Yeah, and there is an on-2 potentially on the way to stop this streak in its tracks, but as you've said, for now, does look pretty strong, has some early upgrades. Not showing much emotion, Basic. He's stoic. He's locked in for this one. Warpath can be as you said, high fluctuating pick, but he's not letting it get to him. He's not too worried about the potential downsides.
And Sasa, we're seeing here, very concentrated on his game plan. I have heard some rumors, some pro players talking about concentration, playing around vertical conduit, it being a fairly strong line to commit to in this patch. I think as Kambi was mentioning, Sasa, you kind of have to be honest with yourself and humble in some ways. If you have less prep, you can't be the most creative, Giga Chad player on the conversions. It's just not going to work that way. You have to try and play for lines that you have experience with, throughout the sets, or lines that you've mastered well, despite not putting as much time on this patch.
Yeah, I think obviously we know his situation. He's came in and not had that practice due to being thrown into the midst right at the end of it here. But there is also the fact that a lot of these players have maybe been really stressing for the past week or two, worried about this play-in stage. And Zaza's been thinking, my season's already over, and suddenly he's got this opportunity again. So it can be, maybe for the mental side of things, you just come in with this fresh outlook of, well, I wasn't expecting to be here, So anything is a positive from now on. And I think Zaza's been around for so long with so much experience. I feel like we all saw his tweet. We know where his mind is at, and I think he's definitely coming in with that positive approach.
So the cryogenics hex was offered there by Yasuo. I am living for cryogenic Gragas. What about you?
Well, we'll see. We'll see if Stygzar did pick that one up. I'm not sure exactly what he did opt for, but yeah, I feel like it just makes so much sense right now. He already knows exactly what he's going to be playing. Getting that Gragas ramping up early is going to be so important. And another player here, already looking pretty strong, Zulanak, getting the upgrade coming through. We do see Stygzar on the other side, as you've said, opting to pick that up. Slamming the Hand of Justice through as well, so no other copies as of yet, but early on, still staying healthy enough for the time being.
Zulanash really does want to be winning here with the advanced loan pickup, with the extra gold that he had. He wants to try and transfer that to power, obviously. You don't want to really pick up advanced loan and lose all of stage 2 and then have, obviously, a weaker augment in stage 3 as well, which will not allow you to bounce back.
Yeah, and getting that upgrade in the front line does need to pick up a few wins here. It's such a strong opening game. I feel like everybody's really trying to play a high tempo, and we kind of touched on it, except for one player here. Anima, we know how strong it can be. If people open on you, it can completely ruin your game. But we're in a lobby where it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. So many players are going to be reluctant to be the one to potentially ruin their chance at a win streak themselves. So maybe he has the opportunity to put together the 4 loss off the back of this Anima pickup.
It's the best lobby complexion possible, right, for Patoshka. I have to imagine he was scouting on 2-1, saw, Warpath, saw, duplicators, all this, high tempo, I'm trying to win streak kind of stuff on stage 2 for most of the players, and said, hey, this is my time to play for Anima, which has historically been a very frustrating experience to set because there were many patches where lose streaking and open forwarding was, quite a viable strategy. So it was very hard in a high-level competition like this one to get your Anima going exactly as you expected it to. Especially this combo with Cryogenic Hex, I think very strong. I wonder if he plays into the new carrier ASOL comp that has come back into the meta.
Yeah, we've seen it do really well. That seems to be the default cash out when players get to 500, cashing out into the ASOL, as you've said, has been just had so much success. We see here Hypno, no surprise, one of our 5 win streakers. That thing is not going to die at all in the front line, and in such a strong position here. And as you've said, a very high tempo lobby. And I suppose the one downside for if you're one of the Anima players is, well, if you're the Anima player in this lobby, is you might take a lot early. You're not going to be killing really anything. There's a lot of these front lines look like you're not going to be able to pick up the 1 kill which you could really like. So it has the worry that you might just bleed out really fast.
Yamato as well seems to be angling the printer Gnar. I assume had Gnar copies, so just want to get 1 duplicator right away. Just play for a high tempo stage 2. And they're going to be a little bit closer now. Already 5 Gnars, right? Naturally, essentially, without having to roll it at all. So this is the kind of place you want to be in when you're playing for Gnar. You don't want to be super far behind and having to print a ton of copies in stage 4 because then you just fall behind a little bit too much in tempo. But if he can make it to the point where he rolls down on 8s, he hits a few more Gnars naturally, and you can just print, Gnar 3 off of just 1 print, that would be huge.
And as we look around, so many players picked up the Cryogenic Hex. So popular. Especially when you have these big frontliners, just makes them absolutely unkillable. But Stygzar still not got even a second copy of Gragas coming through. So when he looks around this lobby and sees how strong some players are already getting, won't be too happy with that. I expect he's going to do quite a bit of rolling in the next round to at least try stabilize for stage 3.
Not too much overlap, I would say, with Gragas. There aren't any, it seems to be like any players angling for Yi or kind of mostly AD line, so I think he will have a fairly easy time. There are situations with 2-cost hero augments where sometimes they're just trait bots in other comps, and you are very mad at some people because they're holding 3 copies as early as stage 3, and you have a hard time hitting. But I think that won't be the case for Stygzar here. Ooh, electro charge, very interesting.
Does really want to hit the upgrade now. Does get it through, so should be able to stabilize somewhat. Gets the 4 brawler in as well, so in a pretty good position for the time being. Don't think he'll dig too much deeper, but as we said, was very important. Getting the IE coming through for now. For just wanted to slam something coming in. We know much rather prefer a JG on top of there, but he'll take what you can get at this point.
And this likely means he's trying to play for Pike 3, Gragas 3, dual carry. I have to imagine with the IE moving on to the Pike later on. I guess depending on what his item is as well for that Pike.
So a Gragas pair on Zaza's bench, so there's also a Gragas here on Hypno's bench. So the lobby putting in the hard work together. Not what Stags all want to be seeing, but players won't be holding them forever, as you've said. Just if it doesn't cost you any money, why not? We know exactly what unit he's digging for, but we'll be happy to see that. But Hypno keeping his streak going forward, 100 HP still. We knew as soon as he had this early on, the cryogenic coming through, this thing would just be absolutely unkillable. But he's also naturaled a lot of the upgrades behind it, so hasn't had a problem with the damage dealers. But Zaza here, our conduit player, not in the best position for the time being, but does have that Zoe 2 coming through, so that will be able to snipe off quite a lot of backliners.
Dasic also on a 4-win streak, so in a pretty good spot, I would say, from the Warpath cash out potential. He would really want to win streak all throughout this stage 3. It might be a little bit difficult. There are a few players that we mentioned already, like Hypno, I think mostly just Hypno, who are very, very strong with that orange 2 coming in.
Dasic is 15
Maybe
gold.
Stakes are as well, to be honest.
Yeah, Stakes are quite a lot here.
Survives for, I mean, once you get 3 casts off, I think it's almost like an insta-1 fight on stage 3.
Yeah, we see did dig pretty deep, but Stakes, as I said, Dasic also has, so he's sitting on 15 gold, so if he did just lose that round as well, as you've said, with Warpath, if things start to go wrong, it can spiral pretty quickly, and when you've dug that deep, as you see, he's only 10 gold now, and not able to keep the streak going, it's very hard to recover from.
I think he likely faced Hypno on that round. I don't really see Daisy losing to anyone else.
Yeah.
Considering how much upgrades he has. And Jinx 2 just being a very, very strong. I guess not really, doesn't really have any Jinx item. That's the biggest problem for Daisy right now.
Stakes are able to fix his items here, so as you've said, we'll be moving the IE over to Pike. The very annoying combination to deal with, just 2 extremely irritating units, but we should be able to scam a few rounds. But Anima player here, nearly at that 300 point. We know you want to go really as far as you can. The likes of 500 can almost put you out of touch with the rest of the lobby. But Na3 already arrived, so 2 games in a row we've had the printer Na not need to get to the printing stage, Panda, where it just self-prints and spawns in. But Yamato this time, 30 gold, level 6. Obviously did a little bit of rolling to get this online, but very, very early hit.
I don't blame these guys. Printer ink is pretty expensive. At least it was back when I used a printer 10 years ago. I imagine it's still the case.
That's true.
So being able to just have that in R3 online was going to help so much in terms of your stage 4 stability in particular. There are some awkward spots where you're waiting to get the R3. Everyone else has rolled down already on 4-2 and hit their 2-star 4 cost. And you'll lose a lot of HP, but that likely will not be the case here for Yamato.
Yeah, but regardless, if it's Dasic rolling deep or Na3 being hit, Hypno has stood firm and kept this streak going. Every time a player thinks, okay, good, I've hit what I've needed to, it should be stable, Hypno just loads in and just sitting pretty, still on that 100 HP win streak. Hasn't had to roll really at any point yet as well, so it's going to be so stable. And Stags are now putting together a 3-win streak off the back of his 3-2 roll down as well, so a couple of players played quite aggressive here in stage 3.
And Zolinash will be going for the Lulu, it looks like. Pre-leveled to 7, waiting to go all in on 4-1. There are 2 camps in terms of playing Lulu, rolling more deeply on 6 and trying to play for Milio, and then playing into Lulu and having kind of different spikes throughout your game. It looks like Zolinash is going pretty deep into just loving the 7 right away and rolling deep.
Yeah, I think when you look around this lobby in stage 3, there's not really much worth in 3-5 going, leveling, and rolling deep, as you said. So many players are already quite strong. Yeah, and then you have Anima, which is a free win regardless, so there's not really much worth in any of in digging deep at all there. But as you said, we'll be rolling at the start of stage 4. But our Anima player, 400 here. As I mentioned,
No
though,
cash out.
not being able to kill anything in a lot of these fights as well. Last round was one of the better ones, but has been taking some pretty big hits here. So on the 9, lost 30 HP. Still digging a bit deeper.
Patoska gonna have a very exciting round of TFT once he does cash out. Everything on the line. 1 point in game 1, so these are the risks that already some of the players like Patoska think they need to take to try and claw their way back into the kind of average point totals in terms of trying to survive that cut after game 5.
Has leveled.
I do like this rolling
a little bit. Yeah,
I like this a lot. I think you cannot think, I'm
do everything in one
God's
turn.
gift to TFT. I'm gonna cash out and do my entire board and itemize, and it's just not gonna work. You have to try and leverage your spot a little bit more.
Yeah, doing a little bit of it now, just making it easy for yourself. We've seen so many of the greatest players ever need 2 rounds doing things during neutrals. So, as you've said, you can back yourself, but I think at one point in the first game, it's so risky to play that way on a knife's edge, and doing a little bit of the rolling here. But coming up against Dasic, a Warpath player, is got those items on top of Jinx finally, so pretty strong. Able to make quick work of this Anima board, but a few kills here for the Anima player, so not the worst compared to some of his previous rounds.
You also have some info for your augment pickup as well, having rolled here. You haven't hit much. I think you can now angle an econ augment, for example, to try and hit something like the Acel at least. Staff is interesting, but I think you really have to go for some level of econ. Yeah, I like this a lot.
Yeah. Gets the 5
You need Acel too.
He was Anguin.
He's still 20 HP as well,
Okay.
so I mean, the spot is looking quite good, I would say.
Yeah, it has
Lot
hit
more
quite a
guidance
lot
too.
here. Items are looking pretty good. Still has the full dupe if he needs it as well. So
Ice Blast
Yeah, he's
armor
coming
just
through.
really, really insane on the Mighty Mech.
good ordering as well, making sure he's getting his items and coming down. Doesn't want to be doing everything as he loads into the round here. I think a really clean few turns, as you said, making it easier for himself last time round. Loading in now to Hypno, perfect time to tag a player that hasn't yet rolled too deep. Is just taking things slow. So off the back of getting this mech online, should be able to make quick work of this board.
Yeah, very well played for Patoska, I think. Just the entirety of this stage 4. I think he did everything in the way that he had to keep his chances alive of not just surviving, but surviving in a stable way without losing too much HP.
Yeah, and giving yourself the extra life as well, because even if you are in something like an Anima cash out, you always know there's somebody potentially that high rolls in the late game and can just, or you get wrapped potentially and you can lose that one round out of nowhere. So giving himself that little bit extra breathing room, also in a really good position.
This, of course, being the big change to how mech was played in the past. You now are entitled to play only 4 mech and have just more good units and just bypass the Urgot and usually the Fiora as well, unless you just 2-star her randomly on your level 8 roll down.
Stagzor is true 0, but he did hit the Pike 3, but unfortunately not particularly close to that Gragas. Did find a Kench 2 on his level 6 roll down, so maybe that's where a lot of the gold has went to. But he won't be too happy with being so far off Gragas. We've seen a lot of players holding successfully in this particular game.
Looks like he is able to scam some free wins against players who haven't been able to dodge that Pike. So if the Pike's able to buy sometime in stage 4, you can win the next two rounds along with this one as well. That can maybe be enough. Once you hit Gragas 3, I think it's a fairly good position to just top 4 from.
Yeah, just quite a way off, and I think the holds. There'll have been a few pings coming through in this particular game early on. We saw it be quite effective. Players, as long as it wasn't costing them gold, were doing so. And we see a flash up here of how close some players are to the 3 stars. So Hypno, a player that's taking things really slow. He's actually slow rolling at level 8, so he's very close to that on 3 as well. Often have to stabilize on level 7. His position was so good. He's able to. No, he's level 7, sorry, but he's still slow rolling and hasn't dug too deep. Is getting close to those upgrades. Another Acel 2 being hit here.
The board is looking pretty good for Salsa as well, at least the back line. The front line might be a little bit more dicey there. No Morgana added in just yet. Playing on the Lowy too. Basic should be very close. Yep, that is indeed very close. 1 point of damage away. Surely Basic will have some matchmaking to help him out here.
This is where we stop winning for the forever one away, but hopefully...
I will say, if Basic loses every single fight from here on out and doesn't cash out the game, I think that the play-in stage might be over for Basic. Just the mental boom that you receive from such an outcome.
It does come against a player here. He did hit the ASL, but the front line wasn't yet put together for Zaza. A lot of pairs, as we can see on that bench. So able to just about get the win. Basic finally able to get this cash out coming through.
The Kindred fits.
Well, it spawned in a Kindred. Kindred fits. Kindred is one of the units you were leveling for, so not too bad at all. And then, as expected, a bunch of gold coming through here. I suppose the one downside for Basic, though, is doesn't really have any combat power coming from his augment. So, yes, he's going to be leveling for this Kindred. But we know this Jinx reroll line struggles to contest, especially unless you can get something like a Maokai 3, which is very, very difficult to get to. It can struggle to contest with some of these late game boards, like this Hypno line if he is able to 3-star everything, for example.
Especially this Akali having just Omni-Vamp items. He's going to have a hard time bursting down the front line and trying to access the back line early, but looks like it's going to be enough for now. I think obviously right after the cash out, Basic should be one of the stronger players in the lobby, and he could be falling off a little bit in stage 5.
Yeah, has a lot of HP to work with though, so won't be too worried about that. But we see, coming in here, Basic still a decent amount of gold to work with. Hypno still sitting very pretty, but Zaza on that 4 loss, no gold to work with, so he's not really going to be getting any stronger at all. And Stygzor, 7 out of 9 on the Gragas for the flash up there, so still quite far away. And a lot of players just, we said it's not really a unit that you tend to just have on the board, but players this time around has finally got there for Stygzor, but players successfully held and slowed him down quite a bit.
Is it too little too late? That's the big question. I think we're seeing a pretty big disparity in power levels for some of the players here, so matchmaking could be a massive factor in terms of how the placements shake out in stage 5. Players like Basic, players like Matoska as well, incredibly strong now after their risky games ended up panning out for them. And on the flip side, I guess we'll have to see Stygzor with the Gragas 3 now online if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, just the fact he's still level 6 is very, very difficult. But we see Hypno actually did go all the way to 0 there, so was one off the Samira and opted to go all the way down. I'm not sure if he did hit it, so had the HP to work with, so maybe didn't need to do so. But Zulanak loading in here. We know how strong this Lulu board can be. We saw it perform very well for KP last time round. Ooh. However, the front line really lacking for the time being. Gragas just barely gets around, but unfortunately is deleted, and Stygzor will be taking another loss in this round. And
it looks
not have much
so good. The Pyke and the Gragas both on Lulu's side. Lulu getting hit early, but the direct damage coming out from Lulu itself. She defended herself appropriately, able to kill off both of those targets before they did too much damage.
And we even did a little sad roll on level 6 there, because we can't go up. Nothing to roll for, we'll just do it anyway. But Zaza did drop out in that one, so already seeing our first eliminations come through. Yamato here, able to get that fish bones online now, and has managed to get the upgrades in the front line, so is still sitting on the 7 meeple, which we know players really do want to get to the point where they can drop some of these for better units. Isn't in the position to do so, and doesn't have any gold to work with.
Looks good yet again. Gragas and Pyke will be targeting the backline carry. The Gnar from Yamato here. The Bard takes the first hit, but the Gnar should be going down. Never mind. Pyke says, you know what? I like you, buddy. I'll let you live for 1 more second. And that's going to be it for Stygzor, unfortunately. Just too far behind in tempo. We talked about it. We saw this a lot. Level 6, 6 copies in stage 4. There's 0 gold to work with. You are not surviving this game.
Yeah, very, very difficult. And the rest of the lobby locked in for it. They were aware that a hero augment player, it's very easy to stop them finding success. They cannot pivot out. He picked it without a slam as well, which we've seen. You know, you want to get at least a few wins early. He wasn't able to do so. But checking in here with Etra Infam, made it to level 9. Doesn't really have anything to add just yet. And playing this AP flex line, we've seen it. You can play around Nami, Karma, LeBlanc. There's a lot of different ways to run this, and whichever you have the items for and pick up the copies of, you can flex around that Vanguard front line.
Hypno still a little bit off. Yeah, off of his spike. Had the Ornn very early on, but is missing maybe some backline damage as well here.
Yeah, we saw him do the desperation roll down when he was one off the Samira, and he went all the way down and still didn't find it. And that was a couple of rounds ago, but on very unkillable, going up against the 7 meeple board, which only has Nar as the damage dealer, very little else coming through. So a good matchup gives him another chance to potentially find this Samira, which is also important. It does have the Gwen 3, but only the TG, so some rounds will be a decent carry, but others won't offer too much at all.
Frustrating from here, the item's just really not ideal. The Stone Plate, Titans, Nunu build is certainly not anywhere close to best in slot.
Yeah.
Having to play 2 blitzes, not able to hit the blitz 2. Kind of the typical flex game, where you're just very flexible, but not really able to make anything work exactly as you want to. Kind of an unsatisfying game, it looks like here from Etran Farm.
Yeah, it does have a bit of combat power coming through from the augments at least, but as you've said, Nami is pretty much all of your damage. She really needs a little bit extra help, and even getting the Jhin online here, this Ornn is going to take some killing, but Hypno doesn't yet have a lot of damage behind it, so that could play into his hands. We see Samira
really happy with Samira
there, so even though Ornn is living a long time, he can't do it all on his own. Hypno will take another loss there and does need to pick up this Samira really quickly. He's been bleeding so much after being running away with things, just stuck at that 8 out of 9 for an entire stage. And for Edra Infam, really good matchup to come up against a player that things are not going their way right now.
I can't really imagine this being
9 flash up.
Yeah, I can't imagine this being more than a top 4 at best for Etran Farm. I think Zulunash and definitely Betoska and Daisy just way too far ahead. Betoska in particular, I think, is almost certainly the victor in this game. I think Daisy, despite being strong, is not going to have a good matchup against the mech unless the Kali somehow gets into the backline.
Yeah, we're seeing Zulunash again coming up here. Did hit everything he wanted. Frontline, not the best compared to what Etra has put together. And you see here the Nami bubbles are doing quite a bit of work, able to get through. So the 2 best matchups he could have asked to get into that top 4, the 2 people that were beatable, it'll need a little bit more RNG. As you've said, our top 2 players in the lobby, so strong.
Doesn't have that final item on the Milio either.
Yeah, so we'll be getting a bit stronger when he gets that coming through here. But we know our Anima player, if you've took the set off, if you've took the past few patches off, maybe you haven't played TFT for a long time, when you get the cash out trait, if you get undisrupted and you can go all the way to the big cash out, then you often win the game, or are in the position to. You can plug in Anima, you can plug in all the way back to Fortune. You might be not familiar with this particular trait, but you're familiar with the cash outs, and he was able to navigate that early game. So many players were playing very aggressive. It was the strongest stage 2 we'd seen, and as you mentioned, he probably looked around and went, no one's really gonna full sell their board for me here. There's players that just can't. Players have committed so much early on, so he did get that free hit early and was able to navigate it, but handled the cash out really well. Panda, he did his roll down early and was able to give himself a little bit extra room to work with.
And did play into the 6 mech version in the end as well. Had a pure repair last time we saw him. I assume he just hit the pure 2 and said, you know what, I'll just play into 6 mech with the Urgot as well. That's why the Urgot not doing too much. Etran Farm unfortunately loses the matchup. Fiora here. Whoa.
Ooh, pretty close in the end, but just barely going down.
Surprising it was that close. I guess there is a lot of gold being held here from Betoska. He hasn't really reached his peak, considering he knows he's at 34 HP and healing with Fiora. But Etran Farm, the unfortunate player who had to face off against Betoska here.
Yeah, Betoska was closer than expected, but able to eke that out. In gaining HP as well as the game's been going on, so he's no longer even at risk of falling down and in such a strong position. Did spend his gold there finally, so if there was that one little window for some of the players to maybe do something against him, feels like that has gone. But Zulanak able to pick up the win here, get himself into that top 4. We know this Lulo Milio line very reliable at doing so. Hypno finally getting that Samira 3 online, so we'll see if he finally does have enough damage to win this matchup.
Red buff was picked up as well on the Milio, so really big for the anti-heal. That being said, the augments are kind of fake for Zulanak in terms of just a lot of econ, not that much combat power coming in outside of the glass cannon. Looks like it is going to be enough though, with the Lulu putting in a lot of work, getting a lot of extra gold. I mean, he's made it to level 9, so at the very least he's able to hit the strongest variation of Lulu possible.
Checking back in here with our 11 win streaker, things that not changed too much, but did take down Dasik actually. So Dasik falls into 4th place. So Hypno, even though was eking out HP and has been kind of slipping down, still able to secure at least a top 3 here. And it's a bit of a victory lap for Patoska. We know that both of these players, we've seen them struggling against each other. Unlikely they're going to be able to pull something out the bag here. But we'll see exactly which one of them can secure that 2nd place.
I think for Dasik it's not so surprising he went 4th. I think Jinx really struggles with these Giga Tanks, and
yeah,
top 4 is just all Giga Tanks, especially with Cryogenic Hex coming in, with the Mighty Mech just not dying, similar for Ornn as well.
Yeah, I mean, playing a line where you're not really adding any 5 costs, he did get the cash out, which is just a bunch of 5 costs, and then sell most of them off. So it's not like he really got much from it either, just the ability to push levels. We see Patoska here making quick work of both players as they do drop down. Now, Anima player expertly navigated, I must say, Panda. Not the easiest game to play. It was a very difficult lobby. He had to avoid bleeding out too much, but once he got to that stage 4-1 and did the roll down, it was able to stabilize somewhat, and really put together a strong performance. And then from that point on, it was just inevitable.
Some viewers might think you're being ironic when you say expertly navigated, but he actually did navigate it perfectly. I think
I'm fully serious. Fully serious.
We'll hear from our analysts to see if they also agree with the expert navigation for Patoska in this game too.
All right, thank you so much, guys. Yeah, a fantastic way to get our first look into the other lobby before everything starts getting reset. I mean, let's kind of lay out some of what we were seeing from the very beginning here, because you were pointing out, in our green room, just from the very start, people really did lay out their paths immediately.
Yeah, and you could see the result from that. We've had two groups. On one side, Warpath and Heroic Grab Bag by Hypno and Dasik, and Yamato as well. And on the other side, you've had the open game plans with the Advanced Loan from Zulunash and the Anima Commander from Patoska, who ended up outcapping everyone. So you've had the people trying to preserve HP and apply pressure to everyone, and the two players trying to come back really hard. And one of, actually both players opening really hard ended up clutching 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we can only agree with what Barry and Patches Panda have been saying. Patoska really played this quite expertly. However, not every player wins, and we also have to talk about the players that find themselves on the bottom of our standings. And unfortunately, it was Zaza and Stixer. I made a very interesting point in our green room about the fact that those were the only 2 players in this lobby that didn't end up going with Yasuo as their main chosen god towards the end of it. But with that, let's take a look at our standings here as they have shook out after the first 2 games. Of course, we're going to be reseeding here, and this is the lower end of the standings. So Stinky, unfortunately, having a really rough day.
And Stixel from that previous game as well. I mean, we saw, Patoska at the top of the table here, who has reset his day by going into 8th place, then back into 1st. But we'll see in a second who's going to want to manage to put together the strong games across both sides of things. And nobody at all is undefeated so far. Hypno going 1st and 3rd, Shredding going 2nd twice.
Yeah, and you've got to start getting worried for the players in the bottom 4 positions, because they only have 3 more games to claw their way out of this bottom position, and because we were getting the cut just after 5 games, so they have to start feeling the pressure even more even though I don't think there's any more sweat to be had in the bodies of the player, they're gonna have to lock in now to recover from this.
For sure. I mean, there's still plenty of games to go, right? Let's not get it the wrong way, but let's talk a little bit more about that previous game I was just mentioning. I was really excited to see that Hero Aug and Self-Destruct being picked up by Stakes. So I was like, okay, finally, Gragas Pike, it's time. We're going to see a pro player really pull this one off. But we didn't.
Nope.
It ended up being a 7th place. I'm very sorry to say that, but we didn't see it. We didn't see it in all its glory. It just wasn't all there. Similar for the line that Yamato was on, was able to get that NAR 3, but was really lacking on that front line upgrade to kind of make it happen and bled out.
A big issue for the players in this lobby is that if your early game did not go super well, then you were crushed between Hypno and Daisy having extremely high value from their very good snowball, Daisy cashing out the Warpath on the Jinx reroll line, and Hypno playing the Space Group reroll as well. And then on the other side of the pressure sandwich, you had Petoska and Zulanash slowly crushing, and everybody in the middle just ended up being squished out of the top 4.
Yes, not a good time at all to be running into these kind of situations. As we were talking about before, with the re-seed coming in, at least our players will be perhaps released to try and find at least some different opponents to go into, because for the previous 2 games, it's been about all the same players all the time, and our players, I think, have started to really carve out their own place for them. We're talking a little bit about the players who need to climb back in. I'm hoping we get to see some more kind of anima games, some more really high variance games for them, just because that seems like it's the only way forward.
I'm not sure it's the only way, right? Because we have been seeing this patch be quite open in all the routes that you can take. But of course, because it's such a young, such a fresh patch, not everybody is super familiar with all of the conditions that unlock those different compositions. So I wouldn't be surprised if throughout this weekend in itself, we're seeing a lot of change. Kenobi mentioned at top of show that we're already seeing some weird things over in APAC, where they're playing around a Misfortune Replicator, which we barely have seen in EMEA at all. And I think there's still a good chance that players will come back on more niche, more specific compositions besides just that anima cash out.
What's that Kenobi doing?
Yeah,
He's
sorry,
looking up
I'm
a cat.
getting,
Please show us the cat. Please,
Like,
this is
have
it's
you got a
mandatory.
secret composition just off camera?
Yes,
And
that,
you did.
that lean means cat. Aw, look
Yeah,
at it.
Berlin means cat screaming to go uppies. Obviously, she wants to also follow the highest level of competition because she
Very
is
cute.
a dedicated student of the game. Obviously, she's very sad every time Ari is not the god in the game, but she can make do. Don't worry, I'm probably going to get climbed on in any second right now, but that's just the price we have to pay for the furry companions. And you mentioned the Misfortune Replicator. We haven't seen Misfortune at all just yet, despite the Challenger version being a very good possibility. It's been played a lot in the in a few of the past TPCs, and it was very popular in tempo. And with Kindred being much better than it used to be, there's also the possibility of playing it as a way to go fast 9 in tandem with the Kindred, and then try and hit some kind of late game win condition like the 3-star Kindred or something similar. But so far, I haven't seen it. I'm really excited to see if it happens at some point, because that's probably my favorite line to play towards.
All right, well, we'll get set in for game number 3. So we'll be bringing you guys into this one as well. Makes as we head in, we can see the points are pretty clustered in the lobby. For 5 of the players, there's barely anything between them. Hypno, of course, is running away with things. Revan and Stagsor needing to make up an enormous amount of ground, but it feels like the field is still pretty open this early in the day.
Yeah, just a quick reminder. Normally for TFT competitions, we're usually on 6 games. Today, it is going to be 7 total, but the cut happens after 5. So that is where players really need to be above that top 8 threshold. So that is where they're trying to get right now, and that is still very much possible for Stakes or for Revan, for all the players that find themselves on the lower standings. Even Stinky with those 2 8th places still has a shot, but of course he really needs to turn it around, right? We're talking top 3 placements at least in every single game, I think. Then you would be on the good side of this.
Yeah, exactly. The good thing about this format is that if you're starting on the lower end of the standings, then you have a lot of time to get back into a decent position. You just have to dodge this first cutoff, but it's only 4 players. So you've got some room to breathe. But on the other side, you also have the potential to just advance after 5 games. So if you're somebody like Hypno, you need to keep the pressure on. You need to keep on cruising ahead of everybody to try and get that faster way to tomorrow.
No, absolutely. Reducing the variance by just getting out of here, out of play-ins and into tomorrow as soon as possible is absolutely fantastic. I do want to kind of expand a little bit on what you're saying there, though. If you do make it past that first cutoff at the end of Game 5, you have also removed the top scoring players from the tournament entirely. So hopefully at that point, it's less difficult in the final 2 games to make a really big leap across the finish line.
You'd hope. We'll see if that holds true. I'm very curious about that proposition as well. But we're going to be seeing very shortly that game number 3. And I mean, you already made your call, Counterfeit. You said you want more anima. Players in chat have reacted. They're not very happy about that call. Kenobi, what would you say? What should we see in this game as we load into game number 3?
All right, so here's what I want to see. I want to see some cool early learning tech. All right, either something like the Lissandra or the Vigar. But the good thing with early learning is I've also seen some pro players sometimes not hit the 1 cost and then just run away with something like a 2 cost. I've seen Voltarix play early learnings, 3-star Leona and 3-star Zoe because Timo just didn't want to play that day. He was off scouting in battle or something. And still working out. So something of that nature, just slightly out of the box to show some true ease of playing the game. But something tells me that Yosko has a plan in mind with this double Samira box.
Well, I mean,
I really wonder what it could be.
I was taking the general point that was being put forward by you guys that for our players in this game, and just generally, we saw from the very first game, you contested everybody else, it can go very, very poorly for you. So hopefully we do get to see the augments allowing for at least some of our lower points players to find that uncontested line and try and use these next, hopefully, 5 games to call themselves back in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a question of what does the game give you? I feel like in set 17, there is so much the game can give you, right? We do have portals, we have gods, we have augments, so there's a lot in there. Stargazer also being a point, but we're going to be starting off with golden augments. Reach for the stars, not necessarily something we've been seeing a lot, but considers it and is going to be picking it up.
So we've got we've got the Jax hero augment, we've also got Heat Death, the Mordekaiser hero augment being brought in from Relic's side of things, and he is one of the players on the higher points in the lobby.
Worth a wait, Veigar being picked up by Amato here as well. Quick mention, in 17.6, basically all of the hero augments have been buffed, so I was really expecting them to make a little bit of a bigger showing here, but again, the patch is so fresh, so young, a lot has changed, but we are now seeing our Stargazer constellation here as well, Kenobi. It's going to be the Huntress.
Yeah, the Huntress, so not one of you would really expect, but the good news for Giosko is that means basically no one is going to be contesting any of the Stargazer units. And that's really great news because we've seen game 1, as you mentioned, 4-way contested would be absolutely terrible for Giosko. On the flip side, Relic already loading up with a 2-star Mordekaiser has to be quite scary for the lobby. It's going to allow him to have great tempo. But once again, guys, Warpath on one end, and then on the other, Anima Commander.
All right, I mean, we know we've been good this year. I mean, back on Patoska as well, we've already seen in the previous game that he navigates that very, very well. It would be quite a thing, Mace, for him to go from an 8th place in the first game to potentially chaining first places off Anima.
It would be, but it's of course very much possible with that line selection for Patoska here. Relic just checking in with the Arbiter, trying to see if that is something he wants to play around on. But Patoska, we've seen this game before. We know how it can go. Let's see if he is actually going to be let by the rest of the competition to run this game plan once more.
Well, mixed news. Obviously, somebody was playing open fort, but great news, he faced them on 2-1 once again, meaning that he has a shot of getting a full uninterrupted loss streak. The worst case scenario would be getting them at basically the end of stage 2, and here it's getting the best case scenario. He beat the player on 2-1, but did not break any streak and gets to start now. We'll just have a tiny bit less economy, but with how much he's got in bank already, I don't think that's going to be a problem for the rest of the game.
All right, let's pick up some other pieces from the early augment selection. Thank you very much, Observer. Sasa in here. Banks, we were talking a little bit before about, maybe he wasn't as prepared as he could be, and he should be sticking to what he knows is good. This is certainly one of those lines we know is good.
Absolutely true. Too tanky, something we've been seeing a lot, particularly on the Samira Orn line. Now, you were mentioning somebody else did pick up Heat Death as well. So that is something that Zaza is currently denying quite a bit with 4 of those Mordekaisers on his board there. You hate to see that when you have picked up a hero augment. But I am assuming with that one Samira already being held, that Zaza's long-term plan for this game is going to be to play around that Samira as well. So it's something we'll need to check in on and see if he can actually get the double Orn, double Samira into play.
Yeah, I would be shocked if it was anything other than the double Samira, double Orn, but right now it's great tempo for him. He's win streaking off of the double Mordekaiser. It would be so hard to get through this. And so we've got the worth the wait Vigar for Yamato, and there's something that's quite interesting with this scenario is that he has a shot at making a 4-star Vigar super quickly using the double print both from Meeple and the walls worth the wait. It's going to be interesting if he goes for it or if he just uses the extra Vigars to print some economy and move further into the game.
I'm feeling like with Yamato's tournament position of having 6 points, that if we've got a riskier line, I'd love to see him at least make the attempt. I mean, item-wise, we're still maybe a little bit way off of making Vagar an absolute unit immediately, but the early board feels like it's about as good as it could be.
Yeah, that's right. I'm also very much in the corner of please bring this to a Vagar 4. I think that's certainly something that we would be interested in. But across the board, for now, it is going to be Zaza on the back of this 2 tanky tempo that will take the lead. Right behind him, Stinky on that Warpath. And then towards the bottom, currently our point leader of the tournament, Hypno, trying to build out that loss streak, messing a little bit with Potoska's game plan.
Big round for Sasa. He can keep hold of his streak and get the early hits in. We'll see if... I mean, Relics already, you've mentioned the 2-star Mordekaiser in place on both sides of the field. It looks like Mordekaiser versus Mordekaiser. I think it's actually going to go in favor of Sasa, so Sasa keeps his streak running.
Yeah, thanks to the Nami getting picked up here with the blue buff, Sasa barely keeps the win streak alive. The hit death so huge was probably hitting other boards as well, having the time to stack up for the entire round.
But you saw Relic's reaction there to that Nami, to the 4 copies of Mordekaiser on Zaza's board. He was really like, man, are you serious? Like, come on. I bet Heat Death. What are you doing?
I mean, it seems like it's the kind of thing which someone would do when they've got experience of playing against Heat Death.
And, well, the thing is, the hit death is going to be fine. Just losing a few rounds here is no big deal. It's going to be stable enough, but his economy is quite low compared to the rest of the lobby. You can see Sasa and Relic both being on the low 10s, while everybody else is at the very least. I imagine Stinky is going to be making 20 here, or I hope for him. And the bottom of the lobby, he really heads and shoulders above, yes, them. So there's already quite a huge gap in the income that the players are getting there.
And of course, with you mentioning Relic and Zaza here, the point for Zaza is he has a 5-win streak. He's going to be printing money. He's going to get an extra round off of this PvE here, whereas Relic does not have access to that. We're on a 1-win streak. He's not looking super strong, so I'm not sure he would be able to take down Zaza or maybe even Guyosko, who is starting to really build out this Jax right now. So I'm a little bit worried about the economy for Relic in particular, and we are going to be going through this PvE round. And for many of the players who picked Echo, of course, this is going to be a scuttle round, as you're seeing on screen.
Yeah, that's a lot more resources into the pocket. I do like that Sartor's managed to, as you said, keep up the griefing of Relic by just playing as many Morkaisers as possible early on. I mean, Relic did pick up the win off the previous round, but I think he's a little caught up for the time being in just, how much longer it's going to take for him to get his full version of Morkaiser online.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting. And the thing is, Sasa is probably going to be keeping them for a while, because usually he would borrow on level 7 if he stays on the Samira on, which is what we are assuming based on what he's holding. But he's probably going to start rolling super late, something like stage either 3-5 or 4-1, and that means Mordekaisers will be stuck on his board for so long.
Something we haven't talked about too much just yet is, of course, that Stargazer that is Huntress this game. We do have one player that's really benefiting off of that, and I believe that is going to be our Jax player in Guyosko, really going to be getting a lot of just resets onto this Jack there with the Huntress in place. And since he's uncontested, I think that's kind of why we're seeing him do quite well up until now. But here's our second set of augments coming in. Once again, golden augments for our players. A little bit of rolling as they make their decision.
Hypno just did a cosmic restart, so not happy about what he was holding. I think he did not find either Primordian or Timebreaker or Anima based on what he was holding. He was looking for everything and hit none of them, and now he gets an Anima emblem, which feels a little tongue-in-cheek from the game, and no Reforgers here is quite rough from this position. Not too sure about what he's going to do, except that he's right now threatening to completely grief Petoska's lost streak.
Oh boy, yeah, we weren't expecting to see anybody, fully open up here.
Oh, it happened. Sorry, it just happened. I think Petoska won.
Yep, it looks like it. It looks like Hypno was able to snap that loss streak from Petoska. So if you don't know what you're doing, at least make sure that other players' game plans is ruined is not a bad way to approach this competition. We're going to be hopping over. Yep, there it is. So Petoska now losing out on that big cash out of right now. You can see a little bit of thinking happening, but on both sides, because Hypno also doesn't know what to do with this one.
Yeah, honestly, his best shot is hitting a Reforger here, else it's just going to be a very, very rough spot. Might have to just ignore his emblems, because not too sure what he's going to be able to do with that, but we'll keep an eye. And now the real test for Petoska starts, because Anima Commander, great. If you're not contested in your lost streak, you mentioned it requires some execution, but it's still fairly straightforward. But now he's in the tough of this game plan, because he needs to decide if he's going for 200, if he's going for 300 still, if he tries to go as far as the 400, but that feels really, really far off. So now come the tough decisions, and not going dead last when this happens is where you will see the skill of the Anima play.
I was going to say, it seems like a strange thing to say, but for Petoska, I'm kind of interested to see what he's capable of under these circumstances, absolutely, when things are not coming the way they want to. For Sneaky Abuser, though, things are looking very good as we come to our second set of gold blessings, managing to keep up his gold and his streak, with Relic shortly behind.
Now a lot of players just splitting here. You can see basically half of them on the side of Varus, half of them on the side of Echo. For some of them, that will lock them into the Anima or Anima item that is going to come in later on during that treasure stage, and that is something that we need to keep in mind as last choices are being made on components here from Pengu. Of course, the best god, uncontested. Let's check in with Yamato and see how far we are on our chase to Vagar 4. So we do have Vagar 3 in play. Do need a couple more copies though to make it happen.
Yeah, the 5 meeple is in. We're keeping the extra copies on the side, so hopefully Vagar 4 is on the way to really show them what true evil looks like. The items just lacking a glove to get the core locked in and have him dealing incredible amounts of damage. But it's looking pretty good for Yamato. He just needs to find the 7 meeples and hopefully get the 2-star Ramus rather quick.
I mean, certainly the 3-star Vega will do a job by himself. We check in with Hypno. Again, we've got the really fascinating setup here with the Eternal Pact in play. Hypno really just trying to reset his game. He's certainly the points leader in the lobby, 14, 3 points ahead of anybody else. But this game, much as, Protoska as well, this game will be a test for him.
Will be, and he's now running the anima and had a complete loss streak, so might be able to get a quick 200 cash out and then jump out of that.
Yep, that's right. A lot of upgrades being chased on the board. We saw Relic rolling. We're seeing, of course, Guyasko also thinking about it. Has rolled a little bit to try and pick up some additional copies of that Jax. Still needs 3 more to bring that hero augment enabled unit online. Whereas we're now checking in with Potoska.
I'm liking what we're seeing so far. I mean, yeah, even if things have been a little bit toyed with from before, we're up to nearly 250. Veteran Fan, of course, is also looking to keep that loss streak in place. And it's going to be, I think, quite a tight round. I'm not sure Urgot's got quite enough punch.
Yeah, you can't underestimate him. He's got great items, going to be packing a punch and be quite durable. It looks like it's going to be enough. And Veteran Fan, Potoska is going to be happy about that loss because 3 units means we're not losing as much HP and we might be able to get a 400 cash out still. Yeah, sounds doable. 3 rounds.
All right, yeah, well, pretty good. Be able to keep your own loss streak going, break someone else's loss streak. Hypno, though, of course, does remain at the bottom with a 10 loss streak in place. While up at the top, we can see Relic building up momentum, looking to try and challenge Sasa. Very close, as you can see, to having the Leona 3 online, and Zoe 3 not far off either.
Yeah, honestly, I keep looking at kind of just her stat feed to see what Hypno is up to. Of course, he is, again, our points leader. He can afford to lose a round, but he very much would not like to do just that. And once again, another switch comes in as we hop on over to try and see what he's doing. He was playing around a Riven as main item holder for a little bit, but he is now going the route of Mecha.
Yeah, and looks like he just hates Potoska's guts until the end. It's gonna be just going for, oh, you want a lost streak anima? No, I'm lost streak anima. Oh, you want to play mech? No, I'm me mech. No scoot, no pivot. Bringing us all back to the good old days of set 3.5. And the pivot is now completed. We did not hit all the damage that we needed, but it's honestly looking pretty sweet for now and more than enough to move forward.
I mean, certainly with the Eternal Pact in place, you can see the damage is just absolutely cracked and nothing's even getting close to taking down the mighty mech. I mean, makes, of course, talking in the previous cast about the idea of moving into mega tank territory. It feels like Hypno's managed to get into there early.
Yeah, quite likely, as we do have our last set of augments coming in here for our players. I will say, I'm as much as I love the kind of hate watching from Hypno towards Potoska, I think he was really struggling there. I think he was really looking for an out. He was really digging deep to try and bring his board to life in some shape, way, or form. And the fact that he now finds himself in this mech board is more coincidence, I think, rather than true contest. But let's see what we're going to be getting from our players here. Upgrades are now flying in. Guyasko getting that upgrade onto the Jax. Very important.
Yeah, and looks like Potoska is playing a board that he's seeing a sort of resurgence with the last buffs to Victor. Something that was so powerful at the beginning of the set. The Victor Eloy reroll board, the Bronze for Life ideal composition is now being played and using the lesser duplicators that he's got from Varus and the care package to try and stabilize his game, and he's also going to be slowly making his way towards the 400 cash, but not rushing it through lost streak.
Do you want to take a second just to recognize Kiosko and the Evelyn artifact on here, which is causing the Jax to leap all over the place. It's not quite good enough as of yet, but I mean, we're talking about the Huntress variation, has a little bit of healing built in there as well, and we're not up necessarily through the full power of this board, even the Jax aside.
Okay, for a second, I was like, huh? Because that Jax was hiding for a second, but he did come back into play. And like you mentioned, that Evelyn's Instinct, a very, very good divine artifact that you can get onto any melee carry. Just lets them port around, get a lot of resets. We do get the Emilio 3 here, but we're still thinking about how to put him in. In the meantime, Hypno has found upgrades onto his front and back line, so this board coming into true form more and more.
Yeah, and I want to keep your eyes open on the side of Hypno's item board. We still have the major duplicator being available here, which means that we have a potential 3-star Aurelion or 3-star Galio on the line, and Petoska being taken down to his final life is going to cash out like his 400 right after this god selection.
So not quite as strong as before. I imagine Petoska is going to be teased with the artifact item here. We have gone for a more Varus-centric lobby, and we can see from our side and our wonderful overlay from our production showing how close so many players are to bringing the final versions of their boards online.
That's right. Last choices being made. And we are going to be checking in with Zaza, who's just, just vibing, chilling, getting that Alawi 3 upgrade. Just no worries at all as Petoska, that's actually Petoska who gets that upgrade there. I was wondering, that's not Zaza's board. Does find the Victor 3 as well here. Not being able to play around that mech. Did select an alternative line.
Yeah, honestly, it's...
But is it good enough?
Is it good enough? It's not looking too bad, but we are really going to be needing that Nami super soon on the board, because that 1-star Lissandra is not going to cut it, unfortunately, as the side carry. But right now, with the solo field, the tentacle item, as well as the 3-star Victor, he should be fine for at least a few rounds while he gets to level 8.
Oh, I've seen Jaxes where they've had the Edge of Night in similar before, be able to survive through that round, but for Giosko building more aggressively, I think we can get a little taste of where this Jax board can really struggle, which is when it walks right into a tank the Jax just can't get past.
Oh, and look like all the Vigars are going to be used this game. We've got a second Vega 3 has now hit the ball with the Stinky trying to get to his Warpath cash out. I do not believe that he's gotten it yet, and oh my god, that's so many.
Yep, that is so many. Needs 2 more to make that Vagar dream come alive here. You can see that he is getting the replications there as well from the Meeple to really make sure that he has a good shot of getting there as quickly as possible as the lobby tempo just ramps up. Pressure is on. A lot of the other boards are starting to hit their caps like you're seeing on this one right now. And that Vagar 3, well, very good for the mid game, is not going to be able to hold for now. Will take a loss, so needs to find that Vagar 4 rapidly.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem.
Go ahead.
No, please.
The first elimination is going to be coming in at Femme with the late game specialist rushing all the way to level 9, not able to find enough upgraded units. And going down here, very tough lobby to try and make a rush to level 9 and try and stabilize there because of Petoska and Hypno just holding down the fort with such powerful bolts in stage 4, just completely take Etranfam out of the game here.
Yeah, when we've been seeing rerolls like crazy, we've been seeing the cash outs bringing in a lot more power. What would otherwise be, for the Golden Gala lobby, would expect things to maybe be a little bit more calm, but instead, we've got the most powerful version of the boards coming together. Kiosko very close to hitting the Lulu 3 to really bring that Jax board online. Sasa's hitting as well, close to hitting the Samira 3. We're very, very close here in early stage 5 to these 3 costs hitting absolutely everything.
Well, 3 cost, 3 stars, not for me, says Yamato, as he has found that Veigar to really unlock true power. And I'm really happy to see it come into play here. A little bit of a curious niche board, but able to get it from the worth of weight and really coming into itself on 5-1 here. Last second switches is going to find that hero augment enabled Jax on the other side. Let's see what that Veigar can do.
It's super scary for the Jax because there is no Edge of Night there, so if the Veigar locks onto him, I expect him to be erased from existence. Don't blink, and oh no, barely survives, but still gets taken out by the rest of the board. Right after there, you can see the burst is truly anathema to a Jax without an Edge of Night here, and Giosko getting quite animated. You can see on his cam, upset about this because shouldn't be possible, shouldn't be able to hit this kind of power level on such a small unit, right?
No, it's absolutely crazy, and of course we know that there's still a chance for that Veigar board to put in additional carries, as much as Veigar 4 is going to be pouring out an absolute ton of damage. Hypno, of course, we saw from before, points leader in the lobby, had to really put together, the Cosmic Restart just really being thrown in the bin here with, as you said, with the emblems. But we've managed to find a good enough board to hopefully keep Hypno headed towards the top 4 up against the Postka.
That's right, and both of these players, of course, fighting for their life in this round. One of them is going to be knocked out in game number 3. In terms of points, Potosca needs those points a little bit more than Hypno, but let's see if that is going to be possible. It looks very much like a decisive yes. Was very much with the back against the wall during this game. Found himself a little bit of a route that looked good enough for some time, but in the end it's only going to be a 7th place as Stinky also gets eliminated here. I will say Stinky was on an 8th and an 8th before. We were talking about how he needs high finishes right now. This 6th place is certainly not enough. But if we can keep that trend going and then only have first places at the end of the day, there's still a chance.
Surely. Only first places from now on. Surely.
Yep.
And I said that Potosca had a big challenge on his hands, and he's so far overcome his nemesis, and he's trying to show that he had something else planned in his back pocket, and it's really working out so far. Just one more elimination would bring him to a respectable 4th place here, which is something that you're happy about when you get your lost streak grief as an anima player. But real props to him. Takes some guts to pivot to this board that has been disused for so long during this set.
As we look at the HP totals, Potosca does still have a long way to climb. With so of course keeping him out of the top 4 at the moment with 28 HP still in the tank. So Potosca's not going to leave anything behind here at all. We do have the Nami, who has been called for before, and a pretty darn solid looking front line, so it still feels like he's in with a solid shot.
Have to see who he's going to be fighting this next round. A lot is possible in this matchup here. Could also be a ghost board, which would be quite beneficial, but it is going to be Yamato with that Veigar 4 on the other side. Has built out significant amount of frontline. Is it good enough to hold up against this Victor power that's just melting through a lot of those boards? Looks like the answer is going to be a yes here, frontline for Potosca, but it's not going to be good enough. That Victor just takes out the Veigar in no time.
Yeah, such a close round.
Well, Kenobi, tell us here, so given that Potosca's managed to get past what presumably was going to be one of his bigger hurdles, how confident are you feeling, particularly with the Nami upgrade coming in, that, in terms of Potosca's eventual finish?
Well, the thing is, there is still quite a lot for the lobby to upgrade themselves, and one of the big weaknesses of the 400 cash out anima item that he's got, the Radiant Field, is that it's sort of like the hit death hero augment from Mordekaiser. It takes time to ramp up during the fight and to increase its AoE, and we've seen here the Illaoi did not live long enough to do any significant amount of damage, and it's going to get only worse as time goes on and as people get stronger and stronger in the in the game, the damage is going to increase and Illaoi is going to get less and less time to do damage. So that's one of the big failure points, I think, is for Petoska. Let's see how it goes when both pseudo hit death are against each other. The fields are covering the entire screen, but Relic gets decisively taken down.
I think Relic just really mispositioned there. He had his Mordekaiser walk up all the way to the front and kind of just wrap around, leading to the entire backline from Petoska having full focus fire onto him. And while he tanked for a little bit, it just wasn't good enough. You really want that Mordekaiser to be a little bit more protected and then utilize that heat death to reach into those backlines rather than making him walk there. A little bit of an unfortunate situation, I feel like.
Yeah, well, we've got a similar situation for Gyosko as well with the Jax. Yeah, the reach of the Star Jax takes some time to get going, so we're keeping a very close eye against boards like Sasa here with the, we got almost double itemized Samira here. The single target damage is crazy.
Single target damage is only going to ramp up, and now the actual tank is here. The Nasus is going to be put back into his box. Thank you very much for your service. Let the real people handle the job, because he was holding on for a while, but he had been outkilled a while ago.
Listen, I'm gonna level with you guys. This Ornn unit, it's kind of wild. So Ornn 2 tanky 3-star with additional artifact, does of course get the Radiant from his ability, is going to be doing a lot of tanking on the side of Saza. I'm very curious if there's anything that will be able to take him down here. You can just see him hold true sheer power on the right side of your screen. Everything collapsed onto this Ornn, but not good enough. Whereas on the left-hand side, Petoska, big reaction, does get eliminated here in 5th place in game number 3.
Yeah, just shy of that top 4, and it's terrible for Relic. There's no way for the hit death to actually threaten the Samira with the space group regen. She just completely ignores the end of the universe, I guess. It's just that powerful. And convincingly takes down Relic, who is gonna have to, looks like, settle for a top 4 in this game.
Yeah, I mean, having the 2 tanky isn't necessarily usually going to be the thing that will save you, but certainly for the heat death, needs to hit the priority target. Up against Yamato, at least this time round, we've got a decent sort of positioning setup base to be able to reach that Veigar and hopefully do enough damage to matter.
Yep, that's right. Let's see if that Veigar can stay protected and take Relic out, or if he's going to fall, and the answer is a decisive yes in favor of that Veigar 4. Whereas on the other side, Gyosko is going to be taking a hit here as well. That does lead to Relic's elimination in 4th place though. So what remains is Gyosko as well as the German duo Yamato and Zaza here in our top 3.
And you know, at the top of the game, I was calling out for some early game action, something like the Veigar. But you know what? Yamato did me better than this. And with the 4-star Veigar convincingly taking down opponents one after the other, the Ornn has incredible ability to regen. But can you regen getting one shot by the Comet that's going to be coming down? It's going to be the real struggle here. And as he's going to be facing off against both opponents actually at the same time, so if you're able to keep one eye on each fight, you can see how Veigar deals with both his opponents.
And what we've called out from before, the Jax, he's doing his best, but the lack of Edge of Night, I'm not even sure if the Edge of Night would be enough. So Yamato gets the win on one side, Sasa the win on the other. I mean, this has been a very big lobby for the 2 German players, particularly for Yamato coming in with 6 points. You know, the more he can gather here, the more safe he will be headed towards Game 5 and that first elimination.
I mean, Zaza is also not too far ahead. He finds himself on the lower end of that middle field, so any big performance here is certainly going to be a confidence booster. For anybody that didn't hear it in the pre-show, he was moved in from waitlist. He got a last-minute notification to say, hey, you're actually playing in the regional play-ins, get ready, and he already kind of counted himself out of it. So the fact that he's here in itself is already a little bit of a miracle if he can now also step up to that challenge he's going to be very, very happy. And of course, those high finishes are just the first step to try and make that happen as he does go up against Guyosko, trying to take down this board, but I'm not sure if there is something that can stop it. Or Ornn has fallen. It's all on to Zamira, 1 versus 2. She's not going to be able to clutch this up. And Yamato does go down here as well. So it is going to be Zaza and Guyosko in the top 2.
Great
We got to
positioning
see-
here from Guyosko. The Jax stayed safe on the side and just hammered away at the Ornn the entire fight and took him down.
It does feel like that's one of the very few things that could conceivably make that work, but I still wonder, if we've got the Samiras aligned on the same side of the board as the Ornn, it should be so incredibly difficult to keep this Jax from getting sniped.
Yeah, last minute's position change. Did it work? It looks like the main Ornn is going to be safely tucked onto the side.
It's looking good for now.
Guyosko. We'll need to find the answer here, though. Zaza can afford one more loss if he does get it. You can see he's also sitting on a little bit of extra money to try and make something happen here, and this will put him on his last life, 2 and 3 HP respectively, as they go towards Drake. One more chance to maybe find any remaining upgrades.
Is there any way they can still upgrade their bolts? They're both level 8, so there's no reliable way to get to this Blitzcrank 2 or this Shen 2 for Sasa, and you can get to Rast 2 for Guyosko, but it's not going to be that impactful. So it's all going to come down to this positioning puzzle, I think.
And it's unfortunate there's the 2 different, very, very solid tanks. I imagine a third item coming in will be, 2 different questions to try and answer here from Sasa's side of the board. Just saying makes 8 points. It would be an even bigger win, but Guyosko, of course, recently winning the Spanish minor alongside Snooty Boo is looking very strong.
He absolutely is. 2 wins in the tank already. Last second positioning on the side. Both of our players, actually, of course, Guyosko locked in by that Stargazer pattern, needs to move among it. Is it good enough? Let's take a look at our front line there, as the tanks are really what determines this outcome for now. That Ornn is standing, but we have found access into the backline for the Jax there for just a second. However, no Edge of Night. Samira finds him first. Ornn still standing, and that might just be all she wrote, as she is going to clear up that backline. Zaza takes a first place.
I was about to say convincing win, but no, that was a nail-biting win, actually. That was super, super close. The positioning in the end doesn't isn't enough, and Sasa actually found the 2-star Shen, who was able to ult at the beginning of the fight onto the Jax. And remember, that Shen ult reduces attack speed, which means a much slower rate of scaling for the Jax at the start of the fight, and it ends up being what makes the hugest difference here, the difference between winning and losing.
Yes, what a world we might have been in if that Jax had more tools at his disposal to keep all of these effects and all this burst from absolutely destroying him out. I mean, guys, of course, that brings our 3rd game to a close, and the big thing here, of course, is where all these points end up putting all of our players. For our players, we said particularly in that game, like Sasa, who really need to get the ones forward. Guyosko had a little bit more to hold him out, but we've got our analysts ready to break down how it's all looking heading out of Game 3.
And where do we even start with this game, Barry? Truly the weirdest game of all time in terms of how many different odd spots players had to play for. There was really no normal 4-cost game. It was all, 4-star Veigar and 2 hero augments, and just a really hard game to predict, I would say, from stage 2 onwards.
Yeah, I mean, 2-1 was just the most important. It might be all for the entire day. As you said, we had 2 hero augments going through. We had our anima player, 2 tanky doing 2 tanky things. For Zaza, if you've taken a few weeks off and you've not been playing, perfect. 2 tanky Samira on, still good. So didn't need to have much practice to pilot that line. But as you said, as we look across this game, it really was just completely different to what we'll be seeing for the rest of the day. But I think Petoska getting that 5th place, Panda, after getting griefed on this anima line, actually a really solid showing.
Yeah, it was a really good bounce back in terms of Hypno breaking the streak and then also rolling for, I think, the game plan that Petoska was hoping for. Most players would just mental crash and just start, flaming in chat. Maybe not in the tournament, but you know what I mean. But Petoska actually recovered quite well. It was the 5th in the end, but I think it could have been a lot worse. I do want to give props to Relic, who, synergized well with the real-life Heatwave, picking up Heat Death into Group Hug, the most super effective augment combination coming into a day like this all across Europe. But a really strong top 4 for him as well. And I think the first patch that we're really seeing Mordekaiser being a truly playable pick in terms of the hero augment.
Yeah, and it feels like enabled by multiple rerolls occurring. So you see Mordekaiser coming through and the Jax player. Also, we have Lulu rerolling Milio. So just all of these 2 costs were getting rerolled. So it did allow them to get going a bit faster. We saw in the previous game, on the flip side, when no one's rerolling and you have Stygsaw getting everything held. But this time around, it was very reroll heavy. And we, personally as well, I love to see the dream when you click on Worth the Wait is to get one of the printable ones, so you can just go, oh my god, the forecast is just going super fast. I don't think we expected to see it 2 print of Icars in the same lobby when that was the case, but we saw the 4-star rising high there, and I think that is the dream when you click on Worth the Wait.
And the price that was paid by someone like a Trimfom, right? 8th place, trying to play for a fast 9, trying to rush level 9, but facing off against just very strong boards and boards that were spiking constantly throughout, the end of stage 3, the start of stage 4, and he just couldn't make it in time with the late game scaling. So that's back-to-back games already that Trimfom has been in a pretty just awkward and just unsatisfying position in terms of what the game was giving him and how the game played out. So hopefully he can bounce back in the next 2 games coming up.
Yeah, it feels like you do want some of these spots that you're a bit more familiar with and they're easier to do, and like Zaza coming in here, but Glasgow also, that Jax reroll, we know how strong it can be. It's definitely the strongest hero augment right now, but you still have to get that Lulu and Milio online behind it, and we saw the Jax on its own, if you get stuck on a front line, it can really struggle, but once you get that back line activated as well, so it can really do a lot of access to the other team's back line. So I think Glasgow showed exactly how that one should be played. But as you said, as we do get into the standings here, after a very strange game, all things considered, Stinky Abuser and Stygsaw now near the bottom, but for Stinky Abuser, a really difficult start to the day. Everybody else, though, still has, it feels like, a chance of turning things around.
Big bounce back from Revan, the typical anime hero protagonist, getting a 1st place when it matters, and maybe securing qualification either after those 5 games or after 7 games. But looking very, very close here, Gyosko now top of the leaderboard with that 2nd place, despite kind of an average showing in game 1 with that Master Yi contest with Revan.
Yeah, and it does feel like we'll see exactly what the players have in store for us. So Counterfeit, Kenobi Makes, take us away.
Thank you so much, guys. Gosh, we are really getting settled in here in the play-in stage. This is game 4, one more game before elimination. So the finishes in this lobby particularly are going to matter tremendously heading into that, being penultimate on only one more step left to go.
That's right. Well, just checking in with our players. Of course, so we have seen everybody on today's broadcast already, but this is the other lobby that has been happening at the same time as we were just watching game number 3. And we're just checking in with them for now. Points leader is going to be Dasik, and right behind him, tied for 15 points, Shredden, Kevin Parker, or actually Dasik and Seol Linash, both on 16. And then on 15, Shredden and Kevin Parker right behind. As players are starting to find their first couple of units to think about which ways they're going to go. But of course, we're waiting for our augments to really give us some direction.
You can see the amount of priority around Shogat and Lissandra on the right side of the screen. Revan, Shredding, Stakesor, and Breezing, and even Zilonash has a Shogat. You can see the space that this reroll composition is holding as a possibility for most players. I want you to draw your attention. You talked about the points here, and the playing field is actually quite level, with only Stinky Abuser lagging far behind with 5. The stakes are with 10 points being second to last, and then the middle point being 15 points. I mean, in the remaining 2 games, we could be getting a huge shakeout, and nobody except maybe Stinky is out yet. So there is hope still, and I'm one more Anima Commander for the feelings.
No more Anima Commander. We've seen enough Anima Commander, Kenobi. Stop.
There's
but
no
somebody
such
who is
thing.
going to be upset regardless of whether or not Dormammu picks up this Anima Commander, it's not going to be the case. Dasik on 2 tanky, he already found 1 Ornn, so we're going to see a rerun of that board here on the right hand side as you see our players' selection all across the board.
Okay, so we've got several emblems being dropped in here early on, so we'll have to keep a track. Of course, Shreddin is the one to get 2, so Psionic and Timebreaker. I think that's too bad at all. I guess we'll have to find out what these Sonic items end up being, but Shreddin should be bringing us something a little different this game.
Not the ones he wanted in his position, at the very least, with just really fishing for the Darkstar emblem, obviously. Something that Revan will be at liberty to make with that Earth augment. He'll have to burn a sword, obviously, to get the emblem, but he has the option. Now, it's going to be interesting to see if he ends up re-rolling at all, because of how many Shogas and Lissandra are already out of the pool. It might make it a little bit difficult to hit Shoga 3 and Lissandra 3.
I'll have to see if he's going to be able to do that. I'm kind of staring at Kevin's augment selection here. He picked up Concentration, which leads you down the path of the Conduits. You do get the Zoe, you do get the Mordekaiser, and of course their abilities last a little bit longer. Not necessarily an augment we are seeing chosen a lot from our players, so I'm curious what the plan here is.
I think a big part of the idea is that it probably gave him the Zoe 2 straight away, which is a huge power spike for the early game. It allows him to supposedly try and win the early game, but stakes or with the birthday reunion went to level 5 on 2-2 to get that 2-star 2 cost, and it's looking like it's going to be super close. Can the Meepsy take down the Zoe, or will the bounces be enough? Looking like Zoe is going to get a huge smash in the face. The regen is coming through. Wait, and KP loses despite the 2-star Zoe.
A large boulder the size of a small boulder has taken down Zoe on our board here, unfortunately.
I mean, the Bold Olympics have been, attracting a lot of attention recently, but let's take in what we've got overall. I think there's a few people who haven't caught up with us yet. Of course, we've got Dasik with the 2 tanky. We know what he's going to be doing for the time being. I want to highlight Dormammu with the treasure hunt. We've got the early move towards Primordian and potentially, really good economy, long term.
Yeah, looking at something like the Jinx, or depending on the Stargazer constellation, maybe this. No, it's very unlikely that this Talon alone is going to be enough to lead us there. But there's Caitlyn and there's Aatrox, so he could opt into it if he finds maybe the Jax early enough. But these are the 2 big options open for him, either the Jinx-centric board or the Stargazer board. Now, I want to call on to Dasik. He's going to be playing the game the opposite way Sasa did in the previous one. Sasa was playing with the 4 Mordekaisers, win streaking heavily. Dasik here is going to be playing full loss streaking, which is much, much harder, because 2 tanky does not give econ. And 3-cost reroll is super, super expensive. So there's a huge challenge for him ahead in this game, needing to find the answer to get enough gold in spec.
No, well, he still has 2 more augments that could help him with that choice, of course, but I agree it's not going to be an easy route for Dasik to bring this one online. If he's able to do, though, and that is going to be a very powerful composition. We're also seeing our gods here, so Kale and Echo going to be adding a lot of that extra gold into the game. If you're choosing the routes of Echo, you can get those Scuttle Puddles, but of course with the asterisk of everybody else has access to that too.
Well, at least for Dasik with the loss streak, we've got a little extra reward in place for once he drops down to low HP, he'll be getting the orb dropping in. So at the moment, all he needs to contest with is Revan, as you pointed out from before, will be likely putting the Dark Star together long term. So we'll see if they can avoid each other through stage 2.
And looking like Daisy now. Well, we'll be fine for now. Shredding has hit the 3-time breaker, so he's going to be printing money. And well, no, I must be going quick. There's no way Shredding is going to be playing Ezreal reroll from this position. It would be such a treat to me. I love this composition, but it's kind of memed here. It's super hard to get all the conditions to line up perfectly for the Ezreal to actually pop up in the late game. So I don't.
Okay, so tell us.
It's upgraded now.
Tell us what would be the conditions you need for this niche meme comp, because I love meme comps, but I'm not familiar with the Ezreal one. Tell, what does he need?
You need a lot of items by early stage 3 because you want the Shogas to be stacked.
Okay, we have
so
Kale. Possible.
We need a lot of tank items for the Shoga to cast a lot. We need great Ezreal items, which is Shojin, IE, and then ideally Deathblade, so that's like 4 swords. And then you need a lot of copies, and then you need a lot of economy, and then you need something else to boost Shoga, something like Yasuo. So it's like, when you get everything, it feels fantastic, and then both scale super high, but rest of the time, then when you fall just a little bit short and you stop stacking at some point in the game, then suddenly it feels impossible to come back and get back on track.
I would say that at least with what we've got going for Shredder for the time being, we've got a decent economy generator. I mean, the psionic emblem as well feels like it's going to be such a huge leap forward in power if you can get up and get that active longer term, that I don't know necessarily I'd want to see him going hard into the reroll just because of the possibility of Psionic 4.
I'd like to see it as well. I think out of the conditions you mentioned, there's only one that I don't think we're going to be able to get, because if we're going to be choosing Kale for all those items that you mentioned we need, then we cannot pick Echo to get something extra, right? Which would be a nice little thing for Cho'Gath to be big and strong and tanky because he got anomalied. But we'll have to see if that is something Shredden is thinking about, or if he's just playing best forward tempo for now, and we're getting delusional over here on the broadcast.
I think we're wishing for things which may or may not come true. I do want to draw attention to Zulanak, though, up at the top. He has been running a hot streak for a while, Marauder emblem in place. I mean, Kenobi, we were talking a little bit before about the power of a potential Master Yi board or similar, and item-wise, everything's looking real good so far.
Not only item-wise, that's a lot of 2-cost upgrades, Kali 2, Velvet 2, and you've got to keep in mind the Marauder emblem has a very unique property, is that every time the unit carrying it kills, you get a chance to get extra gold. And so if you want to know what the ideal situation to play Marauder and Kindred Master Yi, well, that's the one. The item's fantastic, you get access to the Even Shroud, you get the armor reduction, GS and QSS for the belt. It's just everything is looking fantastic for Zulanash. The snowball is going to be off the charts for him.
Next set of augments does come in here. It's going to be golden augments once again. Of course, all of our players do have 2 rerolls from the portal that we're in to try and find those additional power choices for themselves, as we are seeing, I believe it's Divine Amendment being picked up by Kevin.
Gosh.
So he's really locking into this Zoe, which is very cool to see. It's not something that's very common. And it's just saying, yep, I'm actually going to be playing on the route of Arbiters. I'm going to be playing on the route of Conduit and really build out a Zoe that's going to be crazy.
Okay, so we're farming Econ with the Leona. We've also got the extra AP come in. I've certainly not had the chance to mess around with this too much myself, but Joey, are you feeling optimistic about Kevin's chances?
I mean, finding the early LeBlanc is for sure going to help him a lot. Gonna make the Leona printing super consistent here, and getting the AP every 4 seconds. I mean, yeah, this is looking like a board that can definitely get somewhere. And is it me, or did Shreddin reforge his emblem and get Sniper and Darkstar? Hello? Is that...
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're completely right. Wow, that's incredible.
I mean, that's one of the conditions that make Ezreal Cho'Gath reroll work. Just, oh my... And he's actually doing it. He's doing it. It's the greatest day ever. Now he just needs to not completely mess.
Go last?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's see how this is going to go. We're certainly getting a treat this game. We have the Ezreal being chased by Shredden. We have the Zoe being chased by Kevin Parker here in game number 4. And I know you guys couldn't see it at home, but on the sight of this board appearing, Kenobi raised both of his hands into the air, celebrating seeing this. For now, it's going to be a loss, but the econ looks pretty good, and we're going to be able to try and bring this together. He's still level 5. He still has a lot of room to move.
It's okay. You can see Shredden is putting himself in the mind of Cho'Gath, just getting ready to chew on every one of his opponents there, getting really LARPing his own composition. It's gonna go great. No. On a more serious note, I think the situation looks fantastic. The solo plate is gonna be insane at helping the Cho'Gath stack, but he does have rather few copies, and you want the 3-star Cho'Gath as early as possible because that increases the effectiveness of each stack. So that's really impactful, and I hope for his sake that he manages to find him.
But he's also doing that in the context of Zilnak still completely dominating the lobby. An 8-round win streak. You see Breezing and Kevin Parker are both rising up to try and challenge. But while that's all going on, Dasik, of course, we talked about from before, is not quite down to the cash out territory for that Luthor, but has found his board and put it together courtesy of a little bit more augment goal.
That's right. So he was really playing around an entirely different composition. He was playing around that Illaoi, he was playing around a Gwen and a Briar, just low tier units that don't cost him too much to make as much econ as possible. 8 losses in, and this is where he decides to roll once he goes to level 7, only goes down to 40, but able to find so many upgrades to already get the power on board. Really, the most crucial part here is getting a duplicate option, so even though that Ornn is only an Ornn 1, it's going to be doing a lot due to the 2 tanky being enabled onto his board already.
Yeah, and Dormammu, despite not having a loss streak as clean as Dasik, is just about equal in HP, which is terrible news when you play something like the Jinx. Usually you have a lot of tempo throughout stage 3 because your board is fully upgraded, but well, not only was his board not fully upgraded, but the lobby is unusually strong for a stage 3, and getting to fight Dasik right on 3-5 when he's an absolute beast and can win against everybody has to be some terrible odds for him, and is putting him in dire straits.
I think it's got to be some factor, as Zilnak did lose the previous round, so finally dropped his streak, but is still taking the Primordians for himself and slowing Dormammu down. They pick up the Warlord for a little bit more punch behind his ball, but Dormammu definitely needs this game to go well. As you can see, 12 points. He's one of the lower points players in the lobby. Again, next game, the cutoff will happen, and you don't want to be below the line.
Yep, that's right. We are approaching Wolfstow, so a chance for players to get additional resources, especially from those players who used Echo there. So we're going to be seeing what that answer looks like. Upgrades flying in on the right-hand side. Shredden so close to that Ezreal 3. A lot of 2-stars being made. Belveth 3 coming online for Dormammu as we get into 3-7.
It's gonna be so tough for Dormammu. He cannot use the pan that he got out of the second chest of Treasure Hunt. He's got so few jinxes, and she's the one that's carrying this entire board. So it's gonna be very tough to dig himself out of this hole, especially because this composition doesn't scale too well into the late game. It's supposed to be about crushing your enemies during the first 2 stages, which obviously did not happen here. So situation is quite critical for him, and he needs to be sending it as soon as possible. The Challenger emblem coming in, and the roll down is going to be happening with the cash out coming in just a few rolls.
Looks to be hitting well enough. Can't help but to take my eyes away from the HP on the right-hand side as Dormammu, Revan, and Dasik all very low. With Shredding managing to hit the Ezreal 3. The board is online. Let's see if it lives up to the promise.
It's beautiful, and Dormammu once again facing off against somebody who is absolutely giga strong at this point in the game.
Yeah, that's right. I'm just loving seeing this. You can't even see that the Ezreal's 3-star, but he is because of Dormammu's giant bar of 3-star chasing. And this is a common problem that the Primordian board has. Is you're like bench lock. You have so many upgrades that are so close, but the units are just not appearing, and you're sitting on all of those duplicates, and you're gonna be not able to pick up a lot of those extras. But what he is going to be able to pick up is another set of augments here. Second game we are getting that's full golden augments across the boards for our players, but rolls are coming in. Revan digging really deep here to try and find those upgrades to those 4 costs. That Tahm Kench would be so critical to try and get a little bit of tankiness onto the board, but is quite far away.
We're just rolling past units and not buying anything at all. That was I think one of the saddest epic roll downs I've seen. Just a complete whiff across the board. 1 Nami. Just, oh my god, this is atrocious. This situation is critical for Revan. Only 16 HP, and if you hide the augments on the left side, I would not believe that he has epic roll down with how few copies of his units he's found.
I have to imagine a big part of that is being in the lobby where you've got one person who's already pretty deep into Space Groove. Revan is, I think, going to take a pretty heavy loss, puts him down pretty darn low, as Dormammu and maybe Dasik. If they keep their HP up, and they will, Revan seems to be headed for a quick exit.
We'll see if there's anything else you can do here, but it rolls down to 0. No further upgrades coming in on the left-hand side. Okay, a Gwen too. That's not going to save you, unfortunately, here for Revan. Matchmaking could maybe throw him a bone here, but I'm just looking across the board, and I'm not sure there's many boards he could beat. Maybe Stakes or maybe Seoul and Ash. Those would be the boards I would be hoping in his favor to kind of turn up on the other side here. And it is going to be Stakes, or so both of these boards are not super capped yet. Both of these players a little bit less fortunate on their roll downs. Let's see if that's good enough for Evan to hang in there.
It looks like Stakesor got to level 9 but sold the 2-star legendary he got, so it must have been one of the something like Fiora, maybe a Shen, something that he can't really use right now. It's great news. Great, excellent news for Revan, especially because Dormammu also looks like he's taking a loss here and might just drop him to that 1 life threshold as well.
Yeah, because things are getting very tight with our bottom 4, particularly starting to drop HP pretty seriously. Dasik the only one to make it out unscathed apart from Revan, so things are starting to collapse inwards. Our players have only got very little time left to try and bring their points back in. Mix was saying it right back in the beginning of this lobby. The points are very tight between these players, so what's going to push them up or potentially down below the line once this next game beyond this is done could be the difference of a single point.
That's absolutely right, but for now they need to get every single point that they can. You can see them kind of scrambling, just looking at the econ totals. Upgrade for Dormammu there. 4-5 Rek'Sai onto the board. Feels terrible if you ever played this composition of all players.
Yeah, Shredding is quite terrifying with a full win streak going right now, but Revan has finally hit everything. His frontline is rock solid with so many 4-cost upgrades. It's looking decent enough. The Shogas is still holding the line, however, and the Ezreal gets taken down by the bubbles. The Lissandra is still holding on strong, but it's leaving one more round for Revan. And you know what? You
oh no!
You probably think... Oh no. He's
hangs in there.
He's still holding in, so both of our low HP players persist, but they both got a single life, and there's only so much road for both of them to continue on in this game.
More upgrades coming in for Dormammu there. That Rek'Sai 3 Jinx 3 not good enough to bring it home. Akali 3 now also stepping into her place. She is fully itemized. She does have Edge of Night as well, so she should be able to add a little bit of damage, especially into the backline. But it is going to be a face-off between Revan and Dormammu here. I'm not sure this Jinx Sport has the upper edge on the Space Groove. Nami is just going to be free casting as the Akali gets absolutely locked into the middle of the board. She will not live for much longer here, and that is going to be the exit point for Dormammu, now out in 8th place, and Revan just barely hanging in there.
And the big issue for Dormammu in this matchup is that, he did not have access to heal reduction against a Space Groove board that's basically a death sentence. Every single unit on the board is going to be healing up, especially the Tahm Kench with his spell, as well as the Space Groove emblem. And if you're not able to cut that down a little bit, there's no way to take it out fast enough, and Dormammu's own frontline is just a 3-star Rek'Sai, so makes total sense. And on the flip side, Daisy is in huge trouble.
Yeah, we've got several people taking the Orns away from him. We can see 6 Orns is really not enough Orns to be working with. We have got the ability to bring in units from the bench, but we don't necessarily have anything amazing there to recommend us. Dasik had been looking pretty solid. He's on 16 points coming in tied with Zulanak. But this could well be the end of the road.
Very true. Let's see where it goes. 8 more seconds until combat commences here for our players. Dasik still looking for the big upgrade onto the Ornn. You can see that he has been losing due to not having that absolute solid front line that we've been calling out for Revan. So he will need to hope that Stakesor is just not tanky enough to deal with his Samira, and he's going to be able to just etch it out. But Ornn has fallen, and that is bad news if you're on this 2-tanky line. Nothing to protect your backline anymore, and Dasik will be taking a loss here. You were talking about it, Kenobi, saying this is a very hard route to take when you're maneuvering through this 2-tanky, and Dasik just goes to show this 7th place is exactly what you've been saying.
Yeah, and you can see him on his camera getting animated at his loss and probably lamenting the fact that why is it a 3-way contested Space Groove in this lobby? Because that's mostly the biggest problem, breathing at the top of the lobby, having these 2-star on for the entire game, and then adding onto that the other Space Groove emblem from Revan makes it so much harder for Dasik to hit, and he did not get enough gold. As I mentioned, would be the biggest challenge. Hitting the Samira spray is not as important as hitting the on 3, because the difference between him being immortal and, well, very much mortal is right there.
Let's see if Revan can hold on for a little bit longer. No, Revan 13 points coming to this one. Stakes on 10 points. Again, it could be the difference of a single, but it's looking like Stakes board is about to explode. Revan, tenacious to a fault, but Stagser holds on by a thread.
Calculated loss is basically what this is. Not the augment, but the real deal, as we're waiting for our last couple of moves. Yeah, 1 HP and a dream, says Barry there, but I'm not sure that's going to be good enough. We'll have to wait and see, as Seulanash, Revan, and Stakes are kind of just kerfuffling for making it into this 4th place here. Let's see if this Yi Brawler board is strong enough to deal with freezing.
Kirby, you were talking about the emblem on the Master Yi means that he's staying up in the face of quite a lot of damage for a very, very long time. I think it might just be good enough, but it's going to be down to the absolute wire. And the very thing, it will take down Zulanak, one of the top scorers in the lobby, which means we've had both of our top performers knocked out early.
Yeah, and can Stakesar... Oh, Stakesar also stays alive. And it's so funny to see Revan on 1 life, because it feels like that's the only place where he feels comfortable. Every time you check out the lobby, stage 4, Revan is going to be 1 or 2 lives at the most. No matter the competition, he's just... He thrives on the fact that there's no safety net behind him.
Yep, that's right. Still trying to see if you can maybe out-position here. If you can maybe get a chance to get the upper edge on the last slots. Upgrade there for Revan, last second. Make sure nobody else knows, as we're going to be seeing Stakesor go up against Kevin's board. And I feel like we haven't seen Kevin's board for a long time in a while. He's been playing around this Mordekaiser and this Zoe from the very, very start. The last 2 rounds were losses for him. So is he able to take down Stakesor's board? And I don't think he is. Takes another loss here, and Stakesor hangs in there.
That was astonishing, particularly that we did see the Mordekaiser 3 in place there as well, which I thought would be very heavily contested in this lobby, but ultimately, Stakesor makes it into the top 4. Revan is out in 5th place. Rising, though, breezing up at the top of the lobby, has been rocking on 74 HP for quite a while. I think, actually more HP than everybody else combined.
Yeah, you can say he's been breezing his way through the... moving on, with the Spirit of Redemption as well as the Earth and Legend of Threes, he's just got so many extra stats on his entire board, and win streaking this early game has given him a lot of time to set up his board. And I want to point out the fact that he's using the Anomaly on Nami, which is providing some extra healing reduction and a burst of true damage based on max HP every time she casts, and is a huge contributor to the amount of damage that she can actually output.
With that, though, Stakesor does get eliminated. Is a 4th place, though. I feel like the way he's been playing this game, he's very, very lucky to get into this 4th place. He was just kind of clawing by, etching on the border, and find himself out of contest, but not in a great situation altogether. And now it's between Kevin Parker, Shredden, and Breezing to see if he can find an entryway into the top tier. Breezing 74 HP, like you mentioned. Shredden still has a little bit more to work with. Kevin, 1 life, and that's it.
I'm just so fascinated by this board because it seems like we've got a really good setup here. We've got the snipers focused on the Zoe, we've got the 3-star Mordekaiser. It feels like you couldn't ask for too much more from this board, but it's seeming like top 3 might be the ceiling.
It's just, I keep cracking up every time I see these huge... This is the hero Mordekaiser, by the way. This, we've been lied to. This is not hit there. This is the
real deal?
Yeah, this is the one. This is the canon Dark Star Mordekaiser, the one with a black hole at the center of his body, because he's absolutely towering over everybody. And the Zoe is going to try and assassinate the backline with the sniper focus, but it's going to be pretty tough against the Spirit's move, especially with the Blitzcrank pushing the Mordekaiser back further and further back every time.
So
KP.
Here's what I'm kind of seeing from this part. I really like seeing it, and I like the idea. And I mean, a 3rd place, right? You're going to take that. But I feel like you need to have a 2nd tank that does a little bit more lifting than what we saw there, because Mordekaiser also deals a lot of damage, but he's not very good at sustaining himself, at least not with the items that we saw on him there. So that is maybe something that could be iterated on if you had like this perfect kind of alignment of a game, and I could see this comp go maybe even further, but of course that's nitpicking on a very, very high level. I think with a 3rd place you're still going to be super happy. Now let's see if Shredden is going to be able to take down this behemoth.
Yeah, this was a big Mordekaiser, but this is an even bigger Shogas, and we're gonna be getting a count of how well fed he is and how many stacks we also have on the Ezreal, and it's looking like a complete no match, but Breezing has his entire economy behind him and ready to bring it to bear.
Yeah, I'm really surprised to see how that one played out in the end. So here we go. We have stacked about as much as you could hope for. And there we go, the bonus 2,405 health. Again, the Cho'Gath about as big as would actually matter.
Yeah, and there's so much extra damage added there, and the fact that there's both the Darkstar and the Sniper emblems, I mean, there's so much extra damage. The Karma 2 on top of the Lissandra 3 and the Ezreal 3. There's just everything here, save for the fact that we have no armor and MR shred, but doesn't look like it's necessary at all. It's not that tanky when you just one-shot your way through everything.
That's right, and that's precisely what's happening. Breezing will need to find an answer here. It's on 53 gold. Can, I think, go 10 here but is that going to be good enough? Is that really going to be helping you against taking down this Cho'Gath?
Just a little bit of backstory for players here. I mean, Shredden, this is, I believe, only his third or fourth regionals across his nearly 6-year career. So very much a player who's looking to be on the rise. On the other corner, Breezy, of course, very new to the field. Been doing, very well in the tier 2 circuit. Of course, what we saw in Paris was the potential of so much more. These two will just keep slugging at each other. I think we've got at least one more round after this.
Yeah, looks like that's what we're gonna be getting, because I don't see it. I don't think it's possible for Breezing to go minus 22 here. And the question is, how
would need to take like a full loss, right?
Yeah, he's gonna be going level 10, but that feels like kind of a cop out, because there's like, even if you get Blitzcrank 2, is that really going to make a big enough difference? Because it's the wins are by a landslide here.
But I'll say Blitzcrank is a unit that adds a lot of CC. So if you're able to put that together, I think it could do something. But looks like there's a game pause coming on in. I just realized that Breezing was not rolling any further. So let's just give it a second, as the game has been paused here from our last 2 remaining players. They were in their last second, so 9 more seconds to go to finish this one out. Breezing was looking for that Blitzcrank that we were mentioning, and I think, it's your best shot, right? If you're losing by this much, that is your best shot to maybe make something happen. I think that's a good approach anyway.
Not like there was the opportunity for him to look for something like the 3-star Nami with no extra copies being held, and not that many forecasts being held by Shredden, because it's only the Karma. It feels like he's only shot, and he's still got plenty of economy to bring to bear in here to find a 2-star Blitzcrank.
All right, I think I'm seeing the reason on why we might be in a game pause. Left bottom corner, there's a couple of disconnect to reconnects that are happening. I can see the word lagging. So looks like maybe we had a little bit of tech issues there on the player end, but we should be back into game shortly. It is, of course, at the most 2 more rounds of PvP combat between our players here. So game will resume right now. Let's see if that Blitzcrank for Breezing can be found.
Yeah, he's staring down this absolutely gargantuan Cho'Gath. There's just so much damage all around. And the Blitzcrank 2 is now 2-star, but is it going to be enough here?
We did get a Jhin upgrade sneaking in towards the end, but it's a real battle of new versus old. Shredden on the 6-round win streak. He took the road less traveled to get to this point, and it's the one cast to rip through the board. The gigantic Cho'Gath puts Shredden across the edge. 15 points, grabs 8 more on the way out. A fantastic finish for him, honestly, and Breezing as well.
All right, I'm gonna need to get myself an Anno, the Shredden team jersey, because he has a new fan. He played the comp, he played it right, and he absolutely ripped through everybody. Gets the Cho'Gath 3 here, gets the Ezreal 3. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage, an overwhelming amount of frontline, and it's now going to be up to Panda and Barry Baden to really dissect what happened in this game. Take it away, guys.
There we go.
My question to you, Barry, is, was this lobby just a little bit too groovy for Dasik to handle? Because he must not have been happy with how things panned out with the boards he was scouting at the end of stage 3, considering he had to hit that Ornn 3 and that Samira 3, and it just looked like a fiasco of a game for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, last time round, we saw Zaza, too tanky, got a free hit at it. It's so good. But if it's a 3-way contested Space Groove lobby, it becomes a lot more difficult. And we saw for Dasik just not able to get things going quick enough. You then have to commit to another econ augment, because you need to get there ahead of everybody else. And it just became too much of a task for him to put this bot together. But player I do want to shout out, Kevin Parker, showing again that this conduit line whether it's enabled by hero augments or some of the conduit tailored augments themselves. It does seem to have a place, but very reliant on getting that clear direction early on. But good to see that a few more things are cropping up in the meta that we didn't expect.
I think for a few other players, Stagger in particular, Birthday Reunion, Advanced Loan, really all-inning on making it to 9, and whatever I get, I'm going to play around it and stabilize and everything will go well. We went to his board, there was no longer a 2-star 5-cost, so it was kind of insta-sold. I think that's part of why he ended up in the 4th place, despite having, I think, a fairly strong Vanguard flex board at the end of it. On the flip side, Dormammu, not really the best board coming into end of stage 3, especially with the Jinx copies. Was just too far behind tempo. I think Kenobi perfectly summarized it. It's a comp that really wants to bully the rest of the lobby in end of stage 2 and all of stage 3, and then fall off. He had fallen off very early on, just was not able to bully anyone really.
But the star of the show was Shredding. Kenobi was so excited to watch that perfect emblem alignment open up this kind of 1 in a million game for him in this particular tournament. I doubt we'll see. People will play the Cho'Gath Lissandra reroll, but paired alongside this Ezreal, getting that a little bit extra power coming through. We saw the size of that Cho'Gath come the end of the game, Panda. And Shredding just perfect emblems. And sometimes you've got to just trust the heart of the cards that are a little bit of RNGs in your favor.
Not just that, but also having the Echo Anomaly, having the extra items, being able to have both the Lissandra and the Ezreal and the Cho'Gath fully itemized, despite the end of stage 4 and really take over the lobby. I think, as Kenobi mentioned, it's a really cool comp. It's very hard to justify to yourself when you should be playing it, what spot you should be playing it from. But I think Shredding, he's always many other players were kind of passed up on. So really cool game from him.
Yeah, it certainly was a really cool game. And as we look, we're getting to the business end of the day. We've got these 3 games coming up now for players. After one more game, we will be cutting. Our top 4 players will progress if you are just tuning in, and our bottom 4, after that point, we will be saying goodbye to. So one more game for everybody to put down a marker, but the likes of Stinky getting a first, pulling himself back into contention. So no one, Panda, is really that far adrift right now.
And really tragic 8th place for both Yamato and Dormammu really kind of cuts them and their progression forward. That bottom 4 is where you really do not want to be by the end of this game 5. And the players like Yosko really moving on ahead now. A 5-point gap between him and Sasa in 2nd place. And I mean, props to Sasa as well, right? Comes out of a Valorant break, back into TFT, 2nd place now in play-ins. And this is the day he has to surpass, right? Once he survives today, he's put in some extra prep on this day. He can maybe do well tomorrow as well.
The points aren't quite ordered correctly, so Zaza is having the good day, but Galasco isn't actually running away with things that we see tied with Hypno and Shredding. So actually a lot more contested than it may have appeared there. Some of the standings just not quite ordered correctly, but does show that really no one's pulling away with things at the top. There's no one really fully adrift as well, which is what we want to see, really. We want these games to have everybody playing their absolute best. Some players will be approaching this game needing a first place. I think we started to see that a little bit with the likes of Stygzor with Augment Selection, thinking I need to claw my way up the standings. That will be the case for those players in the bottom 4 positions, but yeah, no one really running away with things, no one too far behind. Definitely shows a pretty even field so far.
Meta-wise, Barry, before we move into this final game 5, is there anything that you've been kind of surprised to not see yet in these first 4 games on a patch as kind of varied and as balanced as this one?
I think I thought a lot more of the 4-cost comps would just be generally picked up. We've obviously seen some of these carries, the likes of Nami, played just flexibly in Space Groove, but it feels like Corky Riven still should be fine. Playing around the likes of Karma, LeBlanc mid-game. Feels like we've seen a lot of reroll or Fast 9, and we've seen maybe less players playing around these 4 costs than I would have initially expected, but I think for the most part it's been pretty varied, which we did expect coming in, and there's been maybe, Panda, even more things than we thought we'd see.
I think the lobbies have been irregular, I would say. Some of the setups
Yes.
for these lobbies in terms of augments being offered, hero augments, anima games, etc. I do kind of hope for our competitors a more standard-ish Game 5, considering how much is at stake.
Yeah.
Considering, you have to imagine the hundreds of games that Set 17 some of these players have played to make it to this point, and then it's a 4-game stretch. You're now maybe sitting in the bottom 4. You must be incredibly stressed. All you need is just one good result to keep staying alive in this play-in stage, and hope that continues in week 1 if you make it to that point to try and make tier 1 as well. So I cannot imagine the position some of these players are in mentally coming to this Game 5.
Yeah, I think for the most part we have such an experienced field that I don't think they'll be shaken too much. But as you've said, you've played so much TFT this season. You've either came through tier 2 and you've got yourself to this opportunity to be knocking on the door of Pro Circuit, or you're a player that's actually underperformed in Pro Circuit and you've ended up in this position. So I think players have went through so much. We can see Dasic talking himself and his chat possibly through what he needs to be doing in these next few games. So some of our players really focused in, whereas other players like Stags are just clipping in and out of consciousness, it seems, Panda. So he needs to make sure he can focus up.
I think for different players, it's really going to depend on how their last few games have gone, not just in the results, but in kind of expected results. I think Dasic in particular, last game, for example, he has to be quite frustrated with how that game turned out. I think it's not really up to him. Once he gets too tanky, it's a very strong line to play into, and then suddenly the rest of the lobby, worked out in a way that he was just very unfavored in terms of hitting the 3-star Ornn and Samira. So I think the mental resilience here, erase what happened in those first 4 games. You have a game plan. You have an understanding of the patch and how to execute it. This is the time where you have to really kind of reset and try and go into this game with as clean a slate as possible, with no vengeance against any other players, with Hypno and Patoska in the same lobby, just erase that from your memory.
It's a little bit of a rivalry that's been budding, but as you've said, put that aside for now. We are in a position as well where no player is out and no player is locked into that top 4 already. So actually everything to play for, and that is exactly what we want to see. We want to see the competition stay at the highest level. Some of the players may not want that. They want to get it wrapped up early, but actually the practice of the full day being quite intense could benefit them once they get through. So these players near the top of the standings, the likes of Shredding, Hypno and Glasgow, they just have to get this over the line. And it does mean potentially when you go into tomorrow, you've kind of already had that day where every game has been pretty stressful. And it could set them up nicely. But I think Zaza right now, sitting in 8th place, obviously if he finishes today, that will get him over the line. And considering that he wasn't even expecting to be here, and just kind of thrown in, I think showing that class is permanent for some of these players.
I think there is some discussions around if you make it through play-ins, if you're kind of at an advantage or not, because of kind of the warm-up day you've had. Every set of TPC that we've seen from now, there has been at least one play-in player making it all the way to top 8 in regional finals, from my memory, at least in EMEA. We saw it from the Coco last set as well, even making worlds directly from play-in stage. So we'll see if that'll be the case after the end results today as well. We're here with Dasic, we're here with Kenobi as well, joining us for Game 5, 6, and 7. Kenobi, thoughts on the lobby complexion of the players in this Game 5?
Well, as we've said, nobody is out yet, so there will be Dormammu and Stakes gunning for that first place to try and give them their best shot, and everybody else has to be playing for that safe top 4. Maybe Shredding gonna be looking to keep his lead and try and get the qualification straight up and try and go and rest for tomorrow, collate what he's learned from the day's play.
Yeah, and are there any compositions you think coming in that, okay, if you're someone like Stagzor and you actually want to make that jump up, because getting over the line just now and avoiding the bottom 4 isn't really securing your place into the final day. You actually want to make sure you're climbing right up the standings. Are there any compositions, Panda, that you think you would then want to lean into if you're someone like Stagzor in this position?
I would want to channel whatever Patoska channeled earlier today in terms of being offered.
He had the heart of the cards.
Two or 3 anima commanders. I think that might be the option I go for if I'm Stagzor.
Yeah, sounds like the most realistic one, but at the same time, it's so unrealistic to go anima commander and not get drift when the stakes are like they are right here. And the big issue is that outside of anima commander, there's no real lost streak comp that you can force and that will stabilize you and then skyrocket you to level 9. Sorry. So you need to get to a good enough early game that you can try and get to that fast 9 board and try and outcap everybody, especially with something like the Graves that we haven't seen yet today take over the games. We just
The augment
wait for the augment
options.
to be picked. Dormammu going with the tiny titans. That is interesting.
Especially for a player who needs to make a big comeback. You would think it's like a player who is, maybe a top 5 is enough for me, a top 6, but
he's giving himself more time for the comeback. He's thinking, okay, if I'm going to play full loss greedy, then a few extra lives. So bottom of the standings, maybe that's the approach he's thinking.
If he was like maybe 2 out of 3 anima, I would definitely buy into the plan. But here we only have the Briar, and we are upgrading the units as well, trying to selling the Briar even. So we're definitely going for something different.
Space Groove on the other side for Stags, also a player that also needs a big result. Such a good pickup early on. We know Space Groove's been hotly contested so far, but having the +1, clear direction, still really, really strong on the likes of Riven, even if not as strong as it was in the past. And I think Stig's always had a couple of games that have been kind of difficult to navigate. He'll be quite satisfied seeing this one.
We're checking all around the different conditions that the people have hit. I believe that Être Femme has Mordekaiser as his caretakers chosen here. So we're going to get another 3-star Mordekaiser going
every game.
Something different. Yeah, something. Yeah, that's true. There's 3 games in a row. One with the hit death, one with the concentration, and now we're getting just hopefully for him a fast 9 with a sprinkled of a 3-star Mordekaiser on top.
Etron Vom is a player who I think has had pretty good game plans across the day, but they just haven't panned out. Things have gone in an unsatisfying way, and his results have been quite mediocre because of it. So we'll see if this game's going to pan out in terms of, as you mentioned, going for the riskier, maybe fast 9, Vanguard Flex kind of game plan, where if it works out, you can easily finish in the top 3, maybe even a top 2.
Yeah, it's nice to have such a clear direction early. I think a player that's just above the cutoff, as you've said, he's had some difficult spots to navigate this game, getting the 2-star early already here. And maybe if you're tuning in and you're thinking, oh, I didn't realize Mordekaiser reroll was so good. Well, it just happens that it's getting spawned in 3-star, and players aren't actually really rerolling it in these past few games. So we touched on it. It's the meta's been a little bit strange in these few games, and not exactly what we expected to see, and maybe even more of that will be the case in this one.
Well, the true difficulty for the meta is that the 4-cost units are all kind of pretty good, but they are all outclassed by, on one side, legendary units, and on the other side, the reroll compositions. And so now the 4-cost boards are meant to just be transitions, and that results in a lot of unpleasantness when you want to try and get there, because either you snowball super hard and then you're going to be transitioning super hard, super fast out of it, or you're playing this from loss read, but if you're in the middle, there's no real space for you to be holding onto this 4-cost.
I wonder if this will be a potential Gnar game plan here from Sasa with the Deathblade already slammed.
Might just be the back to good old Corki with the flurry of swords as his augment. He's going to be getting 2 more. Just might be playing both at the same time.
Yeah, and he is a player that's middle of the standing, so could afford to lean into one of these 4-cost lines. As you've said, placeholder compositions sometimes just more stable, but he's a player that could really get there. And as you pointed out, Kenobi, Dormammu sold off his entire board, so very much fixated on this full loss.
Yes, indeed, and trying, more likely, hoping for Mordog to send the anima units his way, because I don't think anyone's actually full open in this game. Like Être Femme and Sasa are both having upgraded units, and also Sasa needs to be doing damage. Être Femme is not going to sell the Mordekaiser, so he would be pretty safe if he found them, but it's not looking like he's had the success he wanted.
Ramu is just loading up the restart mission on 3-2.
True. Yeah. Even pushing to 5. So he's sell your board and level. That's the approach for this one. But when we saw you pick up that extra HP coming through, did kind of think, okay, he's bottom of the standings, so maybe he is leaning into this 5 loss. Didn't expect that would then be just everything sold, but when you're committing to something like this, that's the way to go. Just full commit, no hesitation.
I applaud his sense of how to say that properly. His cold-bloodedness, recognizes the spot, knows he has to do something drastic to try and win out, and puts himself in the position where it doesn't. It is drastic. He doesn't go, doesn't have to the things, and that's something that's a real concern when you're in this position. It's really easy to try and just scramble for just something to hold on to, but no, he goes full ham for this.
5 Nars for Sasa, so he is very much going to go into the Nar printing territory, one of the better spots we've seen all day long for this comp, especially considering we haven't seen this 3-2 augment yet. Maybe we see, duplicators you can go for. I mean, we've seen Nar 3 pretty much every time on stage 3, right? Sasa, don't break the streak.
Yes, at least twice. So I think he saw the line. He's like, okay, today's the printerless day. You don't even have to get there. It just spawns in. He's heard that that's the seed. And he's like, okay, my turn to have a go on it. But Dormammu here has to assemble his board to at least win this round. So first challenge of the game, beat Krugs, which for some of our pro players in the past has been difficult.
Yeah,
Zoe 2 as well.
Yeah, he's got Zoe 2, he's got Victor. He's definitely fine, especially since the Krugs don't regenerate in between. That used to be one of the bigger problems, and this PvE round was actually, well, hard would be not the right word, when you were playing last week, an actual challenge that you would have to make a board for. And even if you won rounds sometimes against other players, you would still lose to the PvE. Hopefully for him, not going to be a problem. The Zoe 2 is going to have more than enough damage, and it's looking like we're going to be going towards an AP flex game. But well, needless to say, I don't really like his odds of just going into it with Tiny Titans.
Yeah, really curious to see what 3-2 augments are offered and how players develop their game plans off of that information, especially as you're mentioning Kenobi in the case of Dormammu, who has no real direction outside of the units he's just hit in the last 2 shops, slightly angling him towards AP, slamming the stone plate now, maybe thinking about playing into Mech Asol.
Yeah, you can see the fact he didn't slam any backline items makes you think he's still leaving it a little open, where he's like, okay, I'll make my tank items for now and we'll see if any clearer direction does materialize. But it's so expensive to go for that fast 9 AP approach. If he needs to stop at level 8 to stabilize, it's kind of, his cap is so much lower, and he's just in a position where he's got the extra HP to work with and he is pretty rich, but you do need a lot of econ to get this board online.
Truly do, and the econ is not the only thing. You need the HP going on to stage 4 to be able to sacrifice at least some of your rounds, and it's going to be very, very rough for Dormammu, especially to assemble a frontline that's good enough. Because he's got so many options for backline damage, but the frontline is the real struggle when you're going flex AP.
We did see a forward-thinking offer to Dormammu. I wonder if he says, you know what, I have all this extra HP from Tiny. Maybe this was a plan all along, to make it to my forward-thinking cash out. For Shredder, it will be just salvage bin. The Nova emblem, Kindred, Nova Flex, once again, I'm not going to say premier comp, definitely a very playable comp in the meta. Kind of throwing back to the PvE patch even, where it was incredibly strong before Master Yi was discovered in its current state.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's staying level, Shredden staying level 5 and doesn't roll anything with the Shojin. Well, I mean, he's got salvage bin, so the Shojin is not actually committing him to anything. But it's going to be tough because it's a composition that has a lot of juice when you hit on stage 4, but it kind of struggles to close out the game with just either Fiora or Shen to cap out your board. You're weak to a lot of different compositions. Something like Stegzar's base group would be a problem for him if it comes online. Yeah,
Stegzar, one of our players that needs a big result here. So picking up explosive growth, not really too much of a surprise. He does really want to be trying to cap extra high in this game. We saw last time round he played a little riskier as well and was kind of going for a first to 8th approach. So I'm not surprised that he knows that having that space group +1, if he can put together this board and get to 9, it's going to be so powerful.
Really premier spot, to be honest. The emblem plus the econ now, if he gets an item augment, for example, uncontested, I think, on space group from what it looks like from the rest of the lobby. So could be a really good spot for Snakesword to, as you mentioned, Kenobi, stabilize on his forecast and then push towards that Blitzcrank 2 on stage 5.
Yeah, but speaking of good spots, Farm has picked up the forward thinking with the 6 Mordekaisers and the Victor 2. That means he's not weak for the stage, and he might just have the tools to just shoot straight up to level 9, giving him the 3 remaining Mordekaisers and stabilizing him instantly, giving him a lot of time to find the Barb 2, the Sona 2, and the Blitzcrank 2 that would really make his game a masterpiece.
Yeah, really insane spot to be in. We do see the flash up there as well. Zaza, our now player, does have 6 copies already, so it does seem to be summoning itself once more in stage 3 Panda, which seems to be the flavor of the planes.
I think Zaza's also he picked up the Evelyn on stage 2, so he's just purposely using a lot of this gold right now to continue streaking and getting that extra gold every turn.
Yeah, and we have the potential steamroll peak going through here. Fam and Shredin and Sasa all picking it up. So there's... Oh wait,
okay.
Players picking it up. Oh wait, there's... well, somebody's going to be disappointed, but if 1 or 2 players run away with the steamroll, this boon pick is in and of itself a potential game-winning effect. The amount of gold that it can give is off the charts. And so I'm expecting some of the players to go very aggressively right now to try and keep it going.
Here's just also thinks he has to roll deeper here. Just going to try and hope that it's going to be enough. Obviously, he'll be very much rewarded.
Just push. He's got the Ezreal too. Goes good level 7. Nope. Thinks he's strong enough.
Could have opted to do so there, but maybe had a look around and, as you've said, assessed that, okay, don't need to in this particular game, but considering the likes of Etra's board and some of these other players, we know how strong some of these boards are. Comes up against Dasic here though, so should be okay to pick up this one.
Really good second win proc from Dasic.
Yeah, it's not looking too good actually.
And it's falling quickly.
Can the Gnar do it? It's gonna be really close. Wait, can he live? Oh,
not even close.
Well,
that was a Valorant prep. I think those were some pretty good shots from the Gnar there.
Yeah, going
now
to
he
level
levels,
7,
okay.
Yeah, he must have realized just a second too late that he should have leveled. Good news for him, not getting punished, but on the very, very verge of getting hardcore punished here and losing out on infinite gold. And so Shredin also... Wait, that's 2-star time Kench. Hello?
Huh?
Oh.
This happened.
That's a catfish.
That explains where his gold went, and we knew he was rolling at level 6 to try stabilize his board. And sometimes your forecasts just spawn in, and yeah, I mean, not too bad to hit early on. Even 1 Kench is not too bad, so already getting this 2-star, that's pretty insane.
Well, we're still getting a little bit of an issue here, is that we don't have healing reduction against the mighty mech, and he just farms us and gets 2 extra HP on top of that. Dormammu says, thank you, I'll be increasing my HP total once more.
A really strong setup already from Dormammu, with finding both the mech and the Acel on 7. Has a ton of gold to work with. Still very, very, very healthy thanks to that Tiny Titans on 2-1.
It feels like a lot of players that hadn't quite got everything going and lacked a bit of direction, suddenly it's appeared, and a lot of our players finding things that they would have been digging for potentially at 4-1 or 4-2 already, so tempo of the lobby really did ramp up quite a bit. Etrian Fam, now 1 Mordekaiser off, so next level we'll be able to get that 3-star coming through very early. And Dormammu here also pushing up and will be rolling a little bit.
Well, and a little bit is the actual word, because we don't
not
have
much
any
gold.
money. Yeah, we're broke.
Very interesting push. No, I don't think he's contested, and he
Yeah.
didn't have that much gold to work. I'm surprised he didn't wait till 4-2.
Well, 4-3, actually, see, you have to remember it's Sona as the map, so it's cheaper level.
yeah,
So right
yeah.
now he is on curve, and so if he wants to get a significant amount of extra gold, he would have to wait 4-3. But yeah, that was very risky play with so little gold. There was very low odds that he would find his upgraded units, so it's now going to be a struggle for him to conclude this game in a satisfactory way.
Yeah, and it feels like when you look at some of the other players that he's coming up against, he already had, as you said, the ASOL and the mech, so you've got to be pretty confident about winning most of your matchups anyway at this point. This is our player as well that's bottom of the standings, so they kind of need to play greedier than maybe you would if there was someone high up. You could argue that play a little bit more valid, just to gain every position, but yeah, like you said, now in a position where just absolutely no goal to work with.
Yeah,
That's been
and
fun.
we're gonna be looking at the forward thinking. The gold has been picked up, and the Mordekaiser 3 has been hit on level 7 rather easily. He's biding his time right now. Oh, and rolling actually. So this is actually just another victor game. Interesting.
Really interesting. I think he could have pushed to 9. No, that was my consideration. The fact that
Yeah.
you expect a very action-packed round, but because he has the Mordekaiser 3 and he's fairly stable, it could have just been use this gold, go to 9 on 4 or 5, or on stage 5 even, with his current health. But
Yeah.
opts to roll instead. Very interesting. Did not expect this at all.
Yeah, means he thinks with the drone, the Victor is actually a stronger proposition. Dormammu has hit the 2-star Aurelion Soul, so he should be a little bit stronger right now. And that's a sneaky bard for a Trafam. He has actually very little to show for what the amount of gold that he has expended. The Mordekaiser was already 3-starred, and we're only on 4 victors. So the situation is concerning right now.
Yeah, I mean, we had, well over 100 gold. We got 112 or something when he started rolling. And as you said, other than picking up the Bard and another couple of smaller upgrades for his board, not a lot to show for it. And I think you could argue that maybe 1 or 2 rolls just to get a couple of upgrades and then go up would have been also fine. Like, he would have still had so much gold to work with. He could have still went up after that point. But now he's dug so deep that very committed to this. And as you've said, not a lot to show for it.
And mentally, this feels really bad as a competitor when you have a very diverging path of where you can take your game. You opt for one decision,
Yeah.
leaving the other one completely out of question, and then that decision immediately pans out to be, in your mind, wrong. In hindsight, it is very hard to mentally recover from that and still play the game out as optimal as possible.
Yes, and speaking of something, Sasa just ended his steamroll, so it still lasted for a lot of rounds and got a lot of value. And the Na3 has been actually free. He did not need to print it, so now he's using
Let's
the
go.
7 gold to upgrade the rest of the board
Once again.
and go to level 9 at the same time. So Sasa in an absolutely commanding position in this game. So much HP and so much board power already to work with.
Has a Bard pair as well already, so the big secondary carry that potentially when you get to level 9 that you do need to get through some of these big tanks, very likely to get, as you've said, in a position to print some of his upgrades. And it's the day of the now. Some days certain champions just spawn themselves in. You don't need to dig too much for them, and it's definitely been a now seed for pretty much the entire day.
I think Sasa was hoping for Steamroll plus offered by Evelyn, but unfortunately not going to be the
A4
case.
cost every round.
Don't give our devs ideas, guys.
No, that would be quite illegal.
So that's for the last patch.
Yeah, Etrafam is in quite a tough position. Not winning here after the forward-thinking cash out feels very rough. But Kevin Parker and Breezing are both in basically hard positions as well, because that's a triple econ augment on the left, and we're down to 28 HP. So I don't think there's much hope there. Yeah, it's looking rough.
Quite a few players now just in a position to have confined themselves to trying to scrape 1 or 2 placements near the bottom. As you said, Breezing off the back of that reinforcement as well, you know that your cap is quite a bit lower. I guess Dormammu's level and aggressive role, maybe he saw this down the line that he would. Didn't look at the time that he would have been contested, but I guess that's why he's playing right now, and we're just watching. So.
Yeah, you have to wonder how long... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to say he stabilized at 22 HP. Still waiting to cash out those extra bows from his first augment on 2-1. The bows that Xayah desperately needs, and looks like that is going to be the case here finally. So red buff comes online. Xayah is now a unit with this double crack and red buff build. We'll see if it'll be enough. The altar has proc. I think the altar, if you get to this point, fast enough, I think it is one of the better start gauges for Xayah overall. Does find an early Jhin as well, and a Shen in the shop.
Yeah, the only tough spot is that some of the players in the lobby are getting to level 9 and are going to be able to cap super high, and it's going to take a little while longer for KP to get there. It's probably going to be able to go level 9 by 6-1, which definitely leaves a lot of time for his opponents to take him down before he can reach the true potential of this composition. But hopefully, the 2-star Rammus was not found by Sasa, and that means that KP gets another win here and stays stable. Meanwhile, Brising, I believe, has just lost another round and he's now in big trouble.
Yeah, good matchup from KP, coming up against one of our players on high HP, still with the 7 meeple in, trying to print some of the upgrades for his front line, as you said, so able to take down that meeple board with ease. So good matchup from KP. He kind of needed that extra life. He doesn't have a lot of time to work with. As you've said, is strong, but a few of our players will be spiking pretty soon. But checking back in here with Stygzor, who early on we saw get this +1 space groove and explosive growth coming through, and thought, okay, that's a pretty good setup to be in, but hasn't really been able to stabilize as much as we would have thought.
Yeah, no real duo carry right now. Hasn't found an early blitz on his roll down, just has the Gwen for now with items. So despite the spot he looked to have just a really high cap, he was able to roll very little, stabilize on 8, and then push to 9. That hasn't been the case. To roll quite deep, similar to Kevin.
Yeah, both mech players are going to be entering the struggle zone very soon, where the mighty mech is not going to be tanky enough, and is going to start really quickly vanishing in fights. And that's the huge problem of the spell being fixed 4-second duration. And we're getting a mech face-off. This is Pacific Rim remake, remastered here in front of your eyes. Both Aurelion Souls facing up against each other. And Dormammu has 2 combat augments, so should have a little bit of an edge here. Need the Blitzcrank and cast. Nope, not once more. It's honestly super close, and it looks like Brising with the Archangel is going to be taking it.
As close
Very
as
surprising.
The should look, to be honest.
Yeah.
That being said, Brising has reinforcement, has kickstart, so the board is similar in Econ right now, but I thought Dormammu would definitely win, especially with Soraka's Miracle on to his mighty mech.
Indeed, checking in with Être Infâme, 1 off of 3-star Rast. This is honestly such a low roll for him with the amount of money that he had. Only 1 3-star, given that the Mordekaiser was basically free. This is heartbreaking.
Yeah, and as you touched on earlier, Panda, he's in that spot where you sunk cost set in and it was, okay, I've rolled so much now, this is what I'm playing, but unfortunately I really don't think it was the best possible line. Still is able to put together a fairly solid board, but as we know, so many players now are going to be getting towards that level 9. Even Stygzor now putting a pretty strong board together finally. And Etra, from a position where we thought, okay, he was stable in stage 3, surely he has a route all the way to 9, opted not to do it, and now is bleeding out and facing elimination.
And this same type of game has been the game that Être Infâme has played for the last, I think, 3 or 4 games in this tournament, in this playing stage. It's a decent game plan. It looked like everything is good, looking good for the potential of where his game is going, but then things just don't really click on stage 4 and 5, and he ends up bleeding out to a 5th or a 6th.
Yeah, and there's really like no reason for him not to find the 3 cost units that he was looking for. Nobody's playing Illaoi, there's no Vanguard player. So he was purely uncontested, and at the whims of the risk of a game plan like this, where you don't have any duplicator to secure the final copies and reduce the cost of these units. As you can see, the mech is starting to struggle. Dasik has the 3-star Veigar, the 3-star Poppy, and a 2-star Bard as well to melt through the front line. And so Brizing is gonna be sent packing after this round by Dasik.
And Dasik also having just so much more combat power coming through from his augments, in a position where he's able to sacrifice. Didn't need an econ early, knew he could print this Veigar later on, opted for pure combat strength, and it made the difference there. The Bard, a little bit of a high roll, but the rest of the board really came together nicely. And now, as you said, our first 3 players already eliminated.
Triple knockout round. I think Fracture and Flom and Stagdor are especially disappointing. Their setups and the potential for their games looked very good in stage 3. Did not quite work out in stage 4 for either of them. Kevin, the one player that I think has to be quite happy with how these last 2 rounds have gone. He looked very doomed, cashed out the double bow, is able to stabilize now on the Xayah 2, and maybe he can start hoping for a top 4 with the 5 win streak he's on right now.
Yeah, he's reached the level 9 just now, so he's hitting the final stages of his board. Just needs to find 1 or 2 upgraded legendary units to really seal the deal and make his own way towards top 4. Everybody that is remaining is now very, very powerful. Shredin has the upgraded board, and unfortunately for him, gets absolutely rolled over by Dasik's monster of a call.
Yeah, Dasik and Zaza, now the players putting together a bit of a win streak, setting down a marker, especially Zaza. So much more HP to work with, and sitting in such a comfortable position. As you said, KP, Shredin and Dormammu just all trying to clinch possibly that 3rd place. But Dormammu, considering the roll down he had, thought maybe he'd committed too much and his opportunity to get into this top 4 had been shut out, but did manage to stabilize for quite a while. But now we're seeing he did, unfortunately, meant that he could never get any higher than level 8 and has lost the previous 4 rounds.
Honestly, to be expected with the Tiny Titans loading into this game. There's really no good reason for, like, no special condition that he's hit that to be able to supercharge this comp. And we've seen time and time again, even when you get an anima cash out, sometimes it's not enough. And here it's very, very clear there's no shot for him, and that's going to be both him and Stakesor staying in the bottom 4 and ending their regionals run very early.
That's what we're seeing there from Dormammu, right? Level 8, 0 gold, was kind of forced to continue donkey rolling on 8 for a very long time, and just couldn't really find a way to cap his board any higher than he did. Sasa on the other side, looking very rich, on his way to level 10. The printerless Gnar once again putting in work.
Truly, the players have, that's how you recognize pro players. Oh, you have to print Gnar, bet, see how good I am, I just summon it.
And both our Meeple players actually...
Ramos.
Yeah, both Meeple players spawned in the Bard pretty much with ease as well, just to give themselves that little bit extra work. The Dragon will be joining the team, hopefully, and this was a little bit of a menace at the start of the set. Still very much is, but don't see it as often as we used to.
Yeah, goes
what does the Dragon count as in terms of the cost for little buddies?
Pretty sure it's a 0 cost. So it
like
should
the dummies,
not be counting at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's not, well, he's still gonna be hitting like a truck. And the funny thing is, Sasa is so powerful, he doesn't even need the 2-star Rammus to go level 10, and he's win streaking comfortably. You can see that the Corki is also 1-star. There's still so many ways for him to make his comp more powerful, and yet he's already beating everybody. It's so scary.
Right resets, maybe the Jinx could do something, but no, he's taken down way too early. Too much HP, effective HP on this board, and too many backliners as well, let's be honest. There's on its way to being 4 itemized, fairly strong carries in the backline here.
And Shredin delivered the Jinx reroll position. We've seen it a few times today. Kind of just goes 4th, and no surprise. When we get to this stage of the game, you look at what Zaza's put together. Same with Dasik, able to get so many. He's got the Veigar, the Poppy 3-star, Bard 2 coming through. KP dropping out into 3rd place. I think he'll be satisfied with that, considering he did look to be stuck at level 8 for quite a while. So It was delayed to get into that 9. But now the two meeples have stood strong. Two of our veteran players that have been in positions like this time and time again will be going head to head for this win.
Yeah, it's the meeple face-off. Still no 2-star Rammus on the side of Zaza, but the level 10 with the Drake should count for something. It's going to be interesting because even if Zaza starts losing now, he still has, as I mentioned, the possibility to upgrade himself so much going further. And both of them have full combat augment setup, so they are really cranked up to 11. And for now, it's looking like Basic has the edge, question mark, because there's the Ginzus that has been stacked. Maybe the Gnar can just clutch it out, and he can. Yeah, that's heartbreaking for these.
Let's be honest, the Valorant prep really seemed to have panned out for Zaza.
Immaculate aim on the Gnar side and the Jhin. I mean, that was
a collateral. I mean,
yeah.
Come on, you think that just happens normally if you're playing TFT all set? No way.
No way, Jose. And well, here's 2-star Corki. Still cranking out the upgrades just to make sure Basic is not going anywhere.
Yeah, as you touched on, Zaza still had a lot of things to hit there and able to get a good few upgrades coming through. Already just edged out the previous round, so could this be the end for Basic?
Gonna have to see the Rammus has been moved to the left side to be closer to the snipers to reduce the amount of damage that they do. The second wind proc is absolutely demonic here, and it's looking much worse for Zaza this time around. Both front lines have now collapsed, and well, no, never mind. And it's just going to be a heavy victory for Zaza. 63 HP remaining. Easy work done here.
I think that's the best fight RNG did hope for, and still it didn't quite seem to be close enough at all. Both Meeple brothers, though, in the top 2 must be happy. A very important game to end up, not just in the top 4, but in the top 2, accumulate those points, find yourself in a premium position coming into game 6 and 7 in particular.
Yeah, and I think Riot will be happy to see that even Valorant practice can transfer into your TFT games and can help you deliver these all-important wins. And I'm sure Counterfeit and Makes will be able to break down exactly what we've just seen and take it away on the desk.
All right, thank you so much, Barry and the guys. What an incredible game just before our elimination coming in. And I mean, let's start off with some of the the big headlines here. Very good lobby for our German players. Sasa, Kevin Parker managing to grab the top 3 between them.
I mean, yeah, I think we have to start with Zaza there. Sees that Gnar opening, then gets handed extra Gnars from picking up Evelyn on his way there, and just absolutely runs with it the entire way. Gets little buddies on top of it to really enable this Gnar to the absolute maximum. And then Basic is just like, I want what he's having, but change it up a bit so you don't see that I'm copying. So that's why you're looking at this Meeple board in second place. The one I really wanted to talk about, though, is Kevin Parker. He finds himself on this bow augment into slamming, and he certainly was considering playing around the Belveth just on the back of the bows, but he sees that Shredden is on there, then picks up slamming and realizes, okay, this game plan doesn't really work. What else is there? I've now slammed 2 Krakens to get as much attack speed as possible. There is a lot of lines selected in the lobby there as well. Okay, what do? Stargazer is Altar. I'm going to go for Zaya, and he plays around that really expertly. So from streaking early on, drops all the way down, comes back up after finally getting the cash out into the red buff and into the Altar with that Jhin on top of it. I think this was really well played from Kevin Parker.
No, you'll have no argument there at all. I do want to bring up some of the other little bits and pieces that came through there. We saw the Reliant Soul boards, both of them ending up going out towards the end. I think for Breezy in particular, there was a heartbreak, real desperation move from him. But I think the most heartbreaking one, of course, Etra and Fam, as we were saying in the cast itself, had to make his choice as to which route he decided to take through this lobby. I don't know, ultimately, if you can say it's strictly right or strictly wrong. What we can say for certain is it wasn't the result he was hoping for.
Yeah, and it's weird, right? Because you're looking at the stats and you're looking at how power curves play out. A 3-star 3 cost should be beating a 2-star 4 cost. That's just how TFT works. And so I really liked his choice of saying, I have this Mordekaiser, it's going to buy me time, I'm just going to go into this Victor 3. But it just didn't come together. So much extra stuff that was just waiting out there for other players, so much extra cap being found by everybody else, and just wasn't able to compete.
Of course, what this year all brought us out here is particularly for Sasa and for Stasik. They were players very much in the middle of the standings. As we said before, as we will take a look at how we land after round number 5, the top 4 are automatically through to tomorrow. So Yosko, Shred, and Hypno, Kevin Parker, their day is done and dusted. Hypno and Kevin Parker only ahead by a single point each over Sasa.
Yeah, and I mean, Shredden and Kevin from this game just now being able to get in there respectively, taking a 3rd and a 4th in that last game, being able to sneak in over Zaza is certainly going to be something they're extremely excited about, and we're excited about as well, of course. But as we're looking towards the lower end of the standing, we're also going to say goodbye to 4 of our players. The bottom 4, Stinky, Dormammu, Stakesor, and Etre, not going to be able to make it here. Unfortunately, you can see there's a 4-way tiebreaker between Breezing, Reven, Yamato, and Etre coming in here, on which Etre unfortunately was the losing person.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the real sting that comes in towards the tail end there, is saying if it had been put for a single placement, then this would have been different overall. But this does leave us in a position now where we're going to have a very competitive final couple of games coming in, where again, we have that same cutoff happening just 2 games from now. So particularly to avoid getting cut off and make it through to week 1, again, I think we're going to be seeing those bottom players fighting tooth and nail especially.
I mean, they have to, right? This is play-ins. After that, it's week 1 of regionals. They want to go all the way to the Tactician's crown. There's quite a lot of competition between here and then, and so they need to be so ready. They need to play to the max. I think there's a lot that is just being figured out in real time with this patch, as it is so young still. And I think we're seeing a lot of it as well on broadcast. Those niche compositions, stuff like the Ezreal reroll that we saw earlier on, stuff like the Zoe reroll that we saw, all of those hero augments coming into play, as well as, of course, the different variants of the Stargazer, which we expected those, but I think it's certainly a lot more open than what many people thought going into most of the set and certainly into this competition.
I mean, we talked about at the opening of the show about the study groups and the kind of time that people put into this. I think you're absolutely right. Even this early on in the regionals, these are the times where those extra few hours of studying, that rumor you heard from someone that maybe this particular line is actually still viable, is absolutely everything you need to bring out, because you may not have any future chances to deploy anything, no matter how decorated of a player you've got coming in. But of course, with the remaining 8 players, they will be playing exclusively against each other for these next 2 games, which means, as you talked about before, doubly so, they'll be able to affect each other's score, because the higher you finish, the lower someone else will finish.
Yeah, but I think there's this kind of common approach to the game where players are mostly focusing on themselves, and they're like, I'm going to try to play my best, and that also already takes down other players. However, it has happened before. We have had some griefing happening across our tournament history, so it is possible that some player will drop low and just snap someone else's loss streak as their best play to try and get ahead in this tournament here. So let's see how our remaining 8 players are going to be doing in those next 2 games. Zaza, Dazik, Ziolanash, Patoska, who we saw a lot of great games early on from today, Relic, Breezing, Reven, and Yamato waiting in the wings here for 2 more games, for 2 more chances to make their way into week 1 of regionals officially into competition tomorrow.
And we'll be updating all of the points. Okay, yes, I believe we've got all the points accounted for from the previous round. We can see we've actually got a fairly big separation here. So we've cut away the top performers and we've cut away the bottom performers. So you can really see that ideally between Relic, Breezing, Revan, and Yamato, they'll be able to make that leap forward and take one of those top 4 spots away from one of these players, again, to get to tomorrow at all.
But of course, with how close they are in total, I mean, that's just 6-point difference between top and bottom end of those points. It is still anybody's game. Anybody can still make it. Of course, we're not hoping for it, but the players at the top end could have 2 really devastating games, and the vice versa could be true for the lower end players. Make sure you're staying hydrated at home, as Relic is, for our players here as well. That's going to be something that will be really relevant for us as this heat wave continues to go on. But we are waiting for the start of game number 6. That will give us a little bit of, a temperature check for pun intended word choice here, as players will see what everybody else has been doing now that they arrive in this final lobby of 8.
All right, we have received words that the game will be starting in just a few seconds. Again, remember, these players will play exclusively against each other for these next 2 games yet to come. As Mike said, the points difference is very minimal going forward, so every single point will matter. Let's put you back into the hand of the guys as game 6 gets underway.
Welcome, everybody. We are the guys. Impetuous Panda, Barry, and Kenobi. Same desk, ready to go for game 6 and game 7 as well. We've now narrowed it down to just 8 players. Much more clarity in terms of who's playing for consistent top placements, players like Sasa and Basic with a really big point lead, and who will have to swing big and maybe play those riskier lines, all the 20-point players.
And it feels like, once again, we're seeing Revan not give up till the end. The player that we always think, oh, things might be going terribly wrong, it could be the end of his season. He always has a surprise for us. He is... It feels like the main character of EMEA at times in the past few seasons, where what Revan's doing is different to what everybody else is doing.
Yeah, living on the edge as a shonen hero would do truly seems to be what he likes the most. And once more, he has a chance at just desperately clawing his way 2 games to catch up on, well, quite a lot of points. But it can swing very quickly if the top players just get one terrible game. He might just be able to do it once more. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on him, because we know he has the potential to do it, and to do it in style as well.
Yamato, not surprised to see him with some meeples on the board. I think we saw back-to-back games 2 and 3. Yamato was angling towards playing Printer Vagar and Printerless Gnar. We've seen, of course, Gnar 3 just being almost a guaranteed top 4 across the small sample size we've seen on broadcast today in this playing stage.
Earth, Meeple's Pat, send it.
Treasure hunt.
It feels like we've seen it be pretty consistent in a few variations as well. But the one thing we haven't seen a lot of is just playing around that standard Corki line. As you've said, it's been more so the Printer approach, but it does feel like every game there's at least one Meeple player. But Breezing here, opting for the treasure hunt, as you said, Panda. We know how strong this can be. Whether it's Primordium, whether it's Lysandra Cho, there's a few different ways you can take this.
Maybe considering Lysandra Cho here.
Somebody pinged something, and Daisy going with the anima, and I'm pretty sure that's what we're getting in terms of pings. Would make the most sense. They are going to be trying their best to make his game a nightmare, but so far it's looking like only Breezing and maybe Patoska have weak balls.
Where's Hypno when you need him, is what Patoska's thinking.
Patoska's the expert at anima, though, so if anybody's going to be able to full sell, he's like, okay, I had it to me today. I can step up if I have to, but as you said, Dasik, the one player in that spot, if you can get through that early game and put together the big win streak, Kenobi, it can be so powerful.
Yeah, and the thing about griefing an anima player is that yes, you're making their game much harder, but you're also making yours super hard because, as we mentioned,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to set up a comeback plan, especially when you're not the one playing anima yourself. So it can be super dangerous to do, and just shooting yourself in the foot by doing that. But Sasa is so powerful with that Birthday Reunion. The Jax 2 is going to give him everything he needs in the early game.
I was gonna say I was a bit surprised with Daisy picking up Anima Commander from the spot he's in with 25 points, but I actually recall throughout his career he's mentioned many times that he almost never tries to change the way he plays TFT, depending on if he needs to play for a first or an eighth on the point totals. He just likes to play the best possible game like he would play in any scenario, essentially. So I think Daisy is the one player that can kind of navigate this without thinking too much of the risk that's involved with playing Anima.
Yeah, it feels like the players that have been around the longest and know that just play standard, just play whatever the line you're presented is. If this is what you would do in every other game of the tournament day, don't just think, okay, I'm in a good... No, I won't do it this time around. Just play it as you normally would. We do have 2 games as well, so I think it is a bit different this time around, having that... We've seen before where we have that final game of just the 8 players going again. This time round, we've already played 5. They've got another 2 as this bunch of 8. So if you do have that one disastrous game, you still have that opportunity to turn it around.
Yeah, playing to win every game is what matters the most. And so if you're already going for that first place as your default game plan, no real reason to change that. And playing for safety, playing for 4th place, oftentimes means you end up 6th, or even worse, you could go 8th place really easily by aiming for too low of a power threshold and just end up getting rolled over by everybody.
I think if you wouldn't do it in 300 games on ladder, why would you do it in this one random game? Just completely change how you would approach it.
Divine Intervention, Echo, Boon for Daisy going to be really good synergy with his Anima spot. So already, probably even a consideration when he picked up the Anima Commander, the fact that Echo is one of the God offerings.
And he's gonna be the first to get it, obviously. Breezing, there's still the potential for Daisy to get griefed, depending on how it's going to go for Breezing and Revan. But it's the only 2 potential that would be selling their boards, and it's not even certain that they're going to be doing it. But Zilonash is going to be snowballing so hard with this Mogul's Mail and the 2-star Jinx.
A little bit of an awkward decision point with the God offerings if you're trying to win streak, because you are kind of forced into playing into the Yasuo Hex with mana, or maybe you playing on the comp you're playing, you're not going to really favor that as much. So it could be a little bit awkward for some of our players who are trying to go for the 5-win streak here.
On the flip side, it's an incredible position to fast 9 in. His win streaking has extra econ thanks to the artifact, and the mana hex is going to be super powerful if he gets to this Sona, especially. To utilize that. So definitely the potential for an incredible game for Zilonash if he manages to keep that win streak going for a while longer.
Yeah, and just having the Giant Slayer down, it's not like he's committed one way or the other, can still really play anything from it, as you said. So I think in a pretty good position. Yamato here also putting together a pretty strong board early on. We know he's going to be leaning into this printer line. It's been performing so well. Revan here, a player trying to keep that 5 loss though.
Yeah, 3 players on 4 loss streak. Looks like Revan is dodging both Breezing and Basic. I'm keeping my eyes on the side to see if there was any selling, and they are facing each other, but Breezing was playing 4 units. The Timo was on the board, and that feels like a terrible... no, he was holding onto his bench, so not a mistake. He's gonna be re-rolling the Jinx. No real option for him to interrupt Day6's loss streak there.
Yeah, I feel like he did enough if it was to come up against the other lose streak player, but knowing that the Anima player, I can't outsack this. So unfortunate there, and does get the worst tag. But for Day6, Objective 1 navigated, but still another stage to go.
And Brisbane couldn't really sell his board. It seems like he's very much locked
Yeah.
into the Jinx reroll comp with Treasure Hunt, so he could not be the hero for the lobby.
And so it was in fact quite safe for Daisy, and now he's out of the woods, so to speak. He just has to save a tiny amount of HP to get a safe 500 cash out, not completely and abjectly miss on his roll down, and he should be looking at a potential top 1 here to secure his spot for tomorrow.
I wouldn't risk it with that
Curse
statement.
throne.
Kenobi. Watch someone cosmic restart and just not buy any units and then face Daisy on the round. I think it's gonna happen.
A confident curse.
I'm fine. If it ends up being a curse, I am fine with my voodoo powers taking over here. Zulunash still doing just fine. Kind of low on econ considering that he's got a 5 win streak with an gold generating artifact. Opts to not push and is facing off against Relic, who is pretty strong with the Sunfire as well as the Zoe 2 in the backline.
Yeah, if he did choose to push, he would have just been so poor. As you said, his econ's not looking great as it is. Does make the right call here, it looks like, and just getting the matchup that was just about winnable, pretty close in the end. And can sell something off here to make 40 if he wishes to.
Yeah, surely, there it is. No cosmic restart here to mess with Daisy, but the potential late game specialist or the second win here, the late game specialist gets locked in. Zulunash has his eyes set onto winning this entire game through a legendary based board.
Really strong setup for Zulunash, looking now at Day 6 spot. Not really looking for immediate power, looking more for any kind of scaling or just the most total power possible coming into stage 4 once he gets his cash out. Looks like small grab bag will be that consideration. Doesn't get any power on the board right now, can just choose to not slam any items to continue loose streaking.
Yeah,
I think for the same reason he considered exiles, because you can sack it to essentially get no value for the time being. So thought about that, but still sitting pretty for Daisy.
The big issue for the exile, if you're going to be playing mech, which is what I'm assuming he's going to do, is that you want to have the mighty mech as solo frontline, but you don't want to have your backline position to enable the exile, because that would allow you to get wrapped around by melee compositions. So that would be a huge obstacle as well. But he's just holding their breath, waiting for Daisy to get to his cash out to see if he's going to be assembling Exodia.
A good matchup for Zulunak. After taking that late game, you do want to pick up one of the... At this point, what happens with Daysec is none of your consideration anymore. It's his game. Zulunak just wants to get some of these free wins early and was able to do that. So we're checking back in here with Yamato.
A lot of money, but double econ, rushing to level 8 to print the Vigar. It's gonna be coming fairly soon, especially with the double foil Vigar, getting that sweet extra 1 AP and AD. It's gonna be unstoppable, sure.
That's gonna be the difference.
Trust me, 1 AP can make the difference. Increasing on the other side. 4 as bricks and getting slammed. It's the second time we're seeing Treasure Hunt Jinx. Really struggling in the early game despite the composition really wanting to crush the opponents in the early game.
It's a fairly strong lobby, I would say, for stage 2 and stage 3 compared to the average, which might be part of it.
Yeah, and I suppose the thing with you know how good Treasure Hunt can be eventually, but for the time being, you're not getting a lot of power from it immediately. So even if the comp is strong early and you're getting a little bit extra resources from Treasure Hunt, if it is a strong lobby, you're still not fully activating your augment just yet. So it can cause him to slow down the tempo just a bit.
Cryogenic, really big news for Daysec. Obviously, I think the strongest possible god offering could have hoped for from Yasuo or any god, really, in the spot he's currently in. Very close to cashing out the Divine Intervention. Will be happening after these next 2 losses. And then we'll have a clear idea of when and how he's going to be pushing for his stabilization. I have to imagine it will be a 4-1 roll down.
The big issue for him is that I'm assuming, yes, if my math is not mistaken, it's just going to be a few points shy of 500 cash out after the 3-6. But that shouldn't be a problem. Either he can win the following round to get the final points he needs, or just lose one more. He has the HP to spare, and then hopefully he can regen if he plays the Fiora.
We saw there as well, wait until the last
here.
second. Yeah, put the Hex down and waited to level right at the end just to make sure he wasn't anybody too weak. He does want to get, as you've said, Panda, as many kills as he can, and they got a couple. Seen worse.
20 seconds to kill one Meepsy one, but we're getting there.
Logically refuse that cash. Can get so much more, and 400 cash out is definitely not a guarantee of winning on the mech line. We can see it getting outscaled by somebody like Zulunash, who found an early Rammus to improve from his 2-star Aatrox, which is going to be an incredible improvement. The level 9 is going to come so quickly, and with still so much HP to bring to bear. Zulunash must be sitting so comfortable.
Yeah, having the 2 hexes as well, so when he does get to 9, so much extra utility and power coming through from that. Sitting really pretty here, and as you've said, getting one of the best holds he could to be able to print as much gold as he can. We know he's got late game specialists down the line, and really for the rest of the lobby, you've potentially got obviously day 6 a ticking time bomb in the sense that we know how powerful he's going to be pretty soon. And Zulunak, even if he's dropping rounds here, he's got so much HP and gold to work with that he's also going to be a scary proposition later on.
Poppy does cast, then looks like that isn't going to be enough to win the fight, so a perfect start to the game here for the Romanian player. 10 win streak on an Econ Augment and an Econ Artifact.
Just messing with Breezing. He's like, wait, you need to re-roll to hit 6 Jinx? Sorry, I wasn't made aware. Get good. Oh, this is... this feels mean. He's also holding on to 3 time breakers, so the moment he's not win streaking anymore, he's gonna be printing extra econ through these re-rolls. This is just a masterful way to snowball from him.
I think it's probably correct to, even if he wins 4-1, to maybe even put Timebreaker in 4-2,
Yep.
anticipating that he will be losing regardless if he's not rolling as well.
Absolutely, yeah. So, final ops will be coming through for Basic before the big roll down.
We're seeing how close some of our other players are getting towards a big power spike. Relic there, 6 copies of each of his main units he's digging for, so pretty close. He's got HP and gold to work with. We know Breezing should be getting there eventually. Treasure Hunt's been a little bit slow for him so far, with the Jinxes being held elsewhere, but also a player that will be spiking pretty soon. So I think Zulunak, aware that he's probably going to start losing some rounds.
The Jinx is going to get there, but the rest of the board is so far away, so far Breezing. I think he's going to be... I think this position looks kind of doomed for him.
Yeah.
Even if the Jinx comes online, the front line is never going to be strong enough, especially with everybody having the cryogenic hex. Having a strong front line is so important, and this Rek'Sai is not going to be it. But for now, coming across Revan, it's going to be holding on just fine.
Eyes on Daysig. I think he did roll a little bit of gold already on 4-1. We'll see what his board ends up looking like right now.
Yep.
Wait, he won. Wait. He won the round. He won the round.
Oh!
Oh no!
Ooh.
499.
Oh, 499.
We're okay. We're okay. Don't stress it. We're fine. It's just temporary setback. We're just chilling.
And it's a big 3-star has been hit though. That's the main thing. This is what we were digging for right here. The shiny Teemo 3 coming through. Just a little treat there that we can just sell off, but it popped up for just 1 round.
He might have faced off against somebody that was level 7 instead of level 8. That's fine. Honestly, it's okay. He would have like losing this round or losing the previous one. Same thing. And as I take a huge breath of copium. Feels good. We're fine.
All according to plan.
and 2-star on the side of Yamato, printing the Vigar here. We've got the 7 Meeples and the Shen 2, which is honestly not bad. With the recent changes to Shen, he's finally not completely dead on the board. On top of his utility, he's doing decent damage here. Finally getting through the Morgana after what feels like forever. It's gonna be a decent loss as well for Daisy. Wait, no, the Fizz did not die.
9
Not
HP
quite
is
two lives.
a little bit dangerous for stage 4. Gonna have to really clutch up here in terms of
That's
stabilizing
bad.
this board. There's an Ace 2 already removed from the pool by Revan. Gonna have some difficulties in finding the Ace 2 for himself. There's a pair. No Reforgers.
Let's get the mech online at least.
We have the duplicator, so the 2-star Acel is guaranteed. It's probably gonna have to duplicate here if he's quick enough. Doesn't get to do it just yet, but the cash out is pretty rough to use. With these 2 items, he's kind of forced, to put the Cyclonic Slicers on the mech here, and that's gonna be fine for now, but soon it's going to be a huge problem. We also do not have any items for Aurelion Soul for the moment, so just a bunch of problems piling up on top of each other for Daisy.
And it's not like he has another life to work with. We've seen some players, when they've been in similar difficult spots to navigate, at least have that buffer, but this is not the case here, and as you've said, his items looking really, really rough.
Fiora here in the offering, because with these cash out and the duplicator, a couple of Fioras and suddenly he's fine, gonna be farming an extra life. But here, no opportunity to get the 3-star Urgot, which could be fine for the artifacts as well. It's just a bunch of problems stacked on top of each other and not the right answers coming out.
Looks like Brizzing has stabilized for a win streak now. The player that we were kind of worried about coming to stage 4. He hit the Jinx 3, he hit the Rek'Sai 3. We'll see if Daisy can follow in those footsteps and stabilize this board as well. There's a Karma 2.
Rest is going to be so hard to come by, but the Revan also, 26 HP at this point, still 3 lives. Hit a lot, but he's gonna be stuck on level 8, and that's honestly the worst place you want to be when you're playing an AP based comp like this. No potential to scale up. Gonna be outscaled by both the rerolls and somebody like Zul Nash, who's gonna be beelining for level 9.
Yeah, essentially this is it for Revan, in that he's just kind of as strong as he's going to be. As you've said, some players are going to be really coming online. And Revan, yes, he's stabilized somewhat. He's got the 2 wins here, and it looks like he's going to pick up another one, but he's stuck so deep that there's not really much further he can take this board.
These are also not the items you really want on Acel. You don't have kind of the bursty JG, Rabadon, kill everything Acel build. Instead, you have more of a utility build, which doesn't really pair as well with his kit. So a lot of question marks regarding Revan's status for the rest of this stage 4 and the start of stage 5.
I really love the fact that the Aurelion Soul is just you apply the solar hex and that's it.
And Dasek here knows that rolling or trying to get some upgrades here isn't really going to change his game too much. He's playing a little bit risky. He's going into this round knowing that he's sitting on 50 gold and a full duplicator, but he really does want to be able to survive this one and then push on towards level 9.
Yeah, Fiora and Graves are probably the 2 units he's looking at to make the most out of his items, and that's why he's just holding on, praying. Here, this is a great time to be facing Petoska.
Yes.
One off of the 3-star
Perfect.
Vigar is exactly what he needs. We're winning this, then we might be getting to level 9. There's still hope, but it's a slim one.
I think the moment he didn't use a duplicator to stabilize on stage 4 on 1 life, then you just have to full send it. Try and go 9, duplicate at 5 costs, and come back into the game that way.
Yeah.
Is it getting expensive? Rolling past a lot of things, trying to get probably not even 1 component. We're rolling so much. Triple gold? No, not even. What is he looking for, guys? What am I missing?
Is he just
Not
wanting
this.
raw AP for his ASL, or?
Oh, is he looking for rods? Oh my, this is... I think
I think he also has not seen a single rod in any configuration.
Yes,
for, like,
no
30
rods.
rolls.
No, there was one. There was rod, chain, glove, but that was it. Oh my god. And he ends up taking something that he rolled past like 20 golds ago, and that feels like the end.
Yeah.
Well, that feels like game over
Yikes.
now. He could not afford to roll that deep. And maybe a little bit too peaky. And still not, obviously not rolling anymore, but we're still so far away from level 9 now. It's just stunned silence. That was painful to watch. So much gold spent on the armory.
Facing one of the strongest players in the lobby as well. Healthiest player in the lobby at the very least. Zoe 3, Leon 3.
Yeah.
Looks like it's not going to be quite enough.
No, he really... Daisy's dead? No, never mind. There's still damage.
So.
No, there's still a cryo hex. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
The mech does some damage as well. The mech got hands.
Yeah.
I learned that at the start of the set.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
He has less hands than at the start of the set, but he still has some amount of hands, I would say.
Some amount of hands, and he has spinning discs of death around him, so that counts for something. And Sasa, in the meantime, in huge trouble, out of money and no upgrades to really show for his troubles. No Vex.
Item stolen, Jax.
Birthday reunion. What? His birthday reunion came through, but unfortunately Zaza, didn't get one of his primary carries that he was looking for. And coming into this one as the highest points, if he does drop out here, potentially to 8th place, really going to tighten up the field quite a lot.
Yeah, and Tosca is quite strong. The Ramus 2 is here, the Veiga 3 is here. We've got decent combat augments all across the board, so unless this magnificent TG from the Blitzcrank is going to be enough to clutch it, no, the Veigar is now onto the backline. It's going to be all up to the Blitzcrank, but he will not be able to do it at all.
Basic also goes down, it looks like. Is that an overlay? No, he's alive. Never mind.
He's alive.
Basic did use his... Yeah, did use his duplicator finally. So after all that time of holding out to try go 9 to potentially get some of these 5 costs online, forced to pull the trigger now, and it feels like his days are numbered. But for the time being, 5 win streak has able to stabilize. But we do know some of these players that were pushing towards 9 had a lot stronger they could get.
Yeah, for example, if we take a look at Zulanash in a moment, he's got a nearly complete level 9 board here. If he comes across Tasik, that sounds like it would be the end. We're just missing 1 Vex and 1 Shen to complete the entire roster. The Graves has been stacking slowly his upgrades. In the meantime, Breathing versus Tasik, the mech has died really quickly, but the rest of Breathing's backline is falling as well.
He's had some good matchups, Dasik. He tagged the Veigar player before the spike. He's tagged our 2-cost reroller that we knew was limited in how far they could take this composition. So he's already eked out a few positions and able to get himself to 9 through some pretty favorable matchmaking.
There's a Fiora.
If he wins, 3 or 4 more rounds, he's got the next wave. No, by the time it's stage 6, so it's not even 1 extra life. So unless he absolutely stomps somebody, it's going to be tough getting that extra life from Fiora.
Any amount of placements here are going to be really important for Daisy, though, considering the lead he has currently in the point totals. So a 5-point gap with 3 other players that are on 20.
Coming up against our Piba player here, and we see Fiora's going the long way around, getting straight on top of Urgot here, potentially able to take down one of the primary damage dealer early on. But Cameron
targeted early from the Karma,
firing away here.
It's looking like the Vex being 1 star is still not enough damage for Zulanash. It's gonna be decently close, but as long as the Vex is not upgraded, Dasik is going to be fine. Yamato is going to be falling down in the meantime. But Dasik holding on for dear life, but holding on for good for now.
Pretty good news for Revan as well. 2 of the 20-point players have gone down already with Yamato and Brizzing, so he's that 1 player that is trying to claw back up in the standings, try and enter that dog pack at the very top among those top 4 or 5 players in the standings.
How did he
Solid
get to
TG
level
as
9?
well for this next round.
How did he get to level 9?
A lot of
And
patience.
have
It's a mystery.
golds.
A lot of
His nickname before TPC back in the day was The Economist in the Spanish community, so never
Oh,
doubt
huh.
Reven's ability
Yeah.
to generate econ from somewhere.
Yeah, it looks like it came from nowhere a little bit. The Blitzcrank is going to be pushing the mech back, and the cryogenic hex has already been expanded. The Aurelion Soul's looking like it's doing work, and Daisik has finally run out of opponents to hit.
It's a top 3, just like that.
Reven's down, Potoska's down as well.
We saw 499 and we thought, okay, not ideal, but we got the cash out the next round, and then we saw rolling for those rods for a long time. We thought, oh, that's pretty rough. But Daisik held firm. He held off on the duplicator until he felt like he really had to as well. He's now going to get a 3rd item on top of Aesol. And suddenly, Daisik has turned the game around that I think we all thought, okay, yeah, he had an anima game, but it was not the most straightforward one to turn into a top 3 or even higher. But Daisik, he'll be very, very happy with this result.
Even the Treasure Dragon, I mean, a lot of things that could have gone slightly wrong did, and despite that, Daisik didn't really, lose his cool, was able to still play the game out in a very clean fashion throughout all of stage
Rabadon's
5.
death cap.
Woo! We made it!
The rods have
promised
arrived.
land.
He's saved, surely. The thing is, Relic is... It feels like he's past his prime with this composition. He's done a solid top 3, and now he's going to be struggling. The Yasuo's artifact on the LeBlanc is probably not going to be the extra damage that he's going to be needing to take on this huge mech. And Zoe is not great at killing such targets, but the Karma is actually dead from a snipe from Zoe, so what do you know? This is going to be a little bit close, but at the end of the day, everybody stays alive for Daisik, and it's only down to the Romanian player against Daisik. Zulunash, a masterful snowball converted into a huge late game board.
Vexu now as well for Zoe.
Streaker and our 10 loss streaker both made it to the top 2. Interesting. So maybe that was a factor. Who knows?
Didn't look very close at all before. We'll see if the upgrades on Zul's board are going to change things. The Fiora did get... it looked like she was going to wrap onto the Karma, onto the backline, onto the Aesol, but instead she got targeted very early on and just bursted down by the Aesol rockets and the Karma. So if Fiora can stay safe, I think, or Graves in this case, with the item swap.
Well, it looks like, if my eyes do not deceive me, the Graves has to be on the final stage of the box shots upgrade, so the next one is going to be the laser ballistics if he needs, which is a huge upgrade to his damage. It's looking a lot closer, and yeah, Daisik is going to be taken down. Finally, the Vex 2 was enough. Zulunash pops off here. Both actually very happy with this placement, giving them a big lead on the other contestants at this point in the tournament with just the 1 game remaining.
Really happy for Zul. I mean, we saw how excited he was. I think he's a player who has had very high highs in his career and just hasn't really met those same standards the last 3 or 4 sets, especially ever since TPC came around and the format changed altogether. So I'm definitely rooting for him to make it through today and even to try and make it into TPC itself coming into week 2. But we'll hear if our analyst desk is also biased towards Zul and Daisik or if they have more things to break down from this Game 6.
I mean, I feel like we would be, out of line if we weren't a little bit excited about what our final 2 looked like there. I mean, we have such great contrast between the 2 of them as well. For Daisik, he's a player who's been in the in the crown top 8 twice in the last year, and he's positioned himself as a regional champion. And the player who beats him, Zulunash, a player who's the first time back at regionals at all in over 2 years. I think we're set up for a spectacular final game.
I think so as well. I do have to say there's something in this game that I'm obviously not as excited about, and that is that 8th place Zaza falling from points leader to an unfortunate 8th there. Just didn't work out in his favor, trying to bring a comp online and no luck whatsoever. I will say, I kind of want to pay respects to Zeolanash. I did not know this is how he played this game. He was just bullying other players left, right, and center. Breezing not getting a chance to really get this comp online as he was just holding Jinx for funsies from what it looked like.
I mean, that's such a heartbreaker, isn't it? When you've got players who've got more HP than you, and they can say, you know what? It makes no odds to me what item carrier I use during this game, but it sure as heck makes a lot of odds to you. Now, like, basically push you out of being able to play the game at all. And it's a cruel reality, but I think ultimately, when you're playing in the same lobby with the same players, anything you can do to make your ride easier in the final game is absolutely important. But mates, let's go and take a look at our standings coming into the final game.
Yep, let's take a look. It is only 8 players that remain, and these 8 players fight one more game to see where they're at. So 13th to 16th here already eliminated. We're looking Breezing, Yamato, Reven, Patoska, and up. So you can see 22 is the lower end of that final lobby. And when we take a look on the front page of the standings, we're going to be seeing the other 4 players that remain as Seolanash and Dasik put their best foot forward and lead the pack by a whooping 5 points into this last game. And then Zaza and Relik both sitting on that 27. It's going to be a very, very tough ask to get these two somewhere else outside of this top 4 for those players. They're still trying to get in there. They're targeting Zaza, they're targeting Relic, but it is still possible for everybody to make it into week 1 of regionals.
This is crazy because we're literally in the first day of regionals at all. This is for entry into the main week 1, that weekend of play still to come to even make it to the final week. And of course, the guaranteed TFT Pro Circuit spots. And already our players are giving absolutely everything they can. I do want to pick up what you said though. Salsa, Relic, Tosca with a 3-way tie for 27 points. Of course, as you can see from the points on screen here, we've got players who are ahead, but there's still lots of room in the top 4 to play for.
I want to know what Zaza is yelling about. He looks upset. He's like, this is not happening again. You listen to me right now. I think that has to be what he's saying. I'm lip reading German right now. Just trust me.
No, I would say you've got a much better chance at it than I do. But I mean, as you said, everyone's got a chance here, even if players like Yamato need, and Breezing as well, they need the stars to absolutely align. But it's a dangerous place for even our players who are on higher points, because you've got players in this lobby who are going to be throwing everything at this final game to try and take points away from you.
That's right. That is what they have to do. Of course, I know all the players and our casters are going to ask for something nice for a standard game of TFT, as they do. I'm here to tell you the opposite. I'm asking for chaos. I'm asking for prismatics. I'm asking to bring hero augments back into this one. Give me direction. Give me something that messes up this final last game, because I want to be entertained, and I speak for the chatters that want to be entertained as well.
I don't think there's any danger of not being entertained by this final game. As we've said, we've got so much converging here. We've got the old guard coming in, Dasik, who's trying to position himself as #1 in the region. We've got players coming in who are trying to secure their future for themselves, like Breezing, who's got almost no history by comparison. But it all comes down to this final game. Anything could happen. Impetuous Panda, Kenobi, Barry Bannon, show us what this game is made of.
The final game of play-ins is here. Everything at stake for all of our competitors, as Counterfeit has mentioned. And I just had to laugh in that lobby asset, seeing the qualification path on each of the players' webcams and seeing wait lists for Sasa. The first time that I've seen that in a tournament like this.
Yeah, we've seen it maybe at some lower stakes, but business end of the season, a bit of a surprise. But we can see, even though he had that disappointing result last time around, he's still in a good position to make it through here. And getting a little animated on the cam, so even though maybe he's surprised to be at this stage of the competition, you can see he's really, really taking it to heart and giving it his all.
Yeah, and we wanted chaos. Gold subscription seems like one of the ways to get there. A lot of extra resources being injected into the game, and this could allow more players to get to Fast9 or just to hit their bolts much faster, putting pressure onto everybody much earlier into the game. So I'm excited to see what the augments are going to be giving us. I hope something like the golds or the prismatic to get some strong direction from the players. But yeah, this is going to be a tough one. Everybody still being able to make it on game 7 is kind of wild.
I will say I think 2 of the players are, not 100% locked in, but it's very likely that they'll be making it through with a 5-point gap that they have between the rest of the field. I think especially the 27-point tiebreaker with the 3 different players and Revan as well at 25, that's really going to be interesting in terms of who can make it through. And then the playing spoiler, right, from someone like Brizzing and someone like Yamato, where they're just so far behind, but if they play for a crazy first and everything goes well, they could still make it as well.
Self-destruct, yay! Run it back. No. Potential for some fun augments. We're seeing Yamato going for no scoot, no pivot, and Brizzing going for calculated loss, as well as Birthday Reunion for Daisy. Revan going for the worst to wait. He got the Twisted Fate 2-star, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to see Twisted Fate's debut here in these regionals after dominating the first patch and getting absolutely demolished in compensation. He now is playable.
And we saw Yamato having no scout, no pivot, but also Primordian 2-1 straight away, able to get that going. So already making 10 as well, able to sell off everything else. So it should be in a pretty good position early on. And we do know how strong 2 tanky is for Relic. Saw that come through, holding those Space Groove units, not even a hesitation for him to pick that one up. So some of these gold augments have been very meta-defining, and really it feels like swing the lobbies massively.
Gold feels like the new prismatic, honestly. They're
Yes.
like silver augments are not really game warping. There are sometimes nice additions, but there are so many game plans that rely on one specific gold augment that triple gold augment sometimes feels completely bonkers in terms of power level.
Really curious to see what Revan does with this Twisted Fate, worth the wait. Serpent is going to be the Stargazer. It's awkward to obviously... you're getting the Twisted Fate 3 anyway. You don't really want to roll more and play for a traditional Stargazer reroll. Twisted Fate doesn't really fit into any kind of tempo comps that he's still played in. Stargazer with Zaya, he's sold always. Similar case for there's not really a Fate Weaver comp with Corki and Twisted Fate. It just plays tempo. So I guess it's an item holder
Tempo
and then push levels. Yeah.
1 gold around. not bad.
Probably one of the worst hits, no? Worth the wait, I have to imagine. Especially with the uncertainty of Stargazer, right?
Yeah, definitely. If the Stargazer is bad, then Worth the Wait has a huge risk. But well, Serpent is good enough. Well, one of the better ones, actually. Might be some potential for something like a 5 Serpent, like a TF Zaya duo carry, maybe. I don't know. I'm throwing stuff.
I've heard some from top players at the start of the set that 7 Stargazer, the Serpent, has been underplayed all set long.
So any
there we go. Until now.
Until Revan decides for the one game that will decide his entire set 18. It's time to commit.
It's looking like Brizzing is not happy.
The shake of the head. Yeah.
And then what am I supposed
very visibly
to do?
No.
Yeah, not happy about this. Gonna be looking to play towards the Vygar. And well, Petuska with the Clear Mind, which is so risky of an augment, gets kind of rewarded with an early Rammus who should hold the fort for the early game.
Yeah, absolutely will hold down the fort, and we see Brizzing already not too satisfied with his game and loading in against a Rammus at 2-3. Just a little bit more of a gut punch there, but I do think for Revan, at least, I think his hope was, okay, this doesn't give me I don't really know exactly how far I can take this, but maybe I can win streak off the back of it. Unfortunately, not able to get a full streak together. We do see though Daisy, Relic, both sitting at 100 HP for now, able to win those 3 rounds. So Daisy, who had a really strong showing last time round, from a not the easiest spot to navigate, definitely sitting a little bit more comfortable early on.
I will say historically, Revan has always performed quite well when he's in some ways forced to play tempo and forced to just push levels, make strongest board round to round. His debut in the TPC back in set 15, that was mostly how he ended up surprising a lot of competitors. Ended up doing really well on his debut, despite being considered a weaker player with less experience. So I wonder if this game plan here is actually going to favor him in some ways.
Yeah, the important question is, does he have something prepared that he can adapt slightly to the circumstances? And it's a big question because that we're getting into very niche spots. So having something prepared for that is quite unlikely. But Dasik has, with the birthday reunion, he's going to be cruising through the early game. Upgraded board and Primordian. That's so much money with the gold subscription as well. It's level 9 and 4 too. You heard it first.
It's a big prediction.
Yeah,
You've done some caster cursing so far, but a confident one here of no worries, level 9, straight there. It hits exactly what he wants first time as well. No need to sell off that legendary that we've seen some other players have to do.
I will say across today, Birthday Reunion has been very disappointing. I think only seen 5 costs being sold every time, and then just like the worst board possible being assembled in stage 5. I do think Dasik might be the one to break that curse, though, considering his just adaptability is one of his biggest strengths as a player.
To a fault. It is his biggest strength as well as his biggest weakness at the same time. You just gotta ride that line, and it is a thin one. Revan gets the Twisted Fate 3 online just a little bit earlier than one would usually, and gonna be starting to be able to print this 1 gold every time he rolls a 9. So helping him print some money, it's really, I'm going to be fascinated to see what he does. Maybe some crazy 4 Fate Weaver tech, the core key coming in later.
Just roll a 9 every time, and then we're getting 1 gold from Worth away, and then it's infinite gold on. There.
Basic thing for the win streak here. Should be able to do it with the Jinx.
It's gonna be a little bit close.
Yeah.
But she cleans up in the end. Beautiful stuff. Plays a little bit greedy, sells the Rek'Sai for the Econ. So
the sweet spot here for Dasik is if he's able to make it to level 7 on the win streak still, he's in a really good spot to get the TG online and to really just snowball the game.
And who's going to be able to compete against him? He's just broken the win streak from Relic. Revan is going to be kind of scary actually in stage 3 if he finds something to upgrade his front line. But who else could be contesting him for the wins? Oh, Sasa's playing Darkstar Shogat Lissandra, so that could be one player that's going to be really strong after opening both chests on 3-1.
Especially if he hits one of the 3 stars on that roll down.
Yep, and Emblem potentially.
Doshi here is one of our players that all he had slammed was that Spirit Visage, and waiting to see his items come through. So most players pretty committed to where they're taking this game. However, he was one of our players that was left it a little bit more open there. Checking it in with Zaza.
No chance.
Kenobi, your most favorite line, I think. Have a little bit of fun with this one.
Yeah, well, Protector's Vow as well as Adaptive Helm means a lot of extra mana for the Shogat, but only 4 Shogats, 5 Lissandras. It's going to be a little bit tough. And the thing is, Ezreal is fantastic to play with Shogas and terrible to play with Lissandra unless you have the Darkstar emblem. For now, it's completely fine because he's just, moving forward, might play 3-time Breaker to get extra rerolls. But in the late game, you have to choose, unless you get the Darkstar emblem, you have to pick between one of the 2. And because they will prevent the other from getting to full power.
Really close fight in the end. It's going to be a win for Sasa. Level 4 versus level 6. Still able to touch it up, get some stacks on the Cho'Gath as well. Prismatics on 3-2.
Okay. Send it.
Not sure about that one.
Okay, rolled over.
Alright. Jeweled
Okay,
Lotus
fine.
is
Take the
pretty
combat.
powerful. It is pretty good because the Shogas being able to crit is actually going to be meaningful in the late game.
Very similar to Leona earlier this set with Teemo.
Oh yeah.
Also has the naturals already, so it could just go right into it.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
Holy
Oh, extra
what?
bufferinos.
Now we're spicy.
All right.
I mean,
Uh,
we need to.
makes
If we win
sense.
this
I would've
round
fumbled-
and then win every other round, we're
I
fine.
would have fumbled this, added in some random units, and it'd just be locked on my board the rest of the game.
well, he is playing double Briar right now, which is kind of scary, but it does make sense with the no scoot no pivot. You get every bonus on the board. You have plenty of units that you can fit that are very, very good here to add in the challengers and the marauders. And it's honestly, I respect it because you know Yamato needs a first place and some good RNG into how everybody else places. And if I've ever seen a combo that has the potential that says I want to go first, it's no scoot no pivot into Cursed Crown. He is giving himself the tools, and yes, there is a huge risk associated, but at the same time, if he goes something other than first anyway, then it doesn't matter.
You're also putting the rest of the lobby on a little bit more of a timer where hopefully you're running over them in stage 3. They have less HP to work with. Some of these players that are angling towards fast 9, you might make it more difficult for them where they've just got one less life in it. So I think that's also a consideration. You're thinking, okay, this is the comp that runs over people early. I'm just going to run over them with more units and just make everybody take big hits.
Everything with the animal online, the Calc boss. Added in a little bit late. We didn't see it early on, of course, when they had the Orals on the board, so going to be a bit slower to cash out. Not sure if he will reach 500, considering his current HP at 47 right now, only 250.
Yeah, 400.
No,
Maybe it's
well,
looking
doable.
dicey.
And not even, maybe it's gonna have to be a 300 if you want to have any sort of buffer remaining
Gotcha.
for your health.
Sometimes the player cams are quite telling. You can see when a player's sitting
Yeah.
through. Some players show no emotion, and we actually have zero idea how they're feeling. But some players you can tell when they're like, "Oh, this spot is just not it." And Freezing's showing that a little bit, where it's definitely a very difficult one to play. And this is a player that needs a first or a second really to turn things around. So it makes sense that he's playing this approach where he's going as greedy as possible.
Yep. And still holding on to that cash. Upgrades the Eloi though, which is kind of scary. Because there are.
I think he knows he has
players
to
that are
get really clean losses and get some kills here as well.
True. Very true.
Yeah, already 35. We don't want to die. So, you know, but yeah, definitely a difficult position to be in. Check it in here with Relic, our 2 tanky player. Still not found even one copy of Samira, so the role-playing Teemo for the time being, just chipping away. But we know how strong 2 tanky can be. We have Prismatic Ticket, which when we do the roll down, hopefully will deliver a lot of success. But for Relic, not even really found anything early on, so definitely makes it a little bit more difficult.
I am having terrible flashbacks of a 2 tanky into Prismatic Ticket game from one of the TPCs. But it was 4-way contested on Space Groove, so the situation was quite different, but it was Experian rolling 20 times on 3-7 and hitting like 1 unit. And it was the worst thing to witness, but this time the state of the game is quite different, although I'm looking at the state of the board and I'm seeing 3 Orns on 3 different boards, so maybe things are not as simple as they look.
Yeah, we did see a Space Groove emblem from Bartoska as well, from Trade Tree, so he is definitely going to veer his way into that vertical Space Groove line as well.
Yep.
Yeah, already has a Nami and a Riven holding the emblem as well, so he's really starting to put quite a bit of that together. Check in here with Dasik though. Our player that is angling this fast 9 if he's able to pick up a win, but coming up against a pretty chunky Alawi in that front line.
Yeah,
Does
and
take it down with
Freezing
ease and
going for 400.
yeah. We are low. We are
11 HP.
1 life and a dream.
So, 3 units is the maximum that we can take. All right, if we lose. If he wins, fine. He's going to be looking to win and try and stabilize here. But yeah.
Hear me out.
Fiora is...
Relic rolls all his gold, hits his 3 stars, faces Brizzing next round.
Yamato rolls all his gold, hits all his 3 stars, goes like 10-0 against him. There's many ways for him to get rolled over if considering
Everybody hits, and there's no winnable matchup.
He did just face Dasik, who is the strongest and most, steamrolly player he could face at the end of stage 3.
The board is nowhere near finished. Right, you have to be careful about something here when transitioning the board, not switching out of the anima by accident.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have open sold the Valley in this position and been knocked out.
Yeah.
Oh, I hit my units? That means I've cashed out. Should have put together enough
good
here, though. Yeah.
Well, is it the curse? Oh no, it is the curse. He has in fact rolled down to 0, so it is.
Uh-oh.
Well, he's not hit too much. He's one of.
Not Jinx 3.
Yeah, not
Velvet.
Velvet.
3. Surely this Galio is tanky enough, right?
Still has the 2 Briars on the board as well, so really shouldn't have any way of taking this down.
Okay. Wait. It's 4 units. I'm counting 4 units. 4 units is.
Malka, the tree will fall. The tree will.
Okay, the tree has been felled.
Tree down.
But the Galio is gonna be going down and. Oh my god.
Great loss. All according
Calculated. Now we can go cash 500, guys. We're just so close. Just one more.
Still no reaction.
I don't think we trust Kenobi on this one. Brizzing says, you know what? No. I'm going to try and roll down, stabilize here. Maybe he should have done this ring's position. I mean, 22 points, you need to have a crazy result here.
Yeah.
Well, he's got 7 Reforgers here to get some better items than this. But the Aurelian Soul is not getting upgraded.
Yikes.
Oh.
Yeah. Karma 1, Aurelian 1. And the items are not it. Good remove on the Gargoyle. Okay, the Searing Shortbow is playable. Nope.
Don't play.
God, this is the nightmare. Hello. Oh, and here's the Ice Armor. He wisely did not play. Very cool-headed play from him. Not placing the 3rd Gargoyle at the start of the fight. And now Revan with the Twisted Fate that we haven't seen in a while. Prince his gold. And is looking to take him down, but it's looking like the Mighty Mech is going to be tanky enough and the Archangel is stacking into the backline. It doesn't feel good when you see the Galio going down against such a board that has such a long way to go in terms of powering himself up.
Yeah, it feels like that was one of the best players we could have loaded in against, and it wasn't exactly a commanding victory. So,
quite
how far he can take this game. 1 HP, not a penny left. I think Breezing early on we saw was not happy with how the setup of this game started going. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll be some kind of miracle run like we saw from Dasik previously.
I'm trying to see why the Acel wasn't hit there as well, as Lunash has that Acel 2 already on his backline.
Relic did get the Arm 3 going through, so it didn't get stuck on his reroll line, and is closing in on the Samira.
On the other side, Petruska has on 1 star only, which is quite a nightmare. Also didn't find the 2-star Nami, so he's now stuck with both of them on his bench and not able to activate his Clear Mind again. So things are looking dicey for him right now, and he's getting rolled over, getting taxed by the Cursed Crown, who is currently running over everybody, taxing HP left and right. And it's looking like the 3-star Orn is not going to be enough for Relic. Gonna try his best though, and it's gonna take a while.
Rolled down to 0 as well. I mean, it's kind of tragic. You're starting to lose all these fights. 5 loss streak for Relic.
Come on. Aurelian Soul here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Ah, it washed.
We see the reaction there from Breezing. Not quite what he was hoping for.
On the one
Certainly
side, he
isn't.
looks so dejected, but at the same time, his play has been quite level-headed.
Yeah, he's focused. He's when you kind of write your game off as doomed from the beginning, then you play cleaner. You know, not overthinking things. You know, it's a difficult one to navigate. But a player that will be getting pretty strong fairly soon. I imagine Dasic will be angling towards his level 9 at the end of this stage, so we will have to check in on. It's getting close already.
8 Briars is a nightmare for Yamato.
Yes. He's still winning though, so no problem.
No rush here from Dasic, 3 time breaker, 3 Primordian. A lot of HP to work with still. Can definitely sack these next 2 rounds as well and play for the more stable Fast 9 game plan on stage 5.
Good matchup for Yamato to load in. Still has room to clear on this board, so coming in against one of our Fast 9 players, definitely happy to see that. And this Cursed Crown pick, I mean, it was brave, and so far so good.
So far, so good. The problem with Cursed Crown is that it goes wrong really
Yes.
like, it is so far so good for a while, and then you lose one round, you lose another L, you're dead. But he's doing fine for now. And Breezing has finally hit Aurelion too.
Yeah, the ASOs were sold from Zulunash. Not sure what round exactly, but they did go back into the pool once the Nami 2 was found here.
Not looking like Zulunash, despite having 32 points, might be in trouble here if he goes dead last. That would be upsetting.
And Relic did hit the Samira 3 as well now. So the full cap has been reached, second win as well, pretty strong. With the orange, we'll see when the heals come through. Not looking good for Zulunash here.
All the weak units have been taken out on both sides, and that means the Nami's bubbles are actually going to start hitting the backline. But on one side, you have the Ornn holding on and regenerating, and on the other, the Tam Kenshi is going to go down, and the Nami gets shot. And Zulunash going dead last here, and now he's going to be in a gut-wrenching position of counting everybody's points and seeing which scenarios are fatal to him.
From 0 to 0, wins that
out.
game 6, and now in 8th place in this game 7, unfortunately for Zulunash. We'll see if that'll be enough, as you mentioned, Kenobi.
Breezing though, 4 win streak, so finally got to that ASL as you pointed out, Kenobi. Able to stabilize this stage. Does have a little bit of gold to work with, and likes of Petroska dropping down.
Daisy did not sell the legendary.
in HP.
Let's go!
And finally a birthday present worth keeping. Vex comes through, which is really one of them that he was exactly looking for, and starting to put together this Peeper board.
He did also play into a line that was able to fit a lot of different, pretty much any 5 cost really, if you try hard enough. Whereas most of the other Birthday Reunion players were not playing in a very flexible way, I would say.
Indeed. But
Shout out Revan, 62 HP still, 3 win streak on that tempo TF game plan.
he's playing Lulu reroll now.
Yeah.
Using the
Emilio
TF as
3.
an... Yeah. Very sound game plan. One of everything though.
And he's got best in slot for all these extra 5 costs. He's got 3 TGs, so he's got a bunch of 5 costs with no items for them. Slam on top.
Not sure if he had time to check the TGs before the fight start, but yeah, as you mentioned, I think it is going to be just enough raw board strength. Samira trying her absolute hardest, but unfortunately the matchmaking, Dasic just rolled down, just hit a huge power spike, and Relic is the first to suffer because of it.
And the issue right here, right now for Breezing is that Dasic is going to be ramping up with that Graves. The moment it's 2-star, the moment there's the laser ballistics, he's going to be a huge threat. And well, Breezing has been stuck on level 8 for a long time. So he's slow to getting to that level 9, and he's going to be in huge danger because that board is not messing around from Dasic. He's got just enough items on Nunu to get him to cast consistently. and then the rest of the board is just going to unleash and unload all the damage.
And at 22 points, you'd have to assume Brising has to play for a first to have any chance of making it through.
We have gotten the 3-star Briar and now have double Maokai on board for Yamato.
out of one jail and into the other, but comes up against the Riven with the Space Cube emblem on top. Not as strong as it used to be, and actually running over the board still. So since the Cursed Crown pickup, we talked about it's a very snowbally composition and has been able to put a lot of pressure down onto this lobby. Petroska drops down, Relic drops down. So Brising now, on that win streak himself, has clawed back quite a few positions, but has to go all the way with this. He was at the lowest points coming into this game.
Yeah,
Really good news for Sasa. The other 27-point player still left alive in this lobby. Revan as well. A lot of HP still, and 2 points behind that Bulk that was at 27 points. Still has a chance to claw back. At the very least, surpassing Relic and Petroska in this game.
And Revan in a pretty decent position to just get a lot of points, but with 25, he might need something a little bit more than a third. And his board is now pretty solid. The TF has done his job and is just sometimes giving 1 gold if he feels like it. But it feels like we're gonna be running out of breath rather soon, especially against the likes of the No Scoot No Pivot Curse Crown board, which is getting more and more powerful every round that goes on.
Really close fight here. One more Lulu cast could decide it. Ooh, Jinx stays alive. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Revan taken down a notch here.
But Yamato, that was Yamato's goal, so he did actually lose a round. So, as you said, once you start dropping with Curse Crown, you can suddenly start bleeding HP, and he just took a massive chunk right there.
Yeah, I'm trying to know who beat Yamato. Has to be Daisy or Brising, obviously. But which sorry about that. Whichever one it is actually a pretty important information, because if it is Brising, then it's a breath of fresh air for him. But it is in fact Daisy with the legendary board.
Yeah.
The Nunu's snowball probably stunned everybody on that board and then runned over everything with the buckshot from the graves. Sasa stuck on level 7, unfortunately. The Shogat is big, but Karma is 1-star. Kaisa is not 3-starred, so it's really hard now.
Cho'Gath buying a lot of time. One more cast has come through. Yeah, it's gonna be a fight win for Sasa here.
Really nice TG coming through as well for Revan in that
Oh
one.
my god.
Made the difference.
Sasa popping off, because he was really just 1 or 2 projectiles off of losing the round, having everybody get wiped out by the Lulu. And still the 2 Maokai. No, the Maokais. No.
And Brising does go down, unfortunately, in that 5th place position. So the 1 HP and a dream did not quite work out. Still a valiant effort from Brising, considering a lot went wrong. He wasn't really in the prime position to have this crazy anima game, but still made it work for all of stage 4 and all of stage 5 almost.
Yeah, and it was Daysik that took him down, and Daysik really kind of put the stamp down on this lobby. He beat the Cursed Crown player, he beat the cash out, and he's kind of shown everybody that, as we expect, Piva is still Piva. When you're able to get so much value from these 5 costs and you have so many items to spread amongst them, very difficult for any of the bots to contest, and everybody else likely just playing for that 2nd tier.
Yeah, and you can see Yamato's still going strong, gonna take out Sasa here. Solid top 4 for him, despite staying stuck on level 7. Revan also being taken down by Daisy and Yamato, the 2 Grim Reapers of that lobby. Despite Revan getting all the way up to the 3-star Maokai, probably a huge thorn in Yamato's side and his double Maokai.
Is
there any world
Maokai forever
where Revan can outplace Yamato here? It could be pretty big for the standings and Revan's chances of making it through.
He need Yamato to lose more than 2 rounds, actually. Wait, no, 2 rounds. Okay, 2 rounds would be it.
Yeah, just 2. So the double damage would be enough. They'll definitely have to win the face-to-face matchup versus Yamato.
Yep.
Just coming up.
He coming up against him now.
It is kind of rough because he only has single target damage. Nothing that actually is able to do a true AoE and ignore the amount of units on the board, something like Daisy has with the Graves. So This is going to be neck and neck. Yamato has upgraded Maokai. It's over. Pack up. No,
We're free.
Means
What did we put in?
I think the Misfortune has to be the answer. Yep. 2-star Misfortune, so that is a significant upgrade with how stacked no scoot, no pivot is, and the fact that we have Focus Fire. There's so much offensive power on this board. Everybody's getting a ton of free stats. It's going to be super hard for the Maokai to be tanky enough to resist. Despite the Twin Guardians, despite the Bronze for Life, it's looking like the Jinx and the Belvet will have enough in the tank to send Revan down into 3rd place.
Too many targets to chew through for that. Lulu, just too many units on the board there for Yamato. The slightly odd game plan ends up paying off for Yamato. Just really, really smart consideration to pick up the Curse Crowner despite the risk.
Yeah, and it's paid off really to get into this stage, and it's risky, but now he does have the raid boss loading in. And Disick did take that defeat, so he's shown he's mortal.
Oh my god, first grave.
So many 5 costs that he's digging for.
Oh, and
Doesn't get the
doesn't
grid
in time.
1 second too late, unfortunately. Let's see how it's looking. Because there is quite a lot of RNG on Dasick's side with 3 Thieves Gloves. The quality of the items can vary widely.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, Shen's is not the worst.
Not terrible, maybe, but yeah, not optimal, I would say, especially the Fiora one.
That is not looking good at all. But the Graves, being 2-star, could actually flip the whole matchup upside down. We're gonna see here, we are up to the Laser Ballistics. So, right, this Power Spike is absolutely monstrous here for the Graves. It's gonna get an edge off, no, to Giant Slayer, actually. To try and chew through all these units, and he now has the potential to chew through all these units.
You have the removers to swap potentially the Shen and Fiora TG. I guess you expect this to go for more than one round, so maybe not worth it.
Wait, he went for choke, not laser ballistics. Huh? Thank you, observers, for pointing out that I was. I expected him to go for the laser ballistics, but he went for the choke. Extra single target damage instead.
See the Graves
trying to burst through.
Get second. Well, it is looking a little bit better, yeah. But by the skin of his teeth.
Is this one life? Yeah, this is one life.
Yeah.
It really is. One more item here. Double Ginzu,
that's a nice
so the
blitz
Vex's pretty good.
DG.
There's a possibility that Yamato needs a first place here to make it through as well, sitting on 23 points. So he really has to try and find a way to win this next fight. The TGs are a lot better for Dasick, it looks like.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that Rek'Sai is looking tanky. I don't think I've seen a Rek'Sai having this many HP segments on her. That is quite nasty with the % extra HP from those pivot. The TG on Blitzcrank is absolutely disgusting on the side of Dasick, and that's going to be a lot of damage. So let's see if he can do it one more time, Dasick, to seal the deal and guarantee that Yamato cannot make it to tomorrow.
The Jinx not stunned both of those Nunu Balls. Much better fight it looks like from Dasick, and it is going to be a fight win here.
One more round.
And I just come through, but it's not enough. It came out to the Nunu Snowballs. They both missed the Jinx by a pixel, only hitting the unit next to her.
He can't.
And the Blitz basically did nothing in that fight as well. Wasn't able to get the big cast off. Essentially just locked down the entire time. And as you said, the TG was really good on top of the Blitzcrank and on top of Fiora as well. But unfortunately, as you said, just not able to get anything going in that round.
And Dasick could not buy the laser ballistics here. 1 gold short, takes the leeching implant here. Looks like a slight change of positioning. The Nunu is going to go back into the Cosmic Hex. And once more, but the TG is not looking as good on the Blitzcrank. It's not looking the best, but the Jinx gets stunned by the first Nunu, which is very important. Go ahead, Panda.
I think that might be it. The Jinx stunned 2 times. That might swing the fight back in favor to Dasick. It looks like it is going to be the case here. The Jinx is trying her absolute best. But Graves is still alive. Vex is still alive. Edge Knight still has not procced. And Yamato from 23 to 0. Dasick takes game 7. A very strong performance from Dasick all throughout today. The first few games looked shaky, but 40 points It is 7 games. Day 1, still a play-in day for Dasic here. A very strong showing to qualify to tomorrow.
Yeah, a really strong performance, but I think Yamato as well played very brave and balls to the wall in that game. He had his whole tournament on the line and knew that this Cursed Crown pick could run over the boards early on. So I think definitely deserves a shout out there for a pick that not a lot of other players would have taken.
Yeah, and it nearly went all the way. Really, it was just one more fight that was needed. And unfortunately, Dasic just outcapping slightly. The upgrades on Graves have really shown the difference they made in how the matchup was going.
And the Nunez in particular, I think, hitting the Jinx there really swung that fight back in favor to Dasic. But we'll hear from our analyst desk. We'll hear from the point breakdown in terms of who ends up qualifying to tomorrow and who unfortunately ends their set here in the play-in stage.
Thank you so much, Panda. What a wild final game, and having the first place player going in dead last makes you say in the green room, there's so many doors thrown open by that first elimination, and everybody rushed to take advantage of it.
I mean, it wasn't easy. We started off with gold augments, a lot of transformative pickups in there, that 2 tanky from Relic, and really seeing kind of options come into fruition. Prismatic spinning it up a little bit more on top of that. And then we did chill with the silvers, but it just was a really hard game for all of those players to get their own boards going. A lot of contests, kind of the name of the game. And in the end, we did get Dasic and Yamato making it their way to the top. They're taking these 2 first places and getting a lot of points on the back of that. If that's going to be enough, we'll have to wait and see. I'm quite curious for those standings.
No, absolutely. Just do want to take a second to recognize Yamato did absolutely everything that he could to try and push himself from a very disadvantaged position through the door there as much as possible. But it may well all have been for naught, because this is an incredibly tightly paced. I mean, Rebin, of course, coming to 3rd place there with, bringing out the Lulu. Just trying to find something a little bit different in the game, and also still managing to get a very solid finish.
Yeah, I mean, Rebin, one of the players that was also lower on points, was really hoping to get into those high finishes. I'm not sure this Lulu was going to be everything here in the end. We were also shaking about Zaza, coming from the waitlist. A lot on the line here. Had such a good run up until game number 5, and then that 8th place in game number 6 really put him back down quite a bit. But very exciting stuff happened in that last game, and I'm honestly really excited for tomorrow and the day after that.
Again, as we said before, this is merely the beginning of what Regionals has for you. This has been our play-in stage as we're trying to find out which players get to carry on. Again, we had an incredibly decorated field coming into this one, but I do want to pick up on what you're saying with Saza in the last game. As you said, we came into this one with a 3-way tie at Saza's spot, and he saw his opponents falling away one by one.
That's right. He really made his way through this. We saw a lot of ASOL being picked up in there as well. I also want to shout out Freezing. Really dropping to that 1 HP. I didn't even think he had it in him to get out of this contention at all. In the end, only a 5th place, but maneuvering this the way he did on that 1 HP was certainly very scary.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dasic maybe set an unreasonable standard for coming back from the brink in games, previously. There is a reason why people don't normally come back from that one. I mean, when you're running that close to the edge this early on in the competition, you know that you're going to be, even if you do make it through, you're going to be in for a very stressful tournament from here on out.
Yeah, I think something on the bigger points of the meta that we've seen today, and this was also true for this last game, is how popular the Yasuo buff on the hexes is for basically most of our players. Every single time we had a Yasuo god being picked up in any of her games, at least 6 of the players, if not more, selected to go with that one, really buffing up their tanks, really buffing up their damage carries in those games, which I thought was really interesting, because of course it is our first real broadcasted tournament of the set, despite it being at the end of the set. So I've been taking notes across our meta thus far, and that was one of the things that I was like, interesting.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think it's, it'll be interesting to see how things progress from here and out. When we saw it again before, I think it was you who even pointed out that the top 6 were all the Yasuo players in lobby and everybody else got left behind. The utility, I think, and just everything it's giving you as a comp overall is so good, and it applies to so many different kinds of compositions that I think you'd be crazy not to seriously consider it in any game going forward. But as we look across our previous lobby being played out here, I think nearly every result that was coming in dramatically changed the future of at least one player.
Yeah, for sure. There was a lot of confusion in this round, but even here, once again, we're seeing a top 6 players all selecting Yasuo. Seoul, unfortunately, not making it through the treasure stage, so didn't get to select anything. And Patoska, who are a player in 7th, was only able to select Kale, so not going to be able to play around this Yasuo. But in the end, Dasig gets that double elimination towards the top, and there, Ribbon, taking so long to get this board online, as we see some more of those replays here from that last game.
I will also say, for players like Dasig, again, who came into this playing stage with some very big ideas of becoming a regional champion, which of course can only happen if he makes it from players to week 1 all the way to week 2 and then wins the whole thing. I think you do need to show off some pretty serious chops here in plans. I absolutely think Dasig did that. We saw game after game of him of just going absolutely ham.
Yeah, it's interesting because he's generally a player we've asked in the past of when you get into those final lobbies, when you get into checkmate lobbies, how do you approach the game, right? Some players say, that's when I start to play more risky. That's when I play for more high risk, high reward. This is not true for Dasig. For as long as we've known him, his approach to that has been, I just try to play the best game of TFT that I can, because I'm always aiming for that first place. And if my conditions are met, if I can find an into seeing a chance to get that first place, I'm going to do it regardless of what kind of lobby I'm in.
All right, guys, with apologies for the delay, we do have our final standings ready for you. So we know 4 of our players going through, and now we'll know the final 4 as well.
And it is going to be Breezing, Patoska, Yamato, and Relic who won't make the jump into tomorrow, into week 1 from our regional finals. But let's have a look at the remaining 4 that have qualified on page 1 of our standings. It is going to be Dasig, it is going to be Seoul and Ash, Zaza, and Reven. It is just so impressive how Reven is somehow able to perform when the pressure is on him. Once and time again, players have doubted him, and he always comes back in such a massive way. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, from reading David's interview with him at the beginning of the season, it felt like Reven had felt like, he was saying that he basically had peaked already as far as his career was in TFT is going, and that he just didn't feel like he had anything left to give after his astonishing run before. But I love that we're getting the chance to see him, get the opportunity again.
Well, I believe we have somebody else on the line that we want to talk to, because he has made it all the way from the wait list, and he was just as surprised as we were to see him here in competition. We have Zaza on the line. Hello.
Hello, everyone.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Made it to tomorrow.
Woohoo.
Well, Zaza, we've been talking about all day long. You're being brought into the tournament at the last second. We got to know, Valorant games aside, how did you spend the incredibly limited amount of time you had to prepare?
So I played 2 days of scrim blocks, and after that I did some study streams with my chat. It was pretty chill, and Yeah, I mean the patch didn't change the game that much, so like I did play the previous patches, so I feel like I'm not at that big of a disadvantage.
Oh, definitely not.
I mean, results show that, right? Like, you did so well today. You had that one single game number 6, where you unfortunately had that 8th place. Yeah, I have to ask you about this, as I'm sorry, but you had that 8th place there. Talk us through what was going through your mind during and after that game.
Well, I picked the wrong augment to 1. That was all it is, and yeah, I was a bit gambling that I get some econ augment with this, because like either you pick birthday reunion when you have the Ari encounter, like, take notes for your later games, or when you have like gold sub, you like very rich, something like that. But if you don't have those, it's a bit of a flip for an econ augment. I flipped and I didn't see an econ augment, and I went 8th. And Echo scanned me as well. I got the 30 HP cash out thingy. And I got the TG when I need gold, and like there's 4 gold cash outs, so yeah, it's a bad beat. Nothing you can do.
Okay, follow up, because as we were loading into game number 7, we saw you talk very passionately, is how I'm going to be phrasing that, with like your hands raised and very active. Was that just you complaining about maybe not getting what you wanted in that game?
To be honest, I don't even know what I did. I was just
like,
I was in flow state, just complaining, I think. But
fair.
Maybe you guys saw the moment where I saw that Daisy killed the Anima player, and I got very excited there. So yeah, maybe that was the moment.
Well, kind of reflecting back on some of your career up until this point, you're the first person to ever win, 2 cups in EMEA. So you've already made a pretty big impression, but from what I understand, this is only your 3rd time at regionals, and you've never made it to the crown itself. How are you feeling about your chances of making it out of week 1 and into week 2, potentially even beyond?
I think I learned a lot today, and I think it's a big advantage to play the play-ins if you make it. Like, to get some like high pressure games in, and like you always learn a lot in these tournament games. Like, you reflect a lot. So I think my odds are pretty good. Like, all I want is a tier 1 spot, and everything else is a bonus. But yeah.
Oh, I think we learned a lot as well.
That was the wrong comment. You should have said, all I want is to win Tactician's crown, and then if I get a tier 1 spot, that's a bonus. That's the way to phrase this up. I'm just letting you know for the next time we ask,
No pressure on my I don't like pressure on my shoulders.
All right. Well, one more question about the meta. You already mentioned it kind of in passing. 17.6 was not a major patch. There was not a lot of changes, but there were a lot of tiny changes to stuff like hero augments, and also a lot of augment changes in general. From what we have been seeing throughout today, the meta is really open and wide. There's a lot of kind of niche conditions that have to be met in order to enable certain routes, which generally is something players, and of course us as well, like a lot. Would you say that that's accurate as a representation of the meta right now?
Yeah, that's accurate for sure. I think I said like earlier today that this like top 10 patches we ever had in the game. I think like it's in there. I think we are a bit low on like the unconditional comps, but I feel like it's always like that. Like we are Vega and Masa Yi, like those 2 are kind of playable. But other than that, there's so many conditional lines that like I feel like you always have a comp to play. So yeah, it's really fun. I really enjoy playing the set. Like, I know a lot of people don't like it that much, but I really enjoy the set. I enjoy the meta, and yeah.
Good. Awesome.
Well, Sansa, I want to give you a chance again, just before we let you go and enjoy the rest of the evening. Just to, you've got the floor to shout out anyone you may have already, especially potentially the people who've helped you prepare and get this far in the competition. Whoever you'd like to acknowledge, the stage is yours.
Well, there's so many people to shout out. I just want to shout out my mom and yeah, all the people I interact with on the daily. You guys know who you are. You guys the goats. And yeah, I feel like that would be too many people.
Absolutely. I'm 100% certain they know who they are as well. Again, amazing performance today. I think this is going to be one of the history books. We hope to get to see you again in the days yet to come. But good luck tomorrow and enjoy your night of rest and preparation for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, thanks. It's all done just for the play-in stage. Just one day out of 3 this weekend across the 2 weekends of the regional finals. Of course, tomorrow, the battle stage begins at the 3 p.m. CST. Of course, we've got the 40 players being joined by the 8 survivors from today. Of course, Saturday, Sunday, then everyone gets a break and we go all the way to the 10 end. I think if the regionals are anything like what we've seen so far, they're going to be absolutely crazy.
Oh, they have to be. I mean, it's a great patch. You just heard it from Zaza himself. Top 10 patches ever. Put that on a banner. We're going to be putting that into your calendars as well. So mark the times for this weekend, next weekend, and of course for the Tactician's Crown on the 10th. It's a very, very fun competition that's right ahead of us. And I'm quite excited. Actually, I'm going to go over to the Americas on Sunday and see, they're thinking we're doing a cultural exchange. I'm thinking we're doing a little bit of espionage, but don't tell them.
I won't tell them if you won't, Twitch chat. But if you'd like to tell people about stuff that's not to do with espionage, you can head across to Compete TFT on X, on Instagram, Teamfight Tactics, on Facebook and YouTube, Play TFT. And of course, if you'd like to hear more about ourselves, you can see our social links below there. Of course, Barry Baden is at Barry Baden, very well put across the place, Impetuous Panda. And I don't think we've got, I think we've got Kenobi. I'm just going to double check his Twitter as well. I'm assuming it's going to be something along the lines of Kenobi TFT. It is Kenobi_TFT. So please go and check him out. Again, fantastic job today. Please, again, do come back at 3 p.m. CST tomorrow for the battle stage to begin. We are bringing in 40 more players to join the ones from today. So the competition will really heat up, and it's going to be a hell of a time. We'll see you then.